Chapter 501 Myriad Demon Mountain Secret Realm. Chen Luo only found out about these two titles, and didn't have any clues about other details. Then, this should be the place of origin of the Infinite Lord. No wonder Heavenly Dao Sect is so awesome. Chen Luo vaguely understands why Heavenly Dao Sect's strength is so terrifying. Not only is the Heavenly Dao Sect of the Ancient Desolate Continent, which has a profound foundation, but even the Heavenly Dao Sect of the Immortal World is also the most powerful force in the Immortal World, almost invincible. With the existence of such taboo powerhouses, with such terrifying influence and strength, it is understandable. However, Chen Luo didn't understand why all the records about those two taboo powerhouses were erased from the history of the Ancient Desolate Continent, and even Immortal World had very few records about them. Only those ancient forces with very deep foundations have a few words of records. Chen Luo asked a lot of people to search together, and only then did he find the titles of the two taboo powerhouses. The place of origin of another taboo powerhouse, the Lord of Death, is in the previous Valley of Death, the valley with the Ascension Channel. Let's take a look at the secret realm first. Chen Luo continued. The current Chen Luo's strength is still far away from that taboo realm, and he doesn't have enough strength to explore all of that. Yes, Master. Su Ming Xianyan then agreed. Immediately afterwards, Su Ming Xianyan led Chen Luo and others to gallop away following the Ling Yuan Peak in his memory. After a while, Su Ming Xianyan successfully found the destination. Ling Yuan Peak is located in the depths of the Wanmo Mountain, filled with even deeper devilish qi and mysterious inspirations. Master, the entrance to the secret realm should be on this mountain, but the entrance needs to be found by the Master himself. I can't remember. Su Ming Xianyan continued in a low voice. Due to the long time and the long time of sleeping, Su Ming Xianyan could only find the location of Ling Yuan Peak, but could not find the exact entrance. Chen Luo nodded, and then began to search for the entrance to this hidden secret realm in Ling Yuan Peak. This Ling Yuan Peak is full of domineering inspirations and an extremely strong aura of vicissitudes. Chen Luo unfolded the soul power of his true immortal realm, and began to search for the entrance with all his strength. Xue Xingtong and Mu Luli next to him also launched their own soul power and slowly searched. Chen Luo's soul force carefully searched every corner. Time passed slowly, and after a while, Chen Luo successfully found the entrance in a deserted ruin of Ling Yuan Peak. Boom! After finding the entrance, Chen Luo used his own spirit power to pour into it. After a while, due to the continuous pouring of Chen Luo's spirit power, a colorful vortex appeared at the entrance. Inside the vortex, there seemed to be a very terrifying idea rippling out. Chen Luo could feel the terrifying aura contained in it, which made Chen Luo, who had already reached the peak of true immortal, feel a little oppressive. Let's go in. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then said to the two of them and Su Ming Xianyan. Yes, Master. Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong hugged Chen Luo's arms tightly. Su Ming Xianyan and Xiao Bai also followed closely beside Chen Luo. Then, Chen Luo unfolded the power of the Space Avenue, and the bodies of several people disappeared in Ling Yuan Peak and entered the secret realm. As several people entered, the colorful vortex began to dissipate slowly, and quickly turned into fly ash. Is this the secret realm of Wanmo Mountain? After entering the secret realm, Chen Luo and the others were surrounded by countless inspirations. In the secret realm, there is an incomparably rich spirit power, and there are also gorgeous streamers shining bright streamers in the secret realm. Wrapped by countless spirit power and gorgeous streamers, the entire secret realm seems to be a dreamlike space, shining with beautiful brilliance. In the sky of the secret realm, there are also beautiful sun, moon, and stars. These sun, moon, and stars seem to be more resplendent and brighter than those of the Ancient Desolate Continent. Countless immortal lights and spirit power are constantly intertwined, like a beautiful scroll. Master, what are these spirit powers? Spirit power, I feel that my realm is constantly improving. At this time, Mu Luli who was beside Chen Luo spoke. I saw countless spirit power and rays of light rushing towards Mu Luli's body. Mu Luli's cultivation base is improving at a terrifying speed under the infusion of countless auras and rays of light. The cultivation base of the middle stage of Quasi-Emperor Third Stage was upgraded to the late stage of Quasi-Emperor Third Stage in a short period of time. Not only Mu Luli, but the strength of Xue Xingtong beside Chen Luo is also constantly rising. Quasi-Emperor Fifth Stage, her cultivation base is also improving rapidly. The same is true for Xiaobai, the 10 tails behind him have been completely revealed, continuously absorbing the terrifying aura around him, and his aura is constantly rising. This should be the legendary origin of the immortal light, which can quickly increase your strength. Chen Luo felt the bright immortal light around him, and then said slowly. The origin immortal light is a strange light that contains the power of origin. It contains very pure spirit power, which can be perfectly absorbed by the cultivator without any drug resistance. Chen Luo also saw records in some books of immortal world. However, the origin of this immortal light has long since disappeared, and it belongs to the legendary strange light. The origin of immortal light, I didn't expect that there would be such a miraculous thing. It really is good to follow the master. Mu Luli's face was full of joy, and the continuous increase of the cultivation base in her body made Mu Luli very happy. Xue Xingtong next to her was also filled with joy in her heart, and her eyes were full of the shadow of Chen Luo. Master, I'm going to make a breakthrough too. At this moment, Su Ming Xianyanyi said with an extremely excited expression. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, this origin immortal light also has an effect on Yu Ming Xianyan. Su Ming Xianyan is already a realm that has reached the true immortal 6th stage day, and can break through the true immortal 7th stage day at any time. It can be said that Su Ming Xianyan is the strongest in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, except for Chen Luo. I didn't expect that among so many disciples, none of them could match your spirit fire. Chen Luo smiled as he watched Su Ming Xianyan whose aura kept rising. Master, this Su Ming Xianyan almost stole all the spiritual fires of the ancient desolate continent. At this time, Mu Luli who was beside Chen Luo pouted. I eat by my ability, whoever lets me devour the flames can become stronger, hee, this is talent, you can't envy me. Immortal Su Ming said triumphantly. It seems that Su Ming Xianyan has a magical power in his body. As long as he continues to devour the spiritual fire, his strength can be improved. Coupled with the great support of Heavenly Bamboo Peak and his own continuous efforts, this is the current realm. Unfortunately, my cultivation base has already reached the limit of true immortal. Chen Luo sighed inwardly. Suppressed by the laws of Ancient Desolate Continent, Chen Luo's cultivation base can only stay at the peak of true immortal, unable to break through and improve. No, my cultivation base is also improving. Suddenly, Chen Luo felt that the Dao fruit in his body seemed to be constantly changing. Chapter 502 Tailing Ancient Mine Patriarch. How is this going? Chen Luo felt suspicious. After returning to the ancient desolate continent, due to changes in the laws of heaven and earth, Chen Luo's cultivation base stopped growing. Even the Dao fruit in the body has stopped transforming. However, after entering the secret realm of the Myriad Demon Mountain, Chen Luo felt that his own cultivation base was slowly improving in just a short while. At this moment, the return of the cultivation effect of the disciples of Teiku Immortal City and Heavenly Bamboo Peak also broke out, allowing Chen Luo to step towards the unknown realm. The laws of heaven and earth here are completely different from those of the ancient desolate continent. Soon, Chen Luo realized that this was the problem. The laws of heaven and earth of the Wanmo mountain could completely support the supreme giants of the immortal king level. Therefore, here, Chen Luo's cultivation base can continue to improve. In this case, I might try to attack the immortal king giant's realm here. Chen Luo murmured in his heart, a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. Chen Luo's cultivation base has already reached the peak of true immortal 9th stage, and also has a certain realm of comprehension of the original power. In this secret realm of Wanmo Mountain, with the help of the strange light of origin, and the return of the cultivation effects of many disciples from the immemorial immortal city and heavenly bamboo peak, it is absolutely possible to try to hit the realm of the immortal king here. Luo Li, Xin Tong, let's practice here for a while. Chen Luo suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and then said to the two women next to him. Yes, master. The two nodded excitedly. Here, their cultivation base is also constantly improving. Immediately afterwards, Mu Luli and the others found a place with ample light, and continuously absorbed the surrounding spirit power. Chen Luo didn't waste any time either, sitting cross-legged in the secret realm, running his own chaos immortal scripture, constantly absorbing the strange light of origin around him. Chen Luo also took out a large amount of cultivation resources and opened his own the underworld furnace. The turbulent spirit power surged towards Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo's cultivation base is slowly moving towards the unknown realm. Time passed so slowly. Ancient Desolate Continent, Middle Domain. Tailing Ancient Mine. Tailing Ancient Mine is a very ancient forbidden area in the Ancient Desolate Continent, which is an endless mining area. The vicissitudes, decay, and ancient atmosphere permeated the Tailing Ancient Mine. In this Tailing Ancient Mine, there were many terrifying powerhouses sleeping here. There are also a large number of very strange and long-standing treasures here, including various top-level elixir. According to legend, in this Tailing Ancient Mine, there is also the immortal medicine, the top-level magic medicine that can prolong a person's life for 10,000 years. Therefore, a long time ago, many cultivators entered it, trying to find the elixir of immortality. However, the cultivators who entered it did not reappear without exception, and the peak powerhouses who once had the great emperor level entered it, but they still did not reappear. This area has also completely become a life-restricted zone. Although there are many treasures inside, no one dares to enter it. Tailing Ancient Mine, the central mining area. The mining area, which was originally extremely quiet, now had a lot of noisy voices. In the center of the mining area, terrifying figures emerged from the ancient soil of the mining area. How many years have passed, the golden world has opened again, and it's time for me to continue my life. In the center of the mining area, a terrifying figure slowly got up, and after many terrifying figures appeared in the surrounding space, there were bursts of panic. Distorted meaning. Yeah, I feel it. This golden world is even more splendid than last time. It must be very delicious. I can't wait. Another terrifying figure said in a low voice. As the soil was broken one by one, soon, in the central mining area, 7 old men with majestic and vicissitudes of life appeared. These old men were dressed in tattered clothes, and their bodies were dilapidated. On the rotting flesh, there were still bones of the dead. Welcome to the birth of the ancestor. At this time, a very respectful voice sounded. Not far away, the Lord of the Tailing Ancient Mine, the Lord of Tailing, was in the center of the mining area, kneeling respectfully in front of the 7 decayed old men. Xiaomu, it's you. I haven't seen you for so many years. You have grown up a lot. The second ancestor of the Tailing Ancient Mine just unearthed said slowly, looking at the master of the Tailing Ancient Mine leisurely. Being so watched by the second ancestor, the master of Tailing Ancient Mine felt his scalp go numb, and his blood almost stagnated. I'm so hungry, Xiaomu, give me a bite, your flesh and blood look so delicious. At this time, the 7th ancestor of Tailing Ancient Mine next to him licked his shriveled lips, and looked at the extremely respectful man beside him with fiery eyes. Lord of Tailing Ancient Mine. Ancestors, I have prepared delicious flesh and blood to welcome the birth of the ancestors, please enjoy it. The Lord of Tailing Ancient Mine's hairs stood on end as soon as the 7th ancestor's words came out, and he said quickly. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, the master of the ancient mine waved his right hand, and suddenly, a large pile of flesh bodies, human race, monster race, orc race, the flesh bodies of various ethnic groups piled up in front of the ancient mine ancestors like a hill. These flesh bodies are extremely fresh, and there is still a warm breath on their bodies, as if they died not long ago. Moreover, these physical bodies are also quite powerful, basically they are from the Holy Realm, and there are many Saint King, Great Saint Realm. Forget it, for the sake of your filial piety, I won't bite you for now. The seventh patriarch saw the flesh and blood around him, and his saliva continued to flow down. After finishing speaking, the seventh patriarch immediately started to eat, grabbed the body next to him and started chewing, making a violent tearing sound. The same is true of the other ancient mine ancestors around, and they immediately jumped into the meat mountain, enjoying this supreme delicacy for them. The lord of the ancient mine continued to kneel aside respectfully, watching them eat silently, not daring to make any movements. After a while, the ancestors had almost eaten, and the rotten aura on their bodies dissipated a lot. The dilapidated body gave birth to a new flesh and blood, which was completely different from the dilapidated and withered body before. Xiaomu, what happened to the ancient desolate continent now? The third ancestor of the ancient mine wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then said to the master of the ancient mine next to him. The other ancestors also stared at the ancient mine master leisurely. My ancestors, more than 2 years ago, our ancient desolate continent won the leader in the Battle of Luck, and the Golden World opened. The ancient desolate continent has already reproduced the glory of the previous era. The ancient mine master said slowly, and then told the ancestors little by little what happened in the ancient desolate continent recently. While digesting the flesh and blood just now, the 7 ancestors quietly listened to the narration of the ancient mine master. Chapter 503, There must be an inner ghost. I didn't expect that my ancient desolate continent would win the first place in the luck competition. It's really unexpected. After listening to the story of the ancient mine master, the ancient mine 3 patriarchs said with a look of regret, as if quite for the emotion. Yes, after that era, there will be a brand new world, but this kind of world is suitable for us. The 5th patriarch on the other side also spoke slowly, with scarlet blood flashing in his eyes. However, the situation in our ancient desolate continent is quite delicate now. The Nether race and the evil spirit race have made a comeback, intending to rule over many realms again. The Lord of Ancient Mine continued, telling about the Nether race and the evil spirit race them. Oh, those guys have also come out, it's interesting, it's fun like this. The eyes of the 6th ancestor of the ancient mine lit up, and the blood on his body was slowly boiling. That's right, the golden world needs more people to be fun. I can't wait to start harvesting this world, it's exciting. The 7th patriarch beside him hiccuped. Since they have made a comeback, they should return the things they borrowed from us. At this time, the 4th patriarch also spoke. Many ancestors of the ancient mine nodded their heads, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. By the way, Xiaomu, please contact the Undead God Mountain, the Land of God's Origin, the Ash Cemetery, the Dark Abyss, the God-Devouring Valley, the Northwind Demon Forest, and the other 6 restricted areas of life. Now is the time to redefine our territory. At this time, the ancestor of Tailing Ancient Mine spoke, his eyes were extremely leisurely. Yes, ancestor. The ancient mine master respectfully agreed. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left the area, and began to contact other restricted area experts. Immediately, there were only 7 ancestors of Tailing Ancient Mine left in the entire area. Okay, it's time for us to meet our old friends. At this time, the ancestor of Tailing Ancient Mine spoke again. After finishing speaking, a black mist appeared from the body of the ancestor of Tailing Ancient Mine. Many ancestors were shrouded in this black mist and disappeared in the center of the mining area. Ancient Desolate Continent still has evil spirits and ghosts raging in various areas. With the passage of time, not only the southern region, but also many evil spirits and ghosts have emerged in other large regions. Fierce wars were staged in various domains, but due to the opening of the Golden World, the Ancient Desolate Continent's cultivator strength has also increased a lot. Coupled with the appearance of the evil killing talisman, and the heavenly Dao Sect is also secretly suppressing these two groups. Therefore, although these two groups are cruel and powerful, they still haven't completely suppressed the Ancient Desolate Continent. Instead, it was suppressed by the Ancient Desolate Continent, and it was in a relatively bad situation. Although the evil spirits did not gain an advantage in the Ancient Desolate Continent, the evil spirits have already passed through the realm channel and began to slowly invade other realms, wanting to gain advantages from other realms. The realms other than the ancient realm were invaded by the evil spirit race and the nether race, and the losses were quite heavy. Ancient Desolate Continent, South Domain. Nanman State, Hall of Evil Spirits. The Hall of Evil Spirits is a very powerful great hall established by the evil spirits in Nanman State. Many top experts of the evil spirit clan gathered here, many evil emperors, and even evil immortals who have already touched the immortal realm. In a great hall of the evil spirit temple, many evil emperors and immortals are gathering in the great hall. Chu Kunyun and Xie Xin were also on one side, their gazes were intense, and their bodies were filled with incomparably rich power of evil spirits. The other top powerhouses of the evil spirit clan around them were also filled with terrifying evil spirit power, which made the atmosphere of the entire great hall extremely awe-inspiring. Huan Shan, I have already said that the ancient world is not easy now. Blindly invoking blood will only lose our elite. Now it's all right. There is no way to open the situation in the ancient world. Now we are in this passive situation. Chu Kunyun spoke up, and looked at the many strong men in front of him lightly, his eyes were full of sarcasm. The other top powerhouses of the evil spirit clan around them all frowned, and their faces became slightly ugly. Chu Kunyun, the master of Huan Shan Palace, has already made a very comprehensive plan, and the current situation is something we don't want to see. Hall Master Huan Shan is fine. They are from the Ancient Desolate Continent. Those Ancient Desolate Continent people seem to be on the hook. Every time, they can accurately find our hiding place and interrupt our deployment. That's right, these people from the Ancient Desolate Continent are too evil. I always feel something is wrong. The other top powerhouses of the evil spirit clan around spoke one after another, with confusion in their tone. It turns out that most of the actions planned by their evil spirit clan in the recent period, assimilating other top forces, plundering the secret realm, and opening the heavenly evil formation to condense the Emperor's evil beads, a series of actions were all planned by Ancient Desolate Continent, the cultivator blocks. Even, their strongholds of the evil spirit race in the Ancient Desolate Continent were hit, and the losses were very heavy. Every move of their entire evil spirit clan seemed to be seen through by the people of the Ancient Desolate Continent, and this feeling made them very uncomfortable. However, I haven't been able to find any problems. Now, a meeting is held to prepare to come up with some solutions to these problems. Tell me, could it be that a ghost appeared within our evil spirit clan and leaked our battle plan? At this moment, an evil emperor wearing a black robe slowly spoke. He opened his mouth and said, his eyes were extremely quiet. That's right, there must be an inner ghost, otherwise, it would be impossible to perfectly stop every action. That's right, the inner ghost is the inner ghost. Why didn't I expect that there must be an inner ghost who leaked our battle plan? That's right, we should have thought of it a long time ago. There is a ghost inside us, we must rectify it. At this time, the other top evil spirit clan powerhouses nearby also reacted. If there is no ghost, how can every battle plan be perfectly blocked, which is unreasonable? If there is an inner ghost, then all this can be explained. As soon as the words of the crowd came out, Chu Kunyun, who was beside him, froze in his heart, and his face was slightly unnatural. Ahem, inner ghost, I think so, there is an inner ghost inside us. Chu Kunyun coughed, and then said righteously. The top powerhouses around nodded and agreed with this point of view. Then, let's see, who is the inner ghost? The master of Huan Shan in the Great Hall continued slowly. Everyone turned to covet, and after looking at each other for a while, everyone turned their eyes to Chu Qianyun who was on the side. Chu Qianyun's heart skipped a beat. What do these guys mean? Could it be that they discovered something? It's impossible. You guys, why are you looking at me? You don't suspect that I'm an insider. Chu Qianyun quickly suppressed the guilt in her heart, and continued coldly. Chapter 504 Comprehending the Origin of Chaos. Of course not, no one can doubt you. You have been sealed in the ancient ruins by these guys from the Ancient Desolate Continent for such a long time. It must not be you. The other top powerhouses around also agreed with Huanyun's words. Chu Qianyun is the son of the evil god, and has very old qualifications in the evil spirit clan. Moreover, he has an inextricable hatred with the human race in the ancient world, so the inner ghost cannot be him. Humph, is it necessary to mention this kind of thing? Even if I fail, it's still better than you now. I was suppressed by the human race in the Ancient Desolate Continent. If I were you, I would have killed myself. Chu Qianyun snorted coldly, then said slowly. Chu Qianyun, that's enough. It's meaningless to say this now. Your evil spirit sutra has been cultivated to the most advanced level. If there really is an inner ghost, who would it be? Huanyun above said. Chu Qianyun curled her lips, and did not refute Huanyun's words, but began to seriously think about how to find a more suitable ghost. Suddenly, Chu Qianyun seemed to realize something. I know, the inner ghost is the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil. Chu Qianyun blurted out, speaking slowly, with an extremely firm tone. As soon as Chu Qianyun's words came out, the other evil spirits around were stunned. Heavenly Devil Holy Land. What does the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil have to do with the inner ghost of our evil spirit clan? Everyone was stunned, looking at Chu Qianyun with puzzled eyes. Chu Qianyun, are you wrong? The Holy Land of Heavenly Devil has absolutely nothing to do with our evil spirit clan. Huanyun frowned, the inner ghost that Chu Qianyun said was simply outrageous. How can a mere Holy Land of Devil Dao become the inner ghost of their evil spirit clan? Although this Heavenly Devil holy place is somewhat evil, it is still too ridiculous. Ahem, you have not forgotten the Nether race, have you? The Nether race has close ties with our evil spirit race, and it is even said that they are involved in many actions. The Heavenly Devil Holy Land accommodates the top powerhouses of the Nether race. Also, it's not that you don't know about the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil. It's just a guy who has no bottom line. Recently, he started to fool people from the Nether tribe to resist our evil spirit tribe. If it wasn't for them, I really can't think of who it is. After all, every member of our evil spirit clan has the belief of evil gods. The chance of an inner ghost appearing is too small. I can't believe that all of us sitting here will do something to betray our evil spirit clan. Come out. Chu Qianyun then said slowly, eyes burning with the power of evil spirits. That's right, Chu Qianyun, you're right. Our members of the evil spirit clan are all people who believe in evil gods. It is impossible for us to betray the evil spirit clan. After Chu Qianyun finished speaking, an evil spirit next to him, the evil emperor of the spirit race, immediately responded. Many other evil spirit clans were also infected by Chu Qianyun's words. Their evil spirit clans are people who believe in evil gods, and they are absolutely impossible to betray. Chu Qianyun was inexplicably relieved to see other top experts responding one after another. Huanyun frowned, he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't detect any problem. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to carefully consider this issue with the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil as the core. Under Chu Qianyun's deliberate guidance, most people agree, and it is very likely that the Heavenly Devil Holy Land leaked it. After that, they planned to send people to investigate, and at the same time, they deliberately began to reduce some in-depth cooperation with the Nether race. Master Huanyun, Mingzhu sent someone to send a message, saying that there is something important to discuss, and invites you to go. At this moment, a member of the evil spirit clan quickly entered the Great Hall and said to Huanyun, Mingzhu, Huan Yun raised his head slowly, his eyes full of doubts. Although the Nether clan and the Evil Spirit clan are cooperating now, they are no longer as close as they were last time. After the Evil Spirit clan decided to counterattack, they never had any communication with the Nether Spirit clan. Today, it is the first time Mingzhu invites Huan Yun to. Huan Yun, let me go with you. It's been a long time since I saw that old Mingzhu, and I want to see how much he has grown. At this time, Chu Qianyun's voice rang in Huan Yun's ears. 2 months later, the secret realm of Wanmo Mountain. At this time, the secret realm of Wanmo Mountain is still full of strong world spirit power. It's just that the strange light of origin around has dissipated in 7s and 80s. On the side, the strength of Mu Luli and Shui Xing Tong, with the help of Origin Kig Wang, has already reached the Great Emperor realm. Mu Luli is the middle stage of the Great Emperor of the Profound Realm, and Shui Xing Tong is the late stage of the Great Emperor of the Profound Realm. The Xiao Bai cultivation base next to him just broke through the Great Emperor realm. In another area of the secret realm of Wanmo Mountain, a group of deep flames emitted an incomparably bright light, and the hot breath almost completely distorted the space. This group of flames is Su Ming Xianyan, and Su Ming Xianyan's realm has reached the level of true immortal 8th stage. Although he had just stepped into the true immortal 8th stage, the scorching flames were enough to burn the invincible powerhouses of the true immortal 9th stage. In the center of the secret realm of Wanmo Mountain, Chen Luo sat cross-legged in the center of the secret realm, surrounded by extremely rich ideas, and most of the strange light of origin was absorbed by Chen Luo. In Chen Luo's body, because Chen Luo has comprehended the origin of chaos, the Dao fruit of chaos has been completely transformed into the Dao fruit of chaos origin. After the true immortal Dao fruit has turned into the original Dao fruit, it means that Chen Luo has taken a big step towards the immortal king realm, which can be called the half-step immortal king. Next, as long as the immortal spirit power in the body is completely transformed into the original immortal power, the immortal king can be opened to impact the real immortal king realm. However, because Chen Luo's background is too deep, it takes a lot of spirit power to completely convert the immortal spirit power in his body into the original immortal power. Even after absorbing so much original strange light, only 50% of the immortal spirit power has turned into original immortal power, and the remaining 50% is still ordinary immortal spirit power. It seems that it still takes a lot of time. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. However, after comprehending the origin of chaos, my strength has been increased several times. I can even use the original power to perfectly activate the Mother Qi of all matter cauldron and the Void Mirror. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice. Although the Immortal King tool can also be activated with ordinary immortal spirit power, its explosive power is still far inferior to that of the original immortal power. Now, Chen Luo has obtained the origin of chaos, and transformed half of the immortal spirit power in his body into the original immortal power, which can fully activate the power of the Immortal King weapon, and suppress and kill the top powerhouses of the Immortal King mid-rank. Chapter 505 Strange Secret Realm. Next, let's continue to explore this secret realm. Chen Luo then put away his own aura. After comprehending the origin of chaos in 2 months, turning half of the body into the origin of immortal power, it was far beyond Chen Luo's expectations. Chen Luo's original goal for himself was to break through the Immortal King realm within 2 years. Now, in just over 2 months, I have made such progress. Afterwards, even if there were not many chances, Chen Luo could use the continuous smelting of the underworld furnace and return the cultivation effects of the disciples of Teiku Immortal City and Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and in a relatively short period of time, the remaining immortal spirit power completely turned into the power of the origin of the immortal way. Let's keep going. Chen Luo then stopped his practice, and said to Mu Luli and the others next to him. Yes, Master. Mu Luli and others came to Chen Luo's side, holding Chen Luo's arm tightly. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo led Mu Luli and the others to continue galloping towards the depths of the secret realm of Wanmo Mountain. The secret realm of this Wanmo mountain is extremely huge, like a vast and boundless minor world. Even if Chen Luo used the power of the avenue of space to shuttle continuously, he still did not reach the end. Moreover, in every area of the secret realm, there is a large piece of ruins and dust. It seems that the whole world is composed of ruins. The deep ruins and occasional spiritual plants make this secret realm extremely different. In the sky above this secret realm, there are still countless sun and moon stars. Could it be, this is not a secret realm, but a brand new world? Looking at this almost limitless world and the bright stars in the sky, Chen Luo seemed to realize something. This secret realm is too wrong, it doesn't look like a secret realm at all. First of all, it is very strange that the laws of heaven and earth in a secret realm can be completely equivalent to chiming immortal world. This so-called secret realm of Wanmo Mountain can actually accommodate giants above true immortal. Obviously, the law of heaven and earth here is higher than that of Ancient Desolate Continent. Conventional secret world laws are the same as the main world, or lower than the main world. There has never been a secret realm that relies on the world, and the law can be higher than the main world. From ancient times to the present, this is the iron law, without exception. Moreover, the sun, moon and star in the sky are so real, it seems like Chen Luo has returned to the previous world. The bright starlight is so dazzling, as if it is real. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Mu Luli and the others were stupefied. A brand new world? Isn't this just an ordinary secret realm? Su Mingxianyan also felt that something was wrong, and this Su Mingxianyan was also a well-informed existence. Soon he realized the problem, and his eyes were stunned. Let's continue to explore. No matter whether it's a brand new world or not, we've entered now, we have to find a way out. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. Now that his strength has reached this point, Chen Luo will not have any worries whether this secret realm is the real world or not. Absolute strength can crush everything. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo led everyone to continue exploring in this dream space. At the same time, Chen Luo unfolded his own soul power and surged towards the surroundings, wanting to quickly explore this area. Half an hour later, after in-depth exploration, Chen Luo finally discovered a lot of strange beasts and various fierce beasts on the edge of this secret realm. The strength of these ferocious beasts is not outstanding, they are basically low-level ferocious beasts below the holy realm, and to the current Chen Luo, they are no different from ants. Chen Luo ignored these beasts, but continued to explore the edge area. Since there are ferocious beasts here, there must be other beings. After a while, after passing through a large area of ruins, Chen Luo found a huge shield on the edge of the ruins. This shield blocks all the inspirations around it, and it looks extremely mysterious. Master, I feel that my spirit power seems to be slowly dissipating after I get close to here. At this time, Mu Luli, who was next to Chen Luo, suddenly said. Master, mine is the same. The spirit power in my body is disappearing inexplicably, and I can't control it at all. Xuexing Tong also had a face full of shock. Chen Luo frowned slightly, then held the hands of the two, and began to explore the situation inside the two. However, with Chen Luo's cultivation base, it was also impossible to detect any problems with their bodies. Can only feel the continuous loss of spirit power. The speed of the loss made Chen Luo startled. If this continues, the spirit power of the two will completely dissipate within half an hour. You must know that both of them have already reached the Great Emperor realm, and both of them have very top physiques. It is impossible for spirit power to dissipate slowly for no reason, and it is still at such a terrifying speed. Try and see if you can absorb the spirit power around you. Chen Luo continued. Now Chen Luo has no solution, he can only see if the two can absorb spirit power. The two nodded, and then slowly absorbed the spirit power of the surrounding world, but no matter how they absorbed it, the spirit power in their bodies could not recover at all, and was even passing away rapidly. No, Master, we can't absorb spirit power anymore. The two of them turned slightly pale, and then said slowly. Chen Luo frowned tightly, unable to absorb the spirit power, and the spirit power passed away so quickly. Soon, the spirit power in Xiao Bai's body also dissipated slowly, making a creaking sound. Seeing that the spirit power of several people was like this, Chen Luo also realized that something was wrong. Could it be related to this shield? Chen Luo then looked at the huge shield next to him. This shield is extremely huge, and there is a layer of black metal around it, completely covering everything inside. There are extremely dense Dao patterns on the black metal, and the Dao patterns are accompanied by special power. Chen Luo has never seen this kind of power. However, Chen Luo could feel that the power of this shield was completely different from spirit power, but it was also extremely powerful and possessed extremely strong spiritual power. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Luo then activated a terrifying source of chaotic power, bombarding towards the shield in front of him. Boom! With the bombardment of Chen Luo's original power, the black metal in front was quickly collapsed and turned into dust. The surrounding shields were completely torn apart in an instant, and countless dust billowed up, blocking the vision of several people. After a while, the dust slowly dissipated, and the scene inside the black metal shield appeared in front of Chen Luo and others. How is it possible? At the scene in front of him, Chen Luo lost his voice, and a look of astonishment that had never been seen on his face appeared on his face. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 506 Are We Devils? After the black metal shield was broken, there seemed to be a faint light blue film inside. Chen Luo was shocked by the scenes in the film, and his face was shocked. I saw that in the faint light blue film, there are extremely prosperous high-rise buildings, shining neon lights, and cars speeding on the wide streets. Around the high-rise buildings, there are still people full of future technological aircraft. All of this makes Chen Luo seem to have returned to that world. No, it is a more future world than that world. Chen Luo even saw a lot of robots patrolling the streets, and occasionally saw some people in modern clothes. There is no spirit power in these people, it seems that there is another power. Master, here, why are the people in here dressed so strangely? Mu Luli, who was on the side, saw the modern costumes of the human race in the film, and said in a low voice. Especially those women, dressed so boldly that the fabrics on their bodies couldn't hide their beautiful figures at all. Mu Luli also saw a man and a woman kissing passionately on the street. This kind of behavior made Mu Luli's cheeks flushed. Is this something I can watch? Chen Luo had a dazed look on his face. He never expected that there would be such an unknown world hidden in the secret realm of Wanmo Mountain. Shuexing Tong next to him was attracted by those aircraft, cars, and various modern futuristic pictures. Strange, those magical items can fly without spirit power, and those strange carriages. Shuexing Tong said doubtfully, her cute eyes filled with question marks. A polluter has been detected, and the threat level of this polluter has exceeded level 10. Citizens are requested to go to the underground shelter immediately. At this moment, a rapid electronic sound rang out from inside the film. The rapid electronic sound sounded, and the film world became extremely chaotic, and a large number of human races fled towards the underground shelter. A polluter whose threat level exceeds level 10, my god, why do we have such a terrifying polluter here? It's over, we don't have transcendent level shenicists here, and we can't withstand the impact of 10th level polluters. It's terrifying. It's worthy of being a polluter with a threat level over 10. Our super level protective shield can't stop it at all, and it shattered directly. I don't know if the underground shelter can stop the impact of these polluters. If not, stop talking nonsense, there is definitely no way to stop it here. Those people who kept running away screamed in despair while fleeing, their voices were extremely miserable. Soon, the originally bustling world became extremely deserted, and everyone entered the underground shelter. Master, the polluters they are talking about are not us. Mu Luli said in confusion, looking at the chaotic world ahead. Now here, apart from them, there is no one else. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. It was very possible, but what kind of polluters were they talking about? When did I become a polluter? And what is the transcendent level Shinik master they said? Swish swish swish. At this time, 3 huge aircraft flew out of the film world. These aircraft are made of top-grade alloys, the surface is extremely smooth, and there seems to be quite strange energy constantly surging inside. Pollutant, leave our area immediately, otherwise, we will take an extreme offensive. An extremely low voice came from an aircraft in the middle. Leave? Extreme offensive, let's show your extreme offensive. I want to see how capable you are. Chen Luo said lightly. Now Chen Luo's cultivation base has reached the peak of true immortal, and he has also comprehended the origin of chaos. His strength is already capable of pushing down ordinary immortal king powerhouses. Chen Luo doesn't think that they have the strength to match his own with just a few aircraft. Ha ha ha. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, the wings of the 3 huge aircraft in front began to fold, and many arms and huge precision alloys protruded from the aircraft. After a while, these 3 flying machines with strange energy turned into 3 sharp mechs exuding this majestic aura. Mu Luli and the others were not frightened by the scene in front of them. Although the scene was a bit strange, the aura emitted by these mechs was not strong. Even for Mu Luli and Xue Xing Tong, they belonged to a very weak category. Boom! Laser blades appeared in the hands of the 3 mechas in front of them, and they attacked Chen Luo from inside. However, before these mechas approached Chen Luo, they were enveloped by an invisible force, and the seemingly indestructible armors were constantly collapsing and turning into dust. How is it possible? This is the latest 21st generation Ziguang combat mech, how is it possible? There was a sharp roar from the mecha, and extreme fear filled my heart. Stab! Chen Luo shook his right hand lightly, and suddenly, that force became even stronger. The violent impact quickly tore the 3 mechs completely and wiped them away, causing countless dust to fly. After the mecha was shattered, 3 young men in black shirts with frightened faces appeared. Name, Zhao Lin. Realm, 9th level psychiatrist. Identity, Chen Guangxing, a member of the Psychiatrist Association. Name, Zhu Jiming. Realm, 8th level psychiatrist. Identity, Chen Guangxing, a member of the Psychiatrist Association. Name Li Guiming. Realm, 8th level psychiatrist. Identity, Chen Guangxing, a member of the Psychiatrist Association. Psychiatrist? Psychiatrist Association? Morning Star? Here is Morning Star, it seems. You, don't be too happy, we have already reported to the Shinik Masters Association, and soon there will be Master Shinik Masters of the Transcendent level coming to deal with you. The 9th level spirit in the center reader Zhao Lin said tremblingly. Even if we die, there are still thousands of us, you devils, who will eventually perish. Zhao Lin continued, his pupils constricted violently, as if there was great fear in his heart. The other 2 people around were completely speechless under the pressure of Chen Luo's breath, but their bodies kept trembling, as if they were terrified to the extreme and completely lost the ability to think. We are devil. Mu Luli and Xue Xing Tong both looked confused. What's the matter with these people? They say they are polluters as soon as they show up, and now even the devil has jumped out. Devil? Have you ever seen such a beautiful and lovely devil? Mu Luli snorted coldly and continued. Chapter 507, Shinik Era. When Zhao Lin and the others heard Mu Luli's words, they turned around quickly, and were immediately attracted by Mu Luli's pure and beautiful face. They have never seen such a beautiful woman, she is as perfect as a handicraft, without any blemishes. Not only Mu Luli, but the rebellious Xue Xing Tong is also so charming and flawless. There are still female polluters. Zhao Lin swallowed and said tremblingly, not daring to look at the 2 of them again. It seems that he is afraid that if he looks at the two of them again, he will sink completely and fall into the eternal underworld. Answer me some questions, maybe, I can give you a way to survive. Chen Luo ignored Zhao Lin's words, but spoke lightly. To Chen Luo, these two guys were no different from ants. However, Chen Luo wanted to know about the world from these people. After all, this is a strange world, and now, Chen Luo knows nothing about this world. The few people in front of me who can control mechs are good entry points. You, can you not kill us? Zhao Lin was stunned for a moment, and looked at Chen Luo in a daze, as if he had heard something incredible. What is this place, what is the polluter you are talking about, and what is that genicist? Chen Luo continued to ask. Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong next to him also stared at Zhao Lin curiously. I hope you can keep your promise. This is Chenguang Star Baiwan City. The polluters are naturally those of you who have absorbed too much spiritual qi and been polluted by spiritual qi. Zhao Lin took a deep breath, and then said slowly. Sure enough, we are the polluters they are talking about. Mu Luli said quietly. Contaminated by spiritual qi? What does that mean? Is there something wrong with the spiritual qi here? Xue Xingtong grasped the crux of the problem and asked. Of course, spiritual qi is poisonous, so you can't absorb it at will. If you absorb spiritual qi, you will lose your mind, and eventually become a madman who only knows how to kill, exterminating everything. Zhao Lin seemed to have thought of something terrible, then said tremblingly. Spiritual qi is poisonous. If you absorb spiritual qi, you will become a lunatic. Chen Luo frowned. Then we have spirit power on us, why didn't we become lunatics? You are not lying to us. Mu Luli looked up and said, bursts of gorgeous spirit power swayed all over her body. Although Mu Luli's spirit power is dissipating, there is still a lot of spirit power in her body. Looking at the spirit power constantly surging on Mu Luli's body, Zhao Lin suddenly felt his hairs stand on end, struggling desperately, as if he wanted to escape instinctively. The other two companions next to him had already passed out completely under extreme fear. I don't know. This is a well-known thing. If you absorb spirit power, you will become a lunatic. Maybe you are special. Zhao Lin panted heavily, and then said in fear. Although Chen Luo and the others looked very normal, the fear of the polluters seemed to have been imprinted into their bones. Even seeing the appearance of spiritual qi felt extreme fear. Chen Luo frowned slightly. It seemed that these people were too low-level and didn't know anything substantive. Chen Luo was not surprised. No matter when, those useful information were in the hands of high-end and top-level people. Ordinary people, even some elites, could not touch some things. No matter in the Ancient Desolate Continent, or in the Blue Star in Chen Luo's previous life, nothing has changed. Tell me about the Shinik Master. Chen Luo continued to ask. Psychic? Psychic is a transcendent who can master psychic power. They can go to the sky and enter the earth, and they have extraordinary power. In the more than 20 Shinik periods of our Chenguang star, there are only 7 Shinik Masters. However, every Shinik Master is incomparably noble, and belongs to a superior existence in our Shinik universe. Zhao Lin then said slowly, his eyes full of envy. The transcendent who has mastered spiritual power. Chen Luo frowned. It seems that the special power in those human bodies is Shinik power. When Chen Luo inspected this film world just now, Chen Luo discovered that there are some special and incomparable powers in some human bodies. Although that power is not as powerful as spirit power, it is quite powerful and has a lot of potential. Obviously, those powers are psychic powers. What are the more than 20 Shinik periods you are talking about? It is the unique timing method of this world. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. This world is not like the Ancient Desolate Continent, but is dominated by Shinik energy. It is an age of Shinik energy. That's right, more than 20 psychic periods have passed since the beginning of the psychic age, and now it's the 27th psychic period, and the 27th psychic period is 2060. Zhaolin then answered Chen Luo's question. How many years is a Shinnik age? 110,000 year. Zhaolin replied. As soon as Zhaolin's words came out, Chen Luo, Mu Luli and others beside him were stunned. 110,000 years of a Shinnik era. In other words, the era of Shinniks has already opened more than 10,000 years. Interesting, I didn't expect this world to exist for such a long time. Anyway, let's take a look at this so-called Shinnik age. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then said slowly. Although I don't know why the secret realm of Wanmo Mountain is a brand new and unknown world. However, Chen Luo had a faint feeling that this world had a huge secret. The Lord of Infinity left behind this secret realm, maybe it has some special meaning. You agreed not to kill us. Zhaolin looked at Chen Luo's slowly raised right hand, and then said fearfully. I won't kill you. Chen Luo whispered. 3 black demon seeds with strange power emerged from Chen Luo's palm. Shinnik Universe, Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf Star is a planet in the frontier universe of the psychic universe. Although it is located in the outskirts of the psychic universe, it is indeed the most powerful planet among the hundreds of planets around it. The Psychic Association has set up a branch in the Silver Wolf Star, managing hundreds of planets around it. Boom! In a barren area of Silver Wolf Star, a young man wearing a black martial Dao uniform punched heavily. Suddenly, the space in front of him shattered, and countless black vortexes swept out, as if to swallow everything. Angkor, Qin Guangxing sent a request for help, and a 10th level polluter appeared on Qin Guangxing. At this moment, a young man in white spiritual armor came to the side of the young man in martial Dao uniform, and said respectfully. Oh? A 10th level polluter. It's interesting. I didn't expect such a powerful monster to appear in that place. It's interesting. I can finally exercise my muscles. The man in the black martial Dao suit twisted his own neck, his eyes full of emotion. P.S. This world is just a foreshadowing, it involves some previous settings, and it will be resolved soon. By the way, since you have seen this, then, hand over your power generation with love, QAQ. Chapter 508, The Origin of the Era. By the way, Angkor, do you need to let those mecha masters from Silver Wolf Star go together? The polluters that threaten level 10 are still quite powerful, so it's better to be careful. The man in spirit armor, the young man hesitated, with a little worry in his eyes. The polluters polluted by spiritual qi are hard to calculate their true strength due to the variety of means they possess. Therefore, the power is divided according to the level of threat. A polluter with a level 10 threat can easily destroy a city, and even cause irreversible damage to the entire planet. Even a transcendent level Shinicist cannot easily deal with a 10th level threatening polluter. It's okay, I'm enough alone. Wu Xiao said with a slight smile. After finishing speaking, Wu Xiao raised his right hand lightly, and a faint spiritual energy emerged from Wu Xiao's hand. After this faint Shinnik energy appeared, there was also a terrifying spiritual pressure, which seemed to freeze everything around. The surrounding area seemed to form a realm, which made the spirit armor youth feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Realm, this is realm, Wu, Angkor, you have broken through to King rank Shinicist. Sensing the terrifying aura around him, the spiritual armor youth continued tremblingly, his eyes full of respect, the color of fanaticism. The age of spiritual energy has opened more than 10,000 years, and a complete system has been formed. From Shinnik 1st level, to Shinnik 9th level, after that is to condense the spiritual core, break through the Shinnik master, and master the ability to control the sky. After a Shinicist reaches 9th level, he becomes a king rank Shinicist, who can condense realm. The subsequent holy rank, emperor rank, is also divided into 1 to 9th level. According to legend, there is also a god level Shinicist, a top powerhouse who can easily control a star field. It's just half-step king rank, but it's more than enough to deal with a small 10th level polluter. Wu Xiao said slowly, his eyes full of confidence. King rank shenicists have powerful realm powers, and they don't have much pressure to deal with ordinary 10th level polluters. And Wu Xiao considers himself a top talent, mastering the powerful supernatural power, naturally has the ability to leapfrog combat. Angkor is indeed the pride of the Shinik Association. He broke through to the half-step king rank when he was less than 100 years old. He will definitely continue to break through in the future and become a Shinik master of the holy rank or even the emperor rank. The spirit armor youth then he said frantically, his eyes filled with excitement. Ha, you think Shinik masters are so easy to break through, and still have emperor rank, why don't you say that I have the posture of a god rank? Wu Xiao rolled his eyes. As a member of the Martial Dao Association, Wu Xiao clearly knows how difficult it is for a god-level Shinik master to break through. He is just an ordinary arrogance of the Shinik Association, and breaking through the holy rank is already his dream. God rank, that is something only the most talented talent in the universe can think about. God-level Shinik masters are the real pinnacle masters of this universe. Angkor will definitely do it. The spirit armor youth continued excitedly. Okay, stop bragging, give me the information, and I'll meet that 10th level polluter for a while. Wu Xiao interrupted the spirit armor youth, and continued. Shinik Universe, Dawn Star. White Plains City Library. In the library, a young man in casual sportswear was flipping through an old book. The temperament of the youth is dusty, and his facial features are handsome and straight. Even if he only wears training sportswear, it is difficult to conceal his extraordinary temperament. So that's the case, has the Shinicist developed to this scale? Chen Luo looked at the records in the ancient book in his hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The young man was Chen Luo. After subduing those people who used the Dao Heart Demon, Chen Luo entered Baiwen City, ready to take a good look at the things in this spiritual world. This library management has a large number of ancient books, which record many things, including various things of this era. In a short period of time, relying on powerful soul power, he has already checked all the ancient books in this library. After reading so many classics, Chen Luo already has a thorough understanding of this era. This universe is the same as the world where the Ancient Desolate Continent is located. It turned out to be the world of spiritual qi, and the cultivation civilization is very brilliant. However, at the end of the spiritual qi era, something seems to have happened. Spiritual qi completely disappeared for tens of 10,000 years. This world, like Chen Luo's previous world, began to continuously improve its technology and achieved a lot of results. After dozens of 10,000 years, this universe restarted the recovery of spiritual qi. It was originally thought that the recovery of spiritual qi was the start of the re-glory of the cultivation civilization. However, unexpectedly, this is the beginning of this universe nightmare. After the slow recovery of spiritual qi, there was no problem at first, but as the recovery of spiritual qi continued, more and more people absorbed spirit power. Gradually, those who absorbed spirit power began to lose their minds, and countless evil thoughts grew, and finally, they couldn't control themselves at all, and became complete lunatics. This universe is full of chaos, the order has completely collapsed, and the universe has been on the verge of collapse several times. It is even going to be completely silent. During that darkest time, the universe's top scholars discovered brand new Shinik abilities. After that, after a brutal struggle, most of the guys in the entire universe who had absorbed spiritual qi and turned into lunatics were eliminated. Moreover, the top scholars of the Shinik universe have also researched various means to curb the emergence of spirit power. However, due to the strength of spiritual qi, it cannot be completely eliminated, so there are still many territories in this universe that are shrouded by endless spiritual qi. This is a realm that even top Shinicists can't step into. And from time to time, many people absorb spirit power and become polluted by spiritual qi. After they are polluted, they will kill everything crazily. I don't know if I can break through the realm of the immortal king in this universe. Chen Luo closed the book, then murmured in a low voice. These days, the cultivation base in his body is still growing. In this world, he can also receive the rewards of cultivation effects from the disciples of Mount Everest and Taigu Immortal City. Moreover, in Chen Luo's body, there are still a large number of treasures, which are continuously smelted by the underworld's furnace, helping Chen Luo turn the immortal spirit power into the original immortal power. Chen Luo estimated that in less than half a month, the original celestial power in his body would reach its peak. At that time, they will be able to attack the realm of the immortal king. Master, look, does this look good? At this time, a clear and pleasant voice sounded. A pure and beautiful girl with delicate features like a fairy appeared in front of Chen Luo. The girl was wearing a black sweater with a bright pleated skirt on her lower body. The hazy white silk perfectly outlined the girl's long and slender legs, showing her beauty. Chapter 509, Wu Xiao's Fear. Luo Li. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, he didn't expect Mu Loli to look amazing in this modern attire. Especially the white silk brought back some wonderful memories for Chen Luo. Mu Loli then went to Chen Luo's side and hugged Chen Luo's arm. Master, do you like this? Mu Loli saw that Chen Luo seemed to be attracted by the own white silk, and then held Chen Luo's hand, letting him feel the beauty of her thigh. Ahem, it's okay, it's quite moist. Chen Luo took a deep breath and continued. This little girl is getting better and better. Master. At this time, another crisp voice sounded. Wearing a pale yellow floral dress, Xue Xingtong appeared with a cool demeanor. Although it was just an ordinary pale yellow floral dress, Chen Luo's eyes lit up under Xue Xingtong's almost invincible temperament and appearance. Sensing Chen Luo's slightly fiery gaze, Xue Xingtong couldn't help feeling a tinge of joy in her heart. By the way, you two, are you still losing the spirit power in your body? Chen Luo took a deep breath and asked. Before entering Baiwen City, Chen Luo used the Suandi Forbidden Immortal technique to completely seal the spirit power of the two of them in his body, hoping to prevent its loss by this method. Master, I tried it, as long as you don't use the spirit power, it won't be lost. Mu Loli continued. Xue Xingtong also nodded. Although the spirit power cannot be used, in this universe, the soul power does not seem to be affected in any way. Therefore, the two of them are able to run freely on this planet just by relying on their tyrannical soul power. That's fine. After I break through the realm, let's go outside and take a look at this psychic universe. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. This era of Shinik energy has developed to a very terrifying point, and there are even god-level Shinik masters. Chen Luo was not sure if there would be the terrifying existence of the immortal king here. Therefore, Chen Luo plans to hide here for a while, and after he breaks through the immortal king, he will go outside to explore the secrets of this world. And, finding a way to go back to the ancient desolate continent. Master, let's go outside for a stroll, there are many interesting things in this world. Mu Loli then said to Chen Luo. Xue Xingtong on the side also looked at Chen Luo expectantly, obviously also quite curious about this world. Then let's go and have a look. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then agreed to the two of them. After all, now Chen Luo does not need to cultivate himself to improve his cultivation base. Moreover, Chen Luo also has a lot of interest in this world that seems to be different from the world in his previous life. Yet, Master is the best. Mu Loli said excitedly. Immediately afterwards, several people left the library and began to play around in the morning light star. Amusement parks, shopping malls, all kinds of attractions, food. During the constant play, Chen Luo felt as if he had returned to the world of his previous life. What was different from his previous life was that there was such terrifying energy as Shinik energy here. There are also two pure and lovely apprentices, Mu Luli and Shui Xin Tong. Time passed slowly, and more immortal spirit powers in Chen Luo's body turned into original level immortal energy. Morning light beyond the stars. A huge starship is slowly speeding towards the morning light star. Is there really a 10th level polluter on this Chen Guang star? Inside the starship, Wu Xiao looked at the huge planet in front of him and murmured in a low voice. In Wu Xiao's hand, there was also a metal round mirror. On the metal round mirror, there are tiny red dots. These red dots represent the polluters in the morning star. It's just that these little red dots are extremely faint, obviously just some very weak polluters hiding in the spiritual qi area. Could it be that the people from Qinguangxing lied about the military situation? Wu Xiaoli looked at the round mirror in his hand, full of doubts. Level 10 polluters have not been detected, do you want to continue to Morning Star? At this time, a clear and melodious mechanical voice sounded in the starship. Go on. Wu Xiao took a deep breath and continued. After receiving Wu Xiao's order, the starship galloped forward at a very fast speed. Soon, the starship arrived at Dawn Star. After entering the Morning Light Star, Wu Xiao parked the starship above the Morning Light Star, and galloped towards the location of Baiwen City. After breaking through the Shinik 9th level Shinik Master, he has already mastered the ability of Yukong. Wu Xiao is a Shinicist of half-step king rank, so he can naturally fly in the morning light. Morning Star is at the edge of the universe, and most of the area here is covered by spiritual qi, so there are only 3 inhabitable cities, Baihu City, Baiwen City and Beimo City. White Plains is the most prosperous of the 3 cities. What kind of monster is it? It even completely destroyed the ultra-level shield. After a while, Wu Xiao saw the black shield fragments scattered around outside Baiwen City, and his face was full of horror. Others don't know, but as the pride of the Shinik Association, he couldn't be more clear. Although the positions of each area are different, these black shields are all unified, and are made by the top-level Dao Great Master of the Shinik Association, using super top-level materials. This shield can isolate spirit power, has very strong defense and regeneration. It can be said that even for ordinary emperor rank Shinicists, if they don't know the materials of these shields, it is very difficult to break them. It is also these top-level black shields that give this era an unparalleled sense of security. But now, this black shield, which was so powerful that it could almost withstand the attacks of emperor rank Shinicists, unexpectedly broke like this. Obviously, it suffered an unimaginable terrorist impact, completely extinction of the regeneration of this material. It shouldn't be the polluter who did it. If it is true, then what kind of 10th level polluter is this? Even a 10th level polluter is nothing more than that. Thinking of this, countless cold sweats broke out on Wu Xiao's forehead, and fear spread unconsciously in his heart. There is no limit to polluters, there are 10 levels above, 10 first level, 10 second level, 10 third level. It is said that in the spirit area with the strongest spiritual qi, there are polluters beyond the 14th, or even the 5th level. That is an existence that even God-level Shinicists dare not provoke. No matter if it's true or not, I can't stay here anymore. I'm the pride of the Psychic Association. There must be no accidents. Even if there is only a slight possibility, I can't. Wu Xiao swallowed his saliva, turned around quickly, and prepared to leave Qinguangxing as quickly as possible. It's all here, it's not appropriate to just leave like this. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded in Wu Xiao's ears. Chapter 510 Purple Spirit Crystal. The moment the voice sounded, Wu Xiao felt his body was completely shocked. It seemed that there was an incomparably terrifying force that ruthlessly suppressed Wu Xiao's body, making Wu Xiao feel a very strong sense of oppression. This feeling even made Wu Xiao feel like he was facing the president of the Shinik Association. This feeling is even more terrifying than facing the president of the Shinik Association. Could it be, the 10th level threatening polluter? No. Impossible, how could the 10th level threatening polluter appear here? Wu Xiao's body trembled unceasingly, his fear made him almost lose his mind. Misunderstood. Misunderstood, I was just passing by. Wu Xiao suppressed the fear in his heart, then said tremblingly. Ha. The space in front of Wu Xiao was distorted, and Chen Luo, who was wearing a white shirt, appeared in front of Wu Xiao. Name, Wu Xiao. Realm, half-step king rank Shinicist. Identity, member of the Shinik Association. Wu Xiao's identity information appeared in Chen Luo's mind. Misunderstanding, is it really a misunderstanding? Chen Luo said lightly, with an extremely indifferent expression. Since Zhaolin and the others were completely subdued, Chen Luo already learned from their mouths that the Psychic Association would send people over. After Wu Xiao entered the Morning Light Star, Chen Luo sensed its existence. Originally, Chen Luo wanted to wait for Wu Xiao to enter Baiwen City before arresting him. Unexpectedly, this guy planned to run away before entering Baiwen City, so Chen Luo would naturally not let him go. The moment he realized that he was going to run away, he launched a means to suppress a total of half-step king rank Shinicists. Wu Xiao opened his mouth and looked at Chen Luo with fear. The inspiration in Chen Luo's body was so powerful that he felt a terrible threat. Be honest, I'll give you a way to survive. Chen Luo said lightly. Then a demon seed condensed and flew directly into Wu Xiao's mind. This Wu Xiao is a member of the Psychic Association, so he must know a little more than the few psychiatrists at the beginning. Wu Xiao clenched his teeth and suppressed the fear in his heart. He knew that he had no choice now. If he didn't want to die, he could only follow Chen Luo's will. Soon, under the root of the demon seed, Wu Xiao was easily subdued. Like Zhaolin and others, they all became Chen Luo's subordinates. Meet the master. After Wu Xiao was completely controlled by the Dao Heart Demon, the awe of Chen Luo in his heart had reached the extreme, without any rebellious heart. Now you send a message to go back and say that the polluter of Chen Guang Star has been dealt with, don't let me be exposed. Chen Luo first ordered Wu Xiao to help him cover up his identity. Chen Luo has not yet broken through the immortal king realm, and he does not want to enter the field of vision of the most peak human race powerhouses in this universe with such a high profile. Yes, master, I'll arrange it right away. Wu Xiao took a deep breath, and said respectfully. Immediately afterwards, Wu Xiao remotely summoned the starship, took out the own communication tool, and conveyed the thoughts Chen Luo wanted to express to Silver Wolf Star and the branch of the Shinik Association. Chen Luo also entered the starship, looking at the technological crystallization of this era. Although this starship is not comparable to those super-large battleships, it is also a valuable aircraft. Many unrealized technologies in Chen Luo's previous life were fully realized here. Strong artificial intelligence, controllable nuclear weapons, quantum weapons, space folding, five-dimensional weapons. Many top-notch technological means and super materials are flooding this era. Chen Luo discovered that the strength of some artificially synthesized materials on this starship is no less than that of some saint weapons from the ancient desolate continent. This is just starships, stronger battleships, universe spaceships, super fleets. Those materials may have reached an extremely terrifying level. Hey, what is this? Suddenly, Chen Luo found a blue-purple crystal in a room. The crystal is blue-purple throughout and sits above a white metal operating table. There is an invisible gravitational force on the console, making this blue-purple crystal float and rotate continuously. Chen Luo could feel that there seemed to be a very wonderful power contained in this blue-purple crystal, which was different from spirit power. However, after getting close to this blue-purple crystal, Chen Luo felt that the transformation of the original immortal power in his body seemed to have been improved. Master, this is the purple spirit crystal, which contains very rich energy. A single purple spirit crystal can support a starship for 100 years. Wu Xiao then said slowly, introducing this blue spirit crystal to Chen Luo. Purple crystals. Purple Spirit Crystal, it turned out to be Purple Spirit Crystal. A trace of surprise flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. He had seen the record of this Purple Spirit Crystal in the library, and the Purple Spirit Crystal contained extremely strong energy. It can be said that the appearance of this Purple Spirit Crystal has greatly alleviated the energy problem and provided a very stable logistical support for this universe. However, this Purple Spirit Crystal is also extremely precious, a strategic resource. However, Chen Luo didn't expect that this Purple Spirit Crystal could accelerate the transformation of own original immortal power. Although the effect is not as good as the Origin Strange Light, it is also more powerful than ordinary immortal crystal. Chen Luo then took a right hand, and the Purple Spirit Crystal on the console flew into Chen Luo's hands. After the Purple Spirit Crystal flew into Chen Luo's hands, Chen Luo directly absorbed the power in the Purple Spirit Crystal. After absorbing the power of the Purple Spirit Crystal, Chen Luo felt that his original immortal power had transformed at a terrifying speed. The effect is so strong. Feeling the continuous transformation of the fairy spirit power in his body, Chen Luo was a little stunned. If that's the case, I won't be able to. Wow! At this moment, the energy of the Purple Spirit Crystal was completely absorbed by Chen Luo, and the originally extremely transparent Purple Spirit Crystal was completely turned into fly ash at this moment. This is gone. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this Purple Spirit Crystal was so impatient. It disappeared after just a few breaths. However, this effect is really heaven-defying, Chen Luo couldn't help thinking in his heart. Just one Purple Spirit Crystal transformed Chen Luo's original immortal power from 60% to 65%. In other words, if there are 7 more Purple Spirit Crystals, Chen Luo will be able to completely transform the immortal spirit power in his body into the original immortal power, and then he will be able to impact the realm of Immortal King. Moreover, the many strange energies contained in this Purple Spirit Crystal, even after Chen Luo broke through to the Immortal King, he can also rely on the strange energy contained in the Purple Spirit Crystal to increase the speed of his own strength to an extreme. At this moment, Chen Luo seems to have seen a way to quickly improve the cultivation base. Chapter 511 10 Origins of Immortal Power. If there are enough Purple Spirit Crystals, not only breaking through the Immortal King, but the realm after the Immortal King can also be upgraded quickly. After all, Chen Luo is a chaos immortal body, without any bottleneck, and has successfully comprehended the origin of chaos. Theoretically speaking, as long as there is enough energy, there is no limit to the speed of improvement. Wu Xiao on the side looked at the Purple Spirit Crystal whose energy was easily drained, his mouth was wide open, and his face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that this starship could use the Purple Spirit Crystal for 100 years, and it was completely absorbed by Chen Luo in just a few breaths. This strength is definitely 10 4th level, and even 10 5th level polluters. This kind of powerful polluter, even the top god level Shinik masters of their Shinik association may not be able to handle it. Where is this Purple Spirit Crystal? I need these things, the more the better. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then said to Wu Xiao beside him. Now that he knew that this thing was useful to him, of course Chen Luo would not let it go. Master, the Purple Spirit Crystal is controlled by the people of the Psychic Association. The people of the Psychic Association are very strict about its outflow and use. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. I still want to join the Psychic Crystal. The association, after making a huge contribution, I was rewarded with an exceptional reward from the Shinik Society. Wu Xiao pondered for a moment, then continued. Being controlled by people from the Shinik Association. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. However, Chen Luo was not surprised. This top-level strategic resource, as the most powerful force in the psychic universe, must of course be firmly in his hands. In that case, should we forcibly snatch it from the hands of the Shinik Association? A thought flashed in Chen Luo's mind. This thing was too important to him. Chen Luo didn't want to give up so easily. Master, if the master is in urgent need, I know some people from other forces, and maybe I can trade with them to get some. At this time, Wu Xiao continued. Isn't this purple spirit crystal completely controlled by the Shinik society? A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. Yes, but there are some people who won't use the purple spirit crystal at all, and it's okay to trade it privately, as long as it's not discovered by the Psychic Association. Wu Xiao explained. Chen Luo nodded. Although this thing contains abundant energy, it is not a treasure for everyone. Then go trade and collect purple spirit crystals for me, and collect as much as you can. Chen Luo said slowly. Yes, Master. Wu Xiao then said respectfully. These things should be quite valuable in your universe, right? I've given them to you, don't let me down. At this time, Chen Luo took out another interspatial ring and handed it to Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao took over the interspatial ring, inspected it, and immediately found that there were a large number of elixir in this interspatial ring, and the number had reached thousands. Most of them are 1,000-year, and even 10,000 years elixir, releasing a very strong spirit power. This. Master, there are so many elixirs. Looking at the many elixirs in the interspatial ring, Wu Xiao's breathing became short of breath, his body trembled slightly, and he almost couldn't control his own emotions. Although people in this universe cannot absorb spirit power, the elixir refined from elixir belongs to the very precious medicine pill. After removing spiritual qi, it has a very heaven-defying effect when combined with Shinik energy. Since many elixir are in the spirit zone, no one can enter and pick them up. Therefore, elixir is a very precious spiritual item in this universe, even more precious than some top-level materials. Even an ordinary 1,000-year elixir is worth as much as a purple spirit crystal. In other words, if these elixirs were exchanged for the same amount of purple spirit crystals, Chen Luo could be exchanged for tens of thousands, or even more, of purple spirit crystals. Master, I will do my best to do things for Master. Wu Xiao's mood was extremely agitated. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo was so generous, and directly gave so many elixir, asking himself to help. No wonder some people are willing to cooperate with polluters. In the Shinik universe, there are also some polluters who can occasionally maintain their sanity, so it is the people of the Shinik universe who take great risks to cooperate with them. Wu Xiao didn't understand before, why he made such a fuss when he knew that the polluters were so dangerous. Now Wu Xiao knows that some of the resources controlled by the polluters are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Chen Luo naturally didn't know these thoughts in Wu Xiao's heart, but Chen Luo didn't care if he knew. With the demon seed, Wu Xiao couldn't get out of Chen Luo's control at all, and as long as he helped him collect the purple spirit crystal, Chen Luo didn't care about other things. After Chen Luo once again obtained some information about the Shinik Association and other top forces in the universe from Wu Xiao, he asked Wu Xiao to leave, and tried his best to help him trade and obtain the purple spirit crystal. In the following time, since Wu Xiao had sent a message to the top and solved the threat of the morning light star, the black shield was also reloaded. Therefore, no other forces are looking for trouble for Chen Luo. Chen Luo was among the stars of Chen Guang, playing around with Mu Luli and others while improving his own strength. Time passed so slowly. A day later, with the support of Chen Luo's large amount of elixir, Wu Xiao had exchanged for 10 purple spirit crystals, and sent his henchmen to deliver them to Chen Luo. Morning Star, deep in the spirit zone. In the depths of the spiritual zone, there is a very strong inspiration, and the rich spirit power is almost condensed into substance, like a thick fog, permeating the spiritual zone. Around the depths, there is vitality everywhere, all kinds of big trees and spiritual plants, exuding vitality under the nourishment of endless spiritual qi. In the middle of the depths, Chen Luo was wearing a white t-shirt, with 7 purple spirit crystals floating around his body. The energy of the 7 purple spirit crystals continuously surged towards Chen Luo's body. Under the nourishment of the mysterious energy of the 7 purple spirit crystals, Chen Luo's aura became more terrifying. The celestial spirit power in the body is constantly transforming towards the original celestial power. Because the energy contained in the 7 purple spirit crystals was too powerful, it took Chen Luo a quarter of an hour to completely absorb all of these energies. Boom! As the energy of the 7 purple spirit crystals was completely absorbed, the aura in Chen Luo's body still climbed to the extreme. The immortal spirit power in the body has transformed into the original immortal power by 10%. Now, it's time to attack the immortal king. Chen Luo raised his head slowly, a burst of joy filled his heart. Chapter 512 Trading and Enlightenment. The transformation of the original immortal power was completed so quickly, which was beyond Chen Luo's imagination. Moreover, Chen Luo could feel that the laws of this world were stronger than those of Huangtian continent, and even compared with chiming immortal world. In other words, in this world, Chen Luo can break through to the immortal king realm. The power of the original immortal power constantly surged around Chen Luo's body, like a vortex, constantly devouring the surrounding ideas. The continuous influx of ideas made Chen Luo's cultivation base quickly approach the immortal king. Boom! A moment later, with a violent roar, Chen Luo seemed to have broken some shackles, and the original immortal power in his body was rising at an even more terrifying speed. At the same time, a large group of black clouds appeared in the sky, and countless thunder calamities gathered in the black clouds, almost completely destroying everything around them. This is Chen Luo's immortal king tribulation. After comprehending the original power, all the immortal spirit power in his body is transformed into the original immortal power. Next, as long as you survive the immortal king thunder disaster, you will be able to become a giant level immortal king. The immortal king is finally here. Chen Luo raised his head slowly, looking at the immortal king Ji that was constantly gathering in the sky. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Chen Luo flew directly into the sky, stepping into the black clouds of endless thunder calamity. Bang bang bang! In the sky, under the baptism of the immortal king thunder tribulation, Chen Luo's body is undergoing a huge transformation, and he is constantly moving towards the immortal king realm. Tianyu Star. Tianyu Star is an extremely prosperous planet in the Shinnok universe. This planet is located in the central galaxy of the Shinnok universe, with a highly developed technological civilization, and starships flying around can be seen everywhere. There are also a large number of top Shinnok masters gathered here. It can be said that this planet has gathered a large number of Shinnok universe dignitaries. Tianyuxing, a bustling underground black market. Tianyuxing's underground black market is well known. It is said that here, as long as you have money, you can buy everything you want, including various life potions, Shinnok spars, top-level inheritance. Of course, this is an area that is not protected by law, so there are all kinds of ghosts and monsters, fish and dragons are mixed together, and it is also a high-incidence area for various dark and terrifying incidents. In a luxurious, secret and luxurious room in the black market, a young man wearing a black mask is trading with a group of people with various tattoos. 30,000-year elixir, take a look, if there is no problem, this transaction will be completed. The black-masked man waved his right hand, and immediately, 30 elixir plants exuding a strong fragrance appeared in front of everyone. Not bad, not bad, it really is a 1000-year elixir of excellent quality. A bald man next to him looked at the 30,000-year elixir in front of him, his eyes were full of excitement. The group of people behind the bald man also had eyes full of excitement. Although these spiritual qi are poisonous to them, the value of these 1000-year elixirs is enough to make them lose their minds. Since there is no problem, then I will go. Wu Xiao turned and left with 30 purple spirit crystals that had already been inspected. Wait! Wu Xiao just turned around when he heard a rushing and deep voice. These tattooed men suddenly dispersed and surrounded Wu Xiao together. Guangzhou, what do you mean, do you want to cheat? Wu Xiao frowned slightly, and then said lightly. These tattooed men are Tianyuxing, members of the Long Wen gang, and they have a lot of fame in Tianyuxing. In particular, their leader Lu Longwen is said to be a holy rank Shanicist, and his reputation is relatively good among Tianyu stars. Therefore, Wu Xiao chose to trade with them. However, what Wu Xiao didn't expect was that just 30,000-year elixir, these people couldn't bear it. No, our Dragon Mark gang is the most trustworthy, but our gang is a little tight recently, and we want to borrow 30 purple spirit crystals from Mr. Yao. The leader of the Dragon Mark gang, Lu Longwen, rubbed his palms, looking at Wu Xiao with cold eyes. Yeah, we just want to borrow some purple spirit crystals. Mr. Yao doesn't want to come in vertically, let's go out horizontally. Another gang member took out a hand cannon exuding a terrifying aura, and pointed it at Wu Xiao. At the same time, many other members took out high-powered pistols and pointed at Wu Xiao. Borrowing 30 purple spirit crystals, you really know how to do business. Wu Xiao laughed angrily at their words. Unexpectedly, these guys with good reputation, under the temptation of dozens of purple spirit crystals, revealed their true colors. He, thank you, Mr. Yao, I can only blame you for being unlucky. Our Longwen gang withdrew the vote after finishing this job, so. Lu Longwen grinned, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Horror, the space in the secret room is almost completely melted. Hoo. Lu Longwen didn't finish his sentence, suddenly a series of terrifying flames appeared around him. With the extreme temperature of the flames, the temperature of that room rose sharply. Immediately afterwards, the flame flew towards the surrounding members of the Dragon Mark gang at an unimaginable speed. With a burst of violent whistling and heart-piercing screams, the flames completely burned everyone except Lu Longwen into ashes, leaving no dust behind. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Longwen's bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down, and fear continued to spread in his heart. The current him, why doesn't he understand that he kicked himself on the iron board? Or the ultimate steel plate? Mr. Yao, misunderstood, I was just joking with you. Lu Longwen said tremblingly with a smile uglier than crying. Give me all the purple spirit crystals and properties of your Dragon Mark gang. Wu Xiao continued to speak, looking at Lu Longwen in front of him with cold eyes. Wu Xiao originally wanted to deal honestly, but he didn't expect that these people are not sons of men, and if they insist on hitting the knife's edge, they can't blame him. Mr. Yao, I will give everything to you, can you spare my life? I don't want to die, really, please. I really don't want to die. Lu Longwen knelt on the ground, crying bitterly runny. He really wanted to stop after finishing this vote, but he didn't expect that it was the last time that he encountered such a terrifying enemy. Impossible, if you do something wrong, you will have to pay the price. Wu Xiao shook his head and said. When these people do it, they should have this awareness. If that's the case, then you kill me, I won't give you anything. Seeing that Wu Xiao had no room for negotiation, Lu Longwen suppressed the fear in his heart and gritted his teeth. I remember, Chief Lu seems to have a daughter. Wu Xiao said lightly. Chapter 513 Is it really correct? As soon as Wu Xiao's words came out, Lu Longwen's face suddenly became extremely pale. He didn't expect that Wu Xiao would find out all these secret things. I'm willing to hand over everything, and please Mr. Yao, no, don't embarrass my daughter, she knows nothing. Wu Xiao lowered his head and said tremblingly. He didn't bargain anymore, his only weakness was that he had been manipulated, and he had no choice. 3 minutes later, Wu Xiao left the secret room with a crystal card. After leaving the room, Wu Xiao went to the Longwen gang's residence, used the crystal card to open Lu Longwen's safe, and took away hundreds of Lu Longwen's purple spirit crystals and property. Send these purple spirit crystals to the master first. Looking at the more than 100 purple spirit crystals in his interspatial ring, Wu Xiao felt satisfied. Immediately afterwards, Wu Xiao directly mailed more than 100 purple spirit crystals to Qin Guangxing in the black market through Super Express delivery. After sending the purple spirit crystal, Wu Xiao continued to search for trading targets in the black market. Are you Mr. Yao? I heard that you need a lot of purple spirit crystals. Just as Wu Xiao was looking for a trading target in the black market, a deep and hoarse voice sounded in Wu Xiao's mind. 2 days later, the Psychic General Assembly, in a garden with extremely rich Chinic energy. An old man in blue-grey clothes was fishing in a lake in the garden. The old man squinted, his eyes half closed, as if he had fallen asleep, but his hand was still tightly gripping the fishing rod, not daring to relax in the slightest. President Zhao, don't sleep, your bait has been eaten by those little things. At this time, a rough voice sounded in the garden. A middle-aged man wearing a white martial Dao suit came to the lake. Hey, it's Xiao Li, what wind blows you here? Zhao Guangchuan, the president of the Chinook Association, slowly opened his eyes and asked in amazement. It turned out that the man in the white martial Dao uniform was the vice president of the Psychiatrist Association, Li Cheng. Oh, what could it be? Those polluters in the Eternal Spirit Zone are becoming more and more restless. In the past 2 days, 7 threatening 4th-level polluters rushed out of the Eternal Spirit Zone. Launched a plunder to the North Sea Galaxy, and billions of people lost their lives during the plunder. Li Cheng sighed and continued. What, 7 polluters with a threat level of 10 4th level, are these guys crazy? How come there are so many at once? After Li Cheng's words came out, Zhao Guangchuan couldn't sit still, and the fishing rod in his hand was lightly twitched. The spiritual energy was crushed into pieces and scattered in the lake. 10 first-level threatening polluters are equivalent to king rank shenicists, 10 second levels correspond to holy ranks, 10 third levels correspond to emperor ranks, and 10 fourth levels are theoretically comparable to god-ranked shenicists. Touch it. Moreover, the strength of a polluter cannot be fully measured by level. Some polluters have top-level supernatural power, even if they are 10 third level, they can beat ordinary god-level shenicists. A polluter with 10 4th level threats is already among the polluters, and belongs to the very top existence. As for the 10 5th level polluters, they haven't appeared yet. However, a super psychiatrist who has mastered the top supernatural power faintly discovered that in the largest spiritual zone in the Chinook universe, the Eternal Spiritual Zone, there seemed to be polluters with a threat level far exceeding the 4th level threat. What's going on now, those polluters? Zhao Guangchuan paled, holding his dry fist slightly. After many of our people arrived, they have already returned to the Eternal Spirit Zone. Li Cheng's voice was a little hoarse, and he said in a deep voice. Zhao Guangchuan didn't speak anymore, just remained silent, feeling powerless in his heart. The higher the position, the more things you can see, and at the same time, you will encounter bigger things, even things that are too big to change. These guys, one day, we must kill them all. Zhao Guangchuan said in a low voice, the veins in his hands kept popping. Besides this, there should be other things. Zhao Guangchuan continued. Although this matter is very serious, it is not within the scope of his solution. Li Cheng has a lot of opportunities every day, and he will not waste his precious time reporting this powerless thing to himself just because of this incident. Yes, a relic has recently appeared in the Jihai. According to Master Shen's detection, that relic is very likely to be the relic of the spiritual Qi era before the opening of our psychic age. Li Cheng continued slowly. Told the Chinook president. The relics before the age of spiritual energy. As soon as Li Cheng's words came out, Zhao Guangquan's pupil shrank, and his face was full of shock. Yes, if we can get something from the previous era from that ruin, maybe we can find the reason why we can't absorb spirit power. This is very important to us, so. Li Cheng then said softly, his eyes flickering after the color of struggle. So, are we going to use our whole cards again? Zhao Guangchuan sighed and said wearily. To be honest, more than 10,000 years have already begun in the spiritual energy era, and Zhao Guangchuan has no interest in the previous era, the incomparably brilliant spiritual Qi era. If possible, he just wants to rely on the Shinik energy in his hand. Without reabsorbing spiritual qi, I can crush all enemies with Shinik power alone. However, all of this is just his idea after all. After years of development, his Shinik power has already reached its limit. The strongest one is only a God-level Shinik master. And God-level Shinik masters, although extremely powerful, are still unable to reverse all this. The enemies they have to face are far more terrifying than them. President Zhao, we have no choice. Time is running out. Although I don't want to admit it, the upper limit of spiritual power is here. If we want to suppress everything, we can only reproduce the glory of the previous era, the spiritual qi era. Li Cheng bit his lip tightly and said unwillingly. As a person in the age of spiritual energy, how can he not love the age of spiritual energy? However, countless pioneers, including themselves, have proved with actual results that spiritual energy is still not as good as spiritual qi after all. I see, I will ask someone to cooperate with you. Zhao Guangchuan waved his hand, and said in a disheartened manner. Years of hard work, without any results, and now he is gradually getting desperate. It's just that, in this era of spiritual energy, is it really right to try to reproduce the era of spiritual qi? Zhao Guangchuan was extremely confused. Even though it is now at the apex of this era, it is still difficult to get rid of the confusion in my heart. Chapter 514, Breaking Through the Immortal King Realm. Li Cheng looked at Zhao Guangchuan, who seemed to be half bent in front of him, and felt a little sad in his heart. As the top Shinicist and spiritual master in the spiritual age, how could he not despair? It's just that, already in that position, there are some things that they have to consider. Did it die? At this moment, a crisp electronic sound suddenly sounded from Li Cheng's body. Li Cheng frowned slightly, and then turned on the own communication device. President Li, something serious happened. After the communication equipment was turned on, a projection appeared in front of Li Cheng. The projection was a young man in a white robe and black-rimmed glasses. What happened? Li Cheng asked. Zhao Guangchuan on the side was also attracted by the young man's words. He recognized this young man. This young man was Su Shaohuang, the head of the Psychiatrist Association, who was in charge of the spiritual qi test of the entire psychic universe. Since it was the big event he was talking about, it must not be a simple matter. President Zhao, President Li, just now our association's Super Monitor number 0 has detected spiritual qi fluctuations in our universe that far exceed the threat level of 10 4th level, and it seems that it has reached the threat level of 10 5th level. Moreover, the intensity of this spiritual qi fluctuation is still rising. Su Shaohuang hastily opened his mouth and spoke in an extremely rapid voice. As soon as Su Shaohuang's words came out, both Zhao Guangchuan and Li Cheng were shocked, and their expressions suddenly became extremely ugly. A day later. Morning Star, deep in the Spirit Zone. At this time, in the depths of the Morning Light Star Spirit area, the spirit power that was originally extremely rich has become much thinner at this time. Above the spiritual zone, the black clouds had completely dissipated, replaced by a clear sky and a peace of tranquility. Chen Luo was floating in the sky. After 3 days of baptism by thunder, Chen Luo had completely transformed successfully. The original Dao fruit in the body is constantly circulating, exuding an extremely powerful original power. Is this the realm of the immortal king? Feeling the tyrannical and original power in his body, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. After breaking through the realm of the immortal king, Chen Luo felt that his own strength had reached an unprecedented peak, and the tyrannical original power was extremely domineering. Even the morning light star can easily blow up by itself. If he returned to chiming immortal world, even if it was the immortal king late stage, he would be able to fight. Chen Luo thought in his heart. Although there is only a small realm difference between the true immortal 9th stage peak and the immortal king. However, his strength is vastly different, that is, Chen Luo has unparalleled potential and has many trump cards, allowing him to fight higher and higher. If it were someone else, it would be impossible for true Immortal to leapfrog Immortal King. However, after the Immortal King realm, the gap between each realm is also very huge. Therefore, although he broke through the Immortal King, Chen Luo estimated his own strength, and without using all his cards, he could only deal with the Immortal King of Immortal King 7th stage. At a higher level, Chen Luo didn't have much confidence. After all, those who can cultivate to Immortal King are not the top geniuses in all eras, and potential talents are all top existences. Next, do your best to collect purple spirit crystals and upgrade your own cultivation base. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice. After breaking through the Immortal King realm, Chen Luo no longer had too many worries in his heart. He is fully capable of facing all problems, and Chen Luo has no intention of becoming an enemy of the entire universe. He just wants to quietly collect purple spirit crystals and improve his own strength. After thinking about it, Chen Luo left the spirit area and galloped towards Baiwen City. In just one breath, Chen Luo returned to Baiwen City. After the cultivation base reached the Immortal King realm, Chen Luo's speed had already reached the extreme, not to mention, Chen Luo also comprehended the Dao of space. It can be said that Chen Luo can go to any area of Chen Guang Star with a single thought. In the playground of Baiwen City, Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong had a great time playing in the playground. Although the cultivation base has already reached the Great Emperor realm, they can't use spirit power now, they can only use soul power, and they can barely experience the feeling of ordinary people. Suddenly, it feels good to play like this. The people here are so happy. Mu Luli, who just got off the roller coaster, felt the cheerful atmosphere around her, and said softly. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it except for a shorter lifespan and lower strength. Xue Xingtong said, pushing his own gold-rimmed eyes. At this time, both of them were wearing fashionable and beautiful clothes, showing their fairy looks with every frown and smile. Especially Xue Xingtong, with silver white hair, gold-rimmed glasses and a long dress that shows off her temperament, has a quite different temperament. Mu Luli was wearing a pink lolita with double ponytails, her face was so pure and so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Many young people around saw that both of them were deeply attracted by their beautiful temperament and appearance. However, due to the outstanding appearance and figure of the two, everyone felt ashamed and did not even have the courage to strike up a conversation. As long as you say, go, go, let's play with that pirate ship again. Mu Luli pursed her lips, and walked towards another place with Xue Xingtong in her arms. Due to the highly developed technology, various entertainment industries have also reached an unprecedented peak. These originally unexciting projects have become extremely exciting after receiving the blessing of technological power. Even Xue Xingtong and Mu Luli were attracted and spent a lot of time here. After some fun, the two returned home happily. How about it, is it fun? In a luxury hotel in Baiwen City, Chen Luo took out the Interstellar Express that Wu Xiao had sent over, and asked Mu Luli and the two next to him. It's really fun, Master, you should play with us. Mu Luli said in a low voice while rubbing Chen Luo's shoulders. Xue Xingtong next to him put all kinds of delicacies into Chen Luo's mouth, letting Chen Luo enjoy the delicacies. Chen Luo then opened the courier sent by Wu Xiao, saw more than 100 purple spirit crystals inside, and felt satisfied for a while. This Wu Xiao's ability is quite good. He made more than 100 purple spirit crystals in just a few days. Besides the purple spirit crystal, there are many other treasures, including some strange treasures. However, Chen Luo didn't care about those other treasures. Only the purple spirit crystal, Chen Luo cared about. Try this purple spirit crystal, can it help you recover your spirit power? Chen Luo then took out 2 purple spirit crystals and handed them to Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong. Chen Luo had long wanted to test whether this purple spirit crystal was effective, but the quantity was not enough before, and Chen Luo needed to use it for his own breakthrough in cultivation, so Mu Luli and the other two were not given the experiment. Chapter 515 The Polluter for the first time. Now there are more than 100 purple spirit crystals here, and Wu Xiao will continue to send them here in the future. Chen Luo is not short of purple spirit crystals now. Yes, Master. The two took the purple spirit crystal handed over by Chen Luo and started experimenting. Chen Luo picked up the purple spirit crystal and began to absorb it continuously. After the cultivation base reached the immortal king state, the speed at which Chen Luo absorbed the purple spirit crystal became even more terrifying. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen purple spirit crystals were absorbed. The extremely powerful energy in the purple spirit crystal circulated continuously in Chen Luo's body, gathering towards Chen Luo's original Dao fruit. Immortal King Realm is a process of cultivating the power of the source, and the number of sources determines the realm of the Immortal King. At this time, Chen Luo was just the Immortal King of the Immortal King first stage, and there was only one chaotic original power around the original Dao fruit. After the original Dao fruit has absorbed enough original immortal power, it will be able to give birth to new original power again. Every time the amount of original power increases, it means that Chen Luo has taken a step forward in Immortal King realm. This efficiency is indeed much faster than ordinary cultivation. Feeling the energy in the purple spirit crystal being continuously absorbed by the own Dao fruit and transformed into the power of the original source, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. After a long while, the number of purple spirit crystals Chen Luo had absorbed had reached 100, and the original power in the original Dao fruit was much stronger. Not enough, not enough. Chen Luo took a deep breath. The difficulty of improving Immortal King Realm was far beyond Chen Luo's imagination. Originally, a single purple spirit crystal could make Chen Luo's original immortal power transform up to 10%. However, after the Immortal King, 100 purple spirit crystals only allowed Chen Luo to gather less than 1% of his original immortal power. In other words, if Chen Luo wanted to quickly reach the Immortal King's second stage, he would need at least 10,000 purple spirit crystals, which was a terrifying amount. It seems that I can't be lazy anymore. Chen Luo whispered. The difficulty of breaking through was beyond Chen Luo's imagination, but Chen Luo was already very satisfied. At least, compared to others, I have a way to quickly reach the peak Immortal King. Master, this purple spirit crystal can restore our spirit power. At this time, Mu Luli opened his eyes, which were full of excitement. Xue Xingtong at the side also had a look of joy on his face. Although he has the protection of his master and the help of his soul power, he can still roam freely in this world. However, spirit power is their foundation after all, and it would be great if they could be restored. As long as it works. Chen Luo stroked Mu Luli's hair and said softly. The two nodded heavily. The recovery of spirit power made the two of them inexplicably feel better. Beep beep beep. The presence of a polluter has been detected, and the threat level of this polluter has reached 9th level. Citizens, please be careful, hide at home and don't come out. At this moment, a rush of electronic sounds resounded throughout Baiwen City. This voice quickly spread to every corner of Baiwen City. Chen Luo and the others also heard this voice. The polluter of the 9th level threat has appeared. Chen Luo frowned, and then said slowly, I'll go and see what this polluter of the psychic universe is. After knowing the polluter, Chen Luo was interested in taking a look at the polluter. It's just that there has never been a chance. Now, a 9th level polluter just happened to appear, allowing Chen Luo to study it carefully. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo asked the two to stay where they were, and went to the polluter's place by himself. The outside of Baiwen City. In a barren area 10 kilometers away from Baiwen. There is a desert everywhere here, and the surrounding wind is constantly raging, and the wind has rolled up violent sandstorms. Damn, it's really unlucky. A few days ago, there was a polluter in Baiwen City that exceeded the 10th level of threat. Now there is a 9th level one. Our Baiwen City is too unlucky. Yet, it's been a bad luck for 8 lifetimes. This morning light star is really poisonous. I heard that other planets don't encounter a polluter in 100 years. We have 2 polluters in just a few days. And they are all 9th level and above 10th level. Get out, no wonder there are so few people on this planet. Sure enough, you shouldn't be greedy for cheap, because the land here is cheap. The Tianjiao of the Shinik Association who came to support a few days ago is gone, and the several major battle mechas in our Baiwan city are gone. Can you stop this 9th level threatening polluter? On the edge of the desert, a group of people in combat uniforms were galloping fast on a cross-country airship. They all have faint spiritual energy fluctuations in their bodies, but they don't have spiritual cores. Obviously, they are all ordinary psychers who have not yet reached the level of Shinik masters. Blood, I want blood, fresh blood. Behind everyone, there is a man full of tyrannical spirit power. The man was dressed in rags, his eyes were red, and the tyrannical spirit power on his body seemed to be tearing at his body and destroying his will. The man quickly chased the flying boat, with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, as if he was very eager for the people in front of him and wanted to swallow them up. Hurry up and drop some animal meat, otherwise, he will catch up. In the flying boat ahead, a charming woman with a single ponytail and a capable temperament said quickly. This woman is the only psychiatrist in this team, Lin Xiu. When everyone heard this, they quickly took out the spirit beast meat that had been prepared and threw it out. In the Psychic Academy, the first lesson learned is that if you encounter a polluter in the wild, if you really have no choice, you can only use animal meat to temporarily delay the polluter's footsteps and gain a chance of life. Seeing this, the man stretched out his hand and took their animal meat. Then, the man stopped and ate the beast meat that was still dripping with scarlet blood. Gilu! With a crisp chewing sound, the animal meat was completely eaten. After the man finished eating, he didn't chase after him anymore, but stopped quietly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Why isn't this guy chasing him anymore? Could it be that he's fed up and needs to digest? A man in the flying boat in front of him asked suspiciously. The textbook never said that it takes time for the polluters to digest animal meat after eating it. It doesn't matter, just stop chasing, let's go back to Baiwan City as soon as possible, this place is too. Lin Xiu, a girl with a single ponytail, said after the catastrophe. However, before Lin Xiu finished speaking, more than a dozen polluters drilled out of the surrounding desert underground, and they blocked all escape routes for everyone. Well, why are there so many polluters, why? Everyone on the flying boat asked one after another, their faces becoming extremely ugly. There are so many polluters, although they are all 8th level threats, but there are too many of them. Let alone a team that doesn't even have a Shinik master, even those Shinik masters. Is this the polluter? Sure enough, it's almost like a monster. At this moment, a calm voice sounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 516 God's Eyes of Destiny. Above the wilderness, a sunny and handsome young man in a white t-shirt appeared in front of everyone. Although the young man is dressed simply, he doesn't show any sharpness, just like the brother Dage next door. However, that indifferent expression and the faint breath on his body gave people an unfathomable feeling. Everyone was attracted by the youth for a moment, and even the fear in their hearts seemed to be temporarily forgotten. Little brother, run, there is a 9th level polluter behind. Lin Xiu's mental energy was even stronger, and he came back to his senses for a moment, and shouted at Chen Luo who was not far away. It's over, it's too late, little brother, if you have any means, use it quickly, let's kill the 8th level threatening polluters around, and the 9th level threatening polluter will come after you immediately already. A bald man on the flying boat said hastily. The big man is the captain of this Feiyun team, Li Shan. He regarded Chen Luo as a psychic from those top aristocratic families. This is relatively common in the wilderness outside. Due to the ravages of the polluters, the descendants of those top Shinnik families will also practice outside to improve their own strength. Boom! However, just as Li Shan finished speaking, an extremely powerful sense of oppression suddenly appeared around, and the entire area seemed to be crushed by the terrifying spiritual qi. The aura that seemed to be suppressing Mount Tai easily suppressed the surrounding 8th level polluters on the ground, unable to move at all. Wang! Wang! King rank Shinicist, you are a king rank Shinicist. Seeing the scene in front of them, Li Shan and the others were dumbfounded, and looked at the young man who looked like Dage next door in disbelief. Spread out the realm with every gesture, and easily suppress the polluters with 8th level threats. This is not what a king rank Shinicist is. They didn't think in a more terrifying direction. After all, at Chen Luo's age, king rank Shinicists were already very scary. Chen Luo ignored the shock of these guys, but waved his right hand. Immediately, these extremely ferocious polluters were drawn by a domineering inspiration and floated beside Chen Luo. Chen Luo used his own soul power to investigate these suppressed polluters. The domineering soul force easily invaded the bodies of these polluters, and Chen Luo had a panoramic view of the situation in the bodies of these polluters. Soon, Chen Luo discovered that the essence of these polluters was no different from other humans in this world. However, after the physical body carried the spirit power, the physical body including the soul was distorted by inexplicable power, although there was no essential change. However, he changed from a normal person to such a monster who was neither human nor ghost. Even with Chen Luo's current perspective, he couldn't tell what went wrong. Is it because of the laws of this world? Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. Although this psychic universe is like chiming immortal world, it can carry the giants of immortal king realm, but the laws of the world are still fundamentally different. However, now Chen Luo's cultivation base is just entering the immortal king for the first time, and has not reached the realm where the laws of the world can be traced. It seems that we can only wait for own strength to improve, so let's let go of this matter first. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then gave up the idea of searching. When you don't have the ability, doing things you can't do is just asking for trouble. Be careful, that 9th level threatening polluter is coming, he is behind you. Just then, a rush of pleasant voice sounded. Not far away, the 9th level threatening polluter rushed behind Chen Luo at some point, stretched out his right hand, and that sharp sword seemed to tear apart the space towards Chen Luo. Food, delicious food. Looking at the indifferent Chen Luo, the eyes of the 9th level threatening polluter were filled with scarlet blood, as if he wanted to eat Chen Luo abruptly. Li Shan and the others around felt their hair stand on end, and their breathing seemed to be stagnant. However, the 9th level polluter hadn't rushed to Chen Luo's side yet. A terrifying spatial vortex appeared around Chen Luo, swallowing the extremely ferocious polluter into the space without a trace. However, there is still a little panic in the surrounding space, letting them know that this is not an illusion. Holy Shinicist, how is it possible, a holy Shinicist who has mastered the laws of space, is this true? The scene in front of him once again shocked Li Shan, his mouth opened wide. Yes, I have forgotten the ability to think. A holy rank Shinicist is a top powerhouse in the Shinnik universe, extremely noble, and a terrifying powerhouse who can create a 1000-year Shinnik family. Now, they actually saw a holy rank Shinicist, how can they not be shocked? Seeing that the low-level polluters around him were of no value, Chen Luo used the power of the Space Avenue to directly swallow all the low-level polluters around. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. As many polluters were devoured, Li Shan and the others also came to their senses and respectfully addressed Chen Luo. Now they seemed to regard Chen Luo as an old monster with good looks and skills. A holy Shinicist, that is a top Shinicist, who can gallop freely in the interstellar existence. In front of strong men of this level, it is always right to be respectful, especially since Chen Luo saved their lives just now. It's okay, it's just a matter of raising your hands. At this time, Chen Luo also began to look at these guys in front of him. Name, Li Shan. Realm, Shinik 9th level. Identity, Chen Guangxing, Captain of Feiyun Team. Name, Huang Wubu. Realm, Shinik 7th level. Identity, Chen Guangxing, a member of the Feiyun Team. Chen Luo used the system's detection function to easily find out the identities of these guys. Except for the captain who is 9th level with Shinik abilities, the other members are all 7th level or even below 7th level. The strength of these people, in Chen Luo's view, was pitifully weak. However, the information about the beautiful woman in the team caught Chen Luo's attention. Name Lin Ziyu. Realm, Shinik 5th level / 4th level psychiatrist. Identity, Chen Guangxing, a member of the Feiyun Team. Physical, Destiny Eyes, sealed. 4th level psychiatrist, Shinik 5th level. This guy actually has the special physique of the god of destiny. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to meet a guy with the god of destiny here. The god of destiny is a top-notch physique that contains the profound meaning of fate. It has the ability to predict, and has a strong ability to control the fate of the Avenue Celestial Secrets. This physique belongs to a very rare peak physique. Even in Chiming Immortal World, it belongs to the legendary physique. However, Lin Xiu's God of Destiny was actually sealed. Chapter 517, Accepting Lin Xiu as an apprentice. What's going on here? It's actually been sealed. Chen Luo has a lot of doubts in his heart. The Destiny Eye is a top-notch physique with different pupils, which has already reached the level of the original source of the Dao. Unless it is a top giant with the Immortal King level, it is impossible to seal that powerful power. Could it be that there is a Shinicist with the same personality as the Immortal King behind this guy? When Chen Luo looked at the crowd, they didn't dare to speak out, but just stood there quietly, for fear of offending a strong man of this level. After all, killing a strong person of this level is no different than trampling a few ants to death. The same is true for Lin Xiu. Biting her red lips slightly, her face turned pale. Chen Luo's eyes made her feel like she was being seen through, and she felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. Okay, you can go, this girl stays. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said slowly. Now that he finally encountered such a legendary physique, Chen Luo would certainly not let it go, and he had to study it carefully. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Lin Xiu's face became even paler and his body became stiff. They all go, stay by themselves, then. Senior, this Miss Lin is the psychiatrist of our team, please ask Senior. Li Shan took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and said to Chen Luo. Everyone is in the same team, and they have formed a deep friendship for a long time. Li Shan is a loyal person. Although Chen Luo's strength is very terrifying, Li Shan still wants to say a word for his own comrades. I won't do anything to her. You don't have to worry. Chen Luo said lightly. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo directly unfolded the power of the Avenue of Space and took Lin Xiu away from the wilderness in an instant. Li Shan and the others looked at each other in blank dismay, but in the end they still had a bitter look on their faces. Such a strong man really left them helpless. Hey, I hope that Ms. Lin is a lucky person. She is so lucky, she will be fine. A member of Feiyun team whispered. Yes, yes, Miss Lin's luck has always been good, she must be fine, and that Senior doesn't look like those disgusting guys. Another companion said. It's a pity, without Ms. Lin, our team, alas. A man with a cropped hair sighed. Everyone admired Lin Xiu's luck. The team encountered many crises because of Lin Xiu's decision-making. Even, sometimes, almost to the point of death, they can forcibly find a way out. The pursuit of the polluters this time is the best example. The road was also chosen by Lin Xiu, and it really saved the day. It's just that, now, Lin Xiu is taken away by that senior. Without some key decisions made by Lin Xiu, they don't know what the future of this team will be. Li Shan looked at the place where Chen Luo and Lin Ziyu disappeared, feeling a little lost. Captain, look, what is this? There are several elixir here. At this moment, a burst of excited voice sounded. In a luxurious hotel room in White Plains, Chen Luo and Lin Ziyu, who had returned to Baiwan City, stood in the room. Senior, I don't know what orders you have. Lin Ziyu looked at the strange rooms around him and said timidly. She didn't know what Chen Luo wanted to bring her to this place. Chen Luo's strength was too terrifying, and Lin Ziyu couldn't resist Chen Luo at all. Moreover, Chen Luo saved her life, so it was impossible for her to avenge her kindness. What's more, Chen Luo's appearance and temperament are really amazing. Lin Ziyu doesn't have the slightest negative feeling towards Chen Luo. Could it be that the senior has his eyes on me? No way, then I will. Lin Ziyu's heart was complicated and flustered. She didn't know that besides her beauty, as a little psychiatrist, what else could attract others. The target is such a terrifying holy-level shanicist. Do you know own physique? Chen Luo asked straight to the point, looking indifferently at the delicate-looking, slender girl in front of her. Perhaps because of the space shift just now, Lin Ziyu still has not recovered at this time, his face is a little rosy, and the ponytail that was originally tied has completely drifted away. The t-shirt and jeans on his body were also torn a lot, and Chen Luo could even see the scenery of the white and delicate beauty, which had a wild flavor. My physique. Lin Ziyu looked bewildered, looking at Chen Luo in front of him at a loss. Seeing Lin Ziyu's ignorant eyes, Chen Luo knew that this girl didn't know anything. Then is there any big man with a background in the sky, or a very mysterious person in your family? Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then asked. Since she doesn't know herself, she can only start with her background. No, I'm an orphan, I grew up in an orphanage. Lin Ziyu sniffed, then said softly. Chen Luo. Orphan start, with a powerful body that was sealed. This is a perfect template for a heroine, but, maybe it's a matter of the laws of the world, this guy doesn't have the fate of the daughter of destiny. I see, then, you are willing to be my disciple. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said to Lin Ziyu. This guy has a top-notch physique like the god of destiny, Chen Luo doesn't want to let it go, it would be best to accept him as his own apprentice. Become the senior's disciple. Lin Ziyu froze for a moment, only feeling dizzy, a holy Rangshanic master wanted to accept me as his disciple. And such good things. Lin Ziyu's face was rosy, and his body couldn't help shaking. You don't want to. Chen Luo frowned slightly, this girl looked very clever, why is she acting so stupid now? I am willing, senior, I am willing, disciple Lin Ziyu, pay respects to master. Lin Ziyu was awakened by Chen Luo's words, and said hastily. Then he knelt down 3 times and bowed 9 times, and gave Chen Luoxing a teacher's ceremony with the highest standard of teacher's ceremony. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting a person who has transcended destiny as an apprentice, and got the immortal apprentice large gift bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forming a bond with the destiny detached one, obtaining a forbidden physique, and a destiny void body. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chapter 518, The Void Body of Destiny. Destined to escape? Chen Luo's pupils shrank, what is the origin of this Lin Ziyu? Moreover, the system rewarded the immortal large gift bag for the first time. There is also a taboo physique, the Fate Void Body. Fate Void Body, it belongs to the legendary taboo physique, born with Fate Void, does not touch karma, no one can calculate its fate, master the power of Fate Void. Soon, the information of the void body of fate appeared in Chen Luo's mind. It turned out to be such a powerful physique. Without karma, no one can calculate fate and grasp the power of nothingness. Chen Luo took a deep breath, feeling a burst of fire in his heart. Unexpectedly, there is such a mysterious physique, without karma, the power of nothingness. If this physique is integrated, no matter where it is, the safety will be greatly guaranteed. After all, after the cultivation base realm reaches the true immortal king realm, you can use the power of the Dao origin to calculate something. After merging this physique, you don't have to worry about being deduced and calculated by anyone. Moreover, the power of nothingness is also a very powerful force. This apprentice is really worth it. See you, get up, go wash and change first. Chen Luo took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and then said to the girl in front of him. Yes, master. Lin Xiyu stood up and said to Chen Luo. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo asked the hotel staff to come and take Lin Xiyu to wash up. By the way, there is also a large gift bag for the apprentice of the immortal grade. Chen Luo remembered that not only rewarded the physique just now, but also distributed a large gift bag for the apprentice of the immortal grade. This is the first time that Chen Luo has obtained a large gift bag from an apprentice of the immortal grade. The ones he obtained before were all holy and divine grades. Opening the very large gift bag, Chen Luo then opened Lin Xiyu's very large gift bag without the slightest hesitation. Ding! The Xian Pin apprentice gift package is being opened, please wait a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal high-grade cultivation technique, the Wheel of Destiny Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supernatural power of the immortal rank, the Fist of Destiny. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the ultimate medicine pill, Elixir * 100 bottles. Fate Runner Sutra, the highest immortal rank cultivation technique that contains the power of destiny. Destiny God Fist, a top-level immortal God Fist that contains the power of fate. It contains the power to destroy everything. When practiced to the great completion return to origin, it can penetrate the universe and destroy everything. The cultivation technique supernatural power of the two immortal ranks, and the elixir that can enhance the cultivation base. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and the harvest was good. Fist of Destiny and Immortal Pill have great effects on him, and can improve his own strength. However, for now, let's integrate the Destiny Void Body first. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo sent a voice transmission to Lin Xiyu, asking her to wait in the hotel, while she escaped into the void and merged with the void of fate. In the void crack, countless space turbulence is constantly raging around. Thanks to his comprehension of the space avenue, coupled with the powerful space spirit contained in the devil's wings, Chen Luo can already shuttle and stay in the void wantonly. Integrate into the void of destiny. Chen Luo muttered silently in the crack of the void. Ha ha ha. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, countless mysterious forces suddenly appeared in Chen Luo's body. These powers seem to be silk threads of aura, containing extremely powerful power of destiny, and with it, the surrounding void is distorted. After a while, these forces continued to surge towards Chen Luo's body in a frenzy. An extremely bright light bloomed on Chen Luo's body. Behind Chen Luo, there seemed to be long illusory rivers flowing continuously. In that illusory long river, there is a golden aura that seems to be constantly jumping, trying to jump out of that long river. It's just that the spiritual light didn't jump out of the illusory river for a long time, and it seemed that it couldn't jump out completely. Time passed slowly, and as Chen Luo continued to integrate the power of fate, the distance of the aura in the illusory river became farther and farther each time it jumped. At the same time, in an unknown area, everything here is static, as if everything has lost its meaning, only endless emptiness and loneliness. Boom! In this endlessly empty and lonely area, there was a faint and extremely violent roar. The faint roar shattered everything around. In the distance, one after another runs through the eternal river of fate. Where the river of fate lies, there are 5 stalwarts, figures that cannot be measured, cannot be looked at directly, and cannot be imagined are fighting fiercely. Under their fierce struggle, the huge, eternal river of fate almost completely collapsed and shattered. Lord of Infinity, why bother? You are already a supreme existence like us, you should enjoy everything eternal with us. One of the deists said in a hoarse voice, with endless bloody magic light blooming on his body. Yeah, those are just ants floating around, and they will die sooner or later. We just made this death a little bit earlier. Another deist figure said with a cruel look on his face. 4 stalwart figures continued to surround and kill a young man in a white robe with an aura like a fairy. The young man's face is pale, his hair is disheveled, and the white robe on his body has been stained with blood of various colors, some are enemies, some are his own. The youth raises his hands and feet, with the power of inclusiveness and infinite terror. Fight against the existence of the 4 unknown taboos alone, without losing the slightest. I just said at the beginning, if I step into this realm, you disgusting bastards, I will liquidate them one by one, and asking me to be like you is simply a dream. The young man said calmly, and the strength in his body became stronger and stronger. The majesty of the fate makes the water of the long river of fate continue to surge. The several supreme beings surrounding and killing the young man felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. Liquidation? It's so ridiculous. Do you think that in the endless years, besides us, you are the only one who has stepped into this step? Everything is reincarnated, and life and death are determined by God. You are not the sky. The figure of light sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. The young man didn't speak anymore, but just unleashed endless supernatural power, constantly attacking and killing. The young man seems to have endless mighty power, and the offensive wave after wave is stronger than the wave, and there seems to be no limit. Clatter. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, a wave of terror surged in the river of fate not far away. A subtle spiritual light leaped high from the river of fate, as if it wanted to completely break away from the river of fate. Anyone else wants to jump out? That's impossible. A figure besieging the young man noticed the subtle aura leaping from the river of fate, with a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 519. Boom. After finishing speaking, the figure's body flickered, and it came to the jumping spiritual light. The sharp blade in his hand shone with a streamer that could tear everything apart, trying to completely obliterate that streamer. Boom. However, before the figure's attack could strike, the figure of the Lord of Infinity suddenly appeared in front of the figure, punching heavily. Instantly blasted the deist shadow away. At this moment, the Lord of Infinity also had a flaw in attacking the deist shadow, and was hit by the burst of supernatural power from the remaining 3 deist shadows, and his breath seemed to weaken a lot. The leaping spiritual light broke away from the long river of fate in this gap, and disappeared in this still space. Ridiculous, ridiculous, Lord of Infinity, I didn't expect you to be the same as the Lord of Death. For this weak thing that can't be weaker, you were attacked by us. It seems that you are going to follow in the footsteps of the Lord of Death up. The figure sneered after seeing the aura of the Lord of Infinity languishing a lot. Yeah, we've seen a lot of things like this. In the countless years, there are hundreds of thousands if not millions. If you want to produce another taboo strongman, you still have the same goal as you, task tisk, this probability, even thinking about it feels exciting. Another figure continued. It turned out that before, the Lord of Death also protected a faint aura that leaped from the river of fate. Those taboo powerhouses took advantage of that opportunity to deal a severe blow to the Lord of Death. Unexpectedly, the same is true for the current Lord of Infinity, making the same choice as the Lord of Death. The Lord of Infinity didn't speak, but just looked at them calmly, calming down the disordered breath in his body. You guys, have you said enough? After a while, the Lord of Infinity slowly raised his head, the inspiration in his body seemed to become more terrifying, and the infinite sincerity was constantly surging in his eyes. How? Did you talk about your pain? Come, let us see if the Lord of Infinity, whom even our priests admire, has any limit. The figure then said in a deep voice, and the bloody streamer formed countless sharp blades behind it. Limit, you are not qualified to touch my limit, but since it is your request, then I will satisfy you. The Lord of Infinity slowly raised his head, his eyes shone with bright golden light. Endless infinite true meaning surged from the body of the Infinite Lord and spread towards the surroundings. After the infinite true meaning of the Infinite Lord continued to surge, there seemed to be a slight change in this already static area. The pupils of the figures not far away shrank, and they felt a sense of fear that they had never experienced before. This feeling. Morning Star, Baiwan City. In a remote area, away from the bustling city center, there are dilapidated houses and various garbage buildings everywhere. Around the street, there are many people of all kinds with shabby clothes and poor mental outlook. Most of them are sallow and thin, looking messy, as if they haven't even eaten a full meal. This is the slums of Baiwan City, and it is a completely different world from the bustling downtown Baiwan. Sister Siyu, you're here. Lin Siyu pushed open the door of the dilapidated orphanage, and heard a crisp and well-behaved voice. A group of well-behaved and cute children with clear eyes flocked to Lin Siyu's side, circling around Lin Siyu excitedly. This is the food I bought for you, let's eat it. Lin Siyu took out a large bag of various foods from the interspatial ring and distributed them to many children. Thank you, Sister Siyu. Many children thanked obediently. Siyu, you're here to see the children again. A stooped old man in a grey suit came out of the orphanage and said to Lin Siyu with a smile on his face. Yeah, I've been very busy during this period, and I haven't taken time out. Now I'm just free. Lin Siyu smiled as he looked at the lively and lovely children around him. Lin Siyu grew up in this orphanage, and has a deep relationship with this orphanage. Even after becoming a psychiatrist and psycher, Lin Siyu would often come to this orphanage to visit the old director and the children. Immediately afterwards, the old director and Lin Siyu walked in the orphanage while chatting about various things in the orphanage. Lin Siyu listened quietly to the old dean's chatter, feeling extremely peaceful in her heart. Siyu, actually, you shouldn't have come back. After chatting for a while, the old dean sighed, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. This is the place where I was born and raised, why can't I come back? I don't need to change my own mind because of those disgusting guys. Lin Siyu shook his head, and then said firmly. The old dean sighed, and then didn't talk about it again. The two continued to stay in the orphanage, looking at the lively, lovely, and sensible children around them. Dean, I'm apprenticed. After a while, Lin Siyu then spoke to the old dean. Lin Siyu, get out of here quickly, I know you're back. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. The sound was like a sound wave, and it surged through the entire orphanage in an instant. The children in the orphanage were trembling, squatting down with their heads in their arms, like frightened deer. Lin Siyu felt restless for a while. As soon as he came back, someone came to trouble Own. Lin Siyu took a deep breath, comforted many children, and immediately went to the gate of the orphanage. At the gate of the orphanage, dozens of men with phantonic energy surges were waiting. Tiger Gang, it's you? What do you want from me? Lin Siyu opened the door, and immediately recognized that the many men in front of him were members of the biggest gang in this slum, the Tiger Gang. The leader of the big tattooed man is the leader of the Tiger Gang, Li Hu. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Come with us, otherwise, there is no need for this orphanage to exist. You should know that we let these guys live here for your sake. Don't make it difficult for us, okay? Holding an alloy sword in his hand, Li Hu said coldly. Lin Siyu frowned slightly, what do these people mean, go with them? Someone trying to find themselves through their channels? Okay, let's go. Lin Siyu thought for a moment, then agreed. These people threatened her with this orphanage. Moreover, the leader of the Tiger Gang is a strong half-step Shinnicist. He is no match at all, so there is no need to struggle too much. This will only increase casualties. You're smart, let's go, close the team. Li Hu yawned and said slowly. Junior sister, these guys are not friendly at first glance, don't go with them. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 520 Lin Siyu's Shock. Not far from the orphanage, a stunning woman with delicate features and a slender figure walked over with a smile. The woman was wearing a white and purple top and a lavender short skirt. She had a youthful and beautiful appearance. Coupled with her exquisite facial features and ecstatic temperament, she gave people a stunning feeling. Seeing such a beautiful woman, everyone was immediately attracted. Even Lin Siyu was stunned for a moment. She had never seen such a beautiful woman. Not only her appearance, but also her peerless temperament, made Lin Siyu feel that she should not exist in this world. She called me junior sister. Suddenly, Lin Siyu seemed to realize something, and looked at this stunning woman curiously. So, she is my senior sister. Where did the yellow-haired girl come from, trying to stop our tiger gang from doing things? Looking for death. A shirtless man beside Li Hu turned around and looked fiercely at Mu Luli, who suddenly appeared. Snapped. What are you talking about? Get out! As soon as the man's voice fell, Li Hu, who was next to him, turned around and slapped the man hard. The man was sent flying by Li Hu's slap, hit the abandoned wall in the distance, and fell into a coma. Mu Luli was overwhelmed by the scene in front of her. What happened to this guy? How did he beat his own people? You are master's new disciple, right? I am your fourth senior sister. I am here to protect you. However, Mu Luli quickly suppressed the thoughts in her heart and came to Lin Siyu's side and said, no matter what these people want to do, she has absolute strength to suppress them all. Thank you, fourth senior sister. Lin Siyu took a deep breath, and then said to Mu Luli, this beautiful and outrageous girl is really senior sister own. At the same time, Lin Siyu also felt guilty for some of her previous thoughts. Before, she thought that master had taken a fancy to On's appearance. Now it seems that I think too much. This senior sister On is so beautiful and moving, how can the master think of me? Beauty, don't be afraid, this guy has already been destroyed by me. After Li Hu slapped the man away, he rubbed his own palms, and looked at the stunning Mu Luli not far away with burning eyes. Oh, so, what do you want to do? Mu Luli said to Li Hu lightly after greeting Lin Siyu. Beauty, come with us too, I will introduce you to a very good person, you will be very satisfied. Li Hu licked his own lips, his eyes were full of lustful light. The other tiger gang members around also had strange smiles and stared at Mu Luli. I was wrong, I shouldn't have talked nonsense with you rubbish. Mu Luli sighed and said helplessly. Beauty, the young master I introduced to you is a top psychic family, as long as you follow him. Li Hu continued slowly. Hu. However, Li Hu didn't finish his sentence, and a burst of extremely hot phoenix flames appeared around him. This is... Li Hu and the others sank in their hearts, and countless expressions of fear appeared on their faces. Then, the scorching phoenix flames surged towards Li Hu and others in an instant. Don't. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. With a burst of tragic and direct wailing and whistling, the flames of phoenix easily burned Li Hu and the others into ashes. Too bad, I should save my life and ask who sent these people. Mu Luli's heart froze. These people directly Zhao Shanglin Siyu must have been instigated by someone else, and now they are all killed, and the clues are gone. Forget it, if it's gone, it's gone. When the time comes, if someone comes to make trouble, kill them all and it's over. Mu Luli comforted herself in her heart. It's all gone. Lin Siyu looked at the tiger gang who was easily burned to ashes in front of him, and suddenly felt a little dazed. That's a half-step shenissist. In front of senior sister On, she is so weak and has no strength to resist. The girl in front of her, who looked about her age, was actually so powerful. However, thinking of his master's identity, he felt relieved. The master is a holy level Shinik master, so the apprentice will naturally not be far behind. Thank you, fourth senior sister. Lin Siyu came back to his senses, and then said to Mu Luli. At the same time, Lin Xiyu also thought of it, the 4 senior sisters of On are so powerful, what about the senior brothers and sisters above? Mu Luli nodded, and then introduced the identity of On to Lin Xiyu. After chatting for a while, Lin Xiyu became acquainted with On, the 4th senior sister, a lot. By the way, 4th senior sister, where are my other senior brothers and sisters? Lin Xiyu continued to ask. They, now only me and your 7th senior sister are in Qinguangxing, they are not here. Mu Luli pondered for a moment, then said to Lin Xiyu. Senior sister 7, do I still have many senior brothers and sisters? Lin Xiyu asked, blinking her big innocent eyes. Well, you are the 12th personal disciple accepted by the master. As for the ordinary formal disciples, I can't remember clearly. Mu Luli nodded, and then said quietly. In Heavenly Bamboo Peak, apart from the direct disciples, those other disciples will automatically become Chen Luo's formal disciples after they transform into holy talents. 12 direct disciples, ordinary disciples who can't remember the number. Lin Xiyu took a deep breath and was shocked. Is this the influence of a holy Shenicist? So scary. The two went to the orphanage. Mu Luli also liked these children, and had a great time in the orphanage. Old director, let's move this orphanage to the city center. After playing around, Mu Luli smiled and said to the old dean. When she came to look for Lin Xiyu, Mu Luli used Baiwen City's intelligence system to check all kinds of information about Lin Xiyu. Knowing that Lin Xiyu has always been concerned about this orphanage stays in a slum, and its safety is not guaranteed. Miss Mu, housing prices and prices in the city center are too high, The old dean whispered with a bitter smile on his face. Lin Xiyu on the side also looked guilty. Since most areas of this psychic universe are surrounded by spirit power, it is generally restricted. Therefore, the housing prices in the bustling cities of this world are also ridiculously high. Ordinary people, without special circumstances, will never be able to have their own foothold in the bustling cities. Even those psychics with psychic powers need a very long time to accumulate before they can own houses in the city center. Chapter 521 Successful Fusion. Lin Xiyu also had the idea of moving the orphanage to the city center. However, even she herself, as a psychic and psyker, cannot own a house in the city center. Not to mention, there are so many children in an orphanage, it is simply an unimaginable sky-high fee. Xiyu, you have to remember your own status now, you are master's apprentice, my little junior sister, not to mention the city center of Baiwen City, even if it is the Shinik Star City of the Central Star Field, if you want to live, you must live in it. Anything. At this time, Mu Luli spoke, and looked straight at Lin Xiyu in front of her. Lin Xiyu was stunned. Is the influence of a holy Shinik master so great? The old dean on the side also looked confused. Just now he heard Lin Xiyu say that he was an apprentice. The old dean thought he was an ordinary Shenicist. Looking at it now, the teacher Lin Xiyu worshipped is extremely remarkable. Leave it to me. Mu Luli continued slowly. Zhao Lin, arrange for people to come here immediately. I have more than 100 people here, and they want to settle in Baiguang City. After speaking, Mu Luli took out the communication equipment and contacted Zhao Lin. Soon, Zhao Lin arrived with many psychics, and respectfully helped the old headmaster and the children of the orphanage move. With the help of Zhao Lin and others, soon, everything was arranged properly. 4th senior sister, thank you. A few hours later, Lin Xiyu thanked Mu Luli, looking at the orphanage children living in a beautiful big house. At this time, she still felt like a dream. Unexpectedly, my encounter today was so miraculous. First, I met a polluter with a 9th level threat. After the crisis was resolved, I was accepted as an apprentice by the master. After returning to the orphanage, he encountered a crisis and was released by his own senior sister. Now, even the orphanage he cares about has moved to the center of Baiwen City. All of this is like a dream. If it's a dream, then let me stay in the dream, Lin Xiyu murmured in his heart. Little junior sister, let's go, I'll take you to find your 7th senior sister. After settling in the orphanage, Mu Loli then said to Lin Xiyu. Lin Xiyu nodded, showing a delighted smile. Void cracks. Chen Luo is still constantly merging the power of fate and nothingness, and the power of fate and nothingness that contains endless terrifying aura makes Chen Luo's aura become more majestic. Strange, I just suddenly felt a fatal crisis penetrating into my soul. After a while, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, with deep doubts in his eyes. It turned out that at the most critical moment when Chen Luo was constantly merging the destiny void, Chen Luo felt a very intense sense of fear. This sense of fear surpassed all Chen Luo's cognition, making Chen Luo helpless, and even had the illusion that he had been completely wiped out. However, that sense of fear was quickly and completely eliminated. If the throbbing in the depths of his soul was not still there, Chen Luo would have thought it was an illusion of owning. However, after that brief crisis, the integration of the destiny void was extremely smooth. The fusion of the power of fate and nothingness has reached a very terrifying level, and Chen Luo is filled with extremely strong power of fate and nothingness. Under the rendering of countless powers of nothingness, Chen Luo's whole body was covered, the entire void, the whole world seemed to be unable to see the existence of Chen Luo. Several hours later, Chen Luo's fate void finally merged successfully, and the endless power of fate void circulated around Chen Luo, blooming with strange light. Is this the power of nothingness in fate? Chen Luo looked at the void power of fate constantly surging around him, his eyes were full of surprise. Chen Luo could feel that he seemed to be isolated from the whole world. This feeling is very magical. Although isolated, Chen Luo is still connected with this world. Moreover, Chen Luo felt that he could use this power of fate to completely erase people from this world. At the same time, in Chen Luo's body, a Dao fruit containing the power of destiny and nothingness reappeared. The origin of chaos, the fruit of samsara, the fruit of immortality, the fruit of yin and yang, the fruit of destiny. The 4 Dao fruits and 1 original Dao fruit bloomed with extremely powerful power in Chen Luo's body, making Chen Luo's body undergo an unprecedented transformation. Moreover, due to the powerful power of the destiny void, Chen Luo's cultivation base has also reached the late stage of the Immortal King first stage after merging with the destiny void, which is not far from the peak of the Immortal King first stage. Now, it's time to go out. The fusion took a full 10 days, I don't know what happened to the new apprentice of Own. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then began to restrain his breath. Soon, Chen Luo's aura completely restrained and left the crack in the void. Master, you are out. Chen Luo had just left the rift in the void and appeared in the luxury hotel room when he heard Xue Xingtong's surprised voice. At this time, Xue Xingtong's hair was wet, she was wrapped in a milky white bathrobe, and her delicate face was full of joy. Then, Xue Xingtong flew towards Chen Luo's body, hugged Chen Luo's body tightly, and completely dropped the bathrobe on her body. That soft and delicate place was in direct and complete contact with Chen Luo's body. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. This little girl can only go too far. However, Chen Luo didn't have too much burden in his heart, he was like Xue Xingtong's little sister, and he already knew the thoughts of these apprentices. After the two stayed tenderly for a while, they left the hotel room and went outside to have a round with Mu Loli and Lin Xiyu. Greetings, Master. Lin Xiyu saluted quickly after seeing Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, and generously accepted Lin Xiyu's meeting. At the same time, he also gave Lin Xiyu the cultivation technique supernatural power that was suitable for Lin Xiyu in the large gift bag. When he was in the room just now, Chen Luo learned about Lin Xiyu from Xue Xingtong. After these 10 days of getting along with each other, the relationship between the few people is already very harmonious. Master, why do I feel like you have become more mysterious? Suddenly, wearing a pink floral dress, the stunningly beautiful Mu Loli said slowly, looking straight at Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo didn't change much from before, she had an extra mysterious aura on her body. This change was very subtle, but it still made Mu Luli feel it. It's just a breakthrough in cultivation. Chen Luo stroked Mu Luli's beautiful hair and said softly. Immediately afterwards, several people were chatting outside. By the way, did Wu Xiao send the purple spirit crystal over these few days? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. Chapter 522 Heading to the Central Starfield. Now Chen Luo's cultivation base has reached the late stage of the Immortal King first stage, and if he has enough purple spirit crystals, he can break through quickly. Wu Xiao's ability is good, and he has many elixirs provided by himself, so he should have accumulated a lot of purple spirit crystals. Master, it seems that there has been no. Mu Luli was stunned, and then said slowly. That's right, Master, there is no express delivery to Archin Guangxing recently. Xue Xingtong pondered for a moment, before speaking out. As soon as the words of the two came out, Chen Luo immediately felt a little bad, so he didn't send the purple spirit crystal over. Could it be that Wu Xiao had rebelled? It was impossible. Chen Luo quickly suppressed this idea. With the Dao heart kind of demon, it was impossible for Wu Xiao to rebel. By the way, I also kept Suming Xianyan by Wu Xiao's side, so I can communicate with Suming Xianyan to learn about the information there. Then try it. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then began to communicate with Suming Xianyan. However, after Chen Luo unfolded his own sense, he found that he seemed to be unable to receive the sense from Suming Xianyan. Something went wrong. Chen Luo took a deep breath and thought to himself. Suming Xianyan is a cultivation base with true immortal 8th stage days. Even ordinary immortal king giants cannot easily avoid and exempt from its terrifying flames. Now, in this psychic universe, it is impossible to sense Suming Xianyan. It seems that this psychic universe also has its unique powerful means, and Chen Luo immediately understood in his heart. Means that can hinder the communication between himself and Suming Xianyan are quite rare even in the world of Ancient Desolate Continent. Chen Luo is a little surprised that this world, where the strongest Shinnik masters are no more than god-level Shinicists, has such means. However, Chen Luo could still feel the area where Suming Xianyan was located, but he couldn't communicate normally. It seems that it's the same as leaving Wu Xiao and those elixir. Chen Luo actually is not too concerned. It's just Suming Xianyan, Chen Luo will definitely not give up. Master, I feel that when I practice this cultivation technique, there is a tingling sensation in my eyes. At this time, Lin Xiyu spoke, and looked directly at Chen Luo. This is a normal phenomenon. You have a top-level physique with different pupils. Moreover, you are the legendary God's Eye of Destiny, but it is sealed. This cultivation technique will stimulate your physique. Chen Luo said without thinking, and told her about Lin Xiyu's physique. Master, I understand, thank you, Master. Lin Xiyu took a deep breath, feeling a burst of excitement in her heart. She never thought that she had a top-notch physique with different pupils. At the same time, Lin Xiyu was even more grateful to Chen Luo in his heart. If it wasn't for Chen Luo, he would never be able to awaken his different pupil physique in this life. Xiyu, you can practice the Fate-Turning Wheel Sutra here. I have something to do, so I have to leave for a while. Luo Li, Xingtong, you stay here too. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said to the girls. Yes, Master. Several people agreed one after another. They all knew that Owen was too weak to help Chen Luo at all. Ha ha ha. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo exerted the power of his destiny void body, and surged towards the bodies of several people. Lin Xiyu and others suddenly felt a mysterious change in their bodies, as if something was slowly separating them from the world. After a while, several people have a destiny void power on their bodies. This fate void power can make them like Chen Luo, cover karma, will not be deduced by others, hide everything they own, and can protect themselves very well. After Chen Luo gave them some other protective measures, he left Chen Guang Star and went to the area where Su Ming Xianyan was, the central star field of the psychic universe. Shinik Universe, Central Starfield. The Central Star Field is the most powerful star field in the Shinik Universe, where the top Shinik masters of the Shinik Universe gather, as well as various top powerhouses. The technology and psychic civilization here have also reached the extreme. The starry sky is shining everywhere, countless battleships and airships, and various starships are rampant. It can be said that this is the place that everyone yearns for. However, every inch of land here is precious, and only the top Shinik families and top Shinik forces can gain a foothold here. Ordinary psychic powers are not even qualified to step here. Blue Moon Star, Lu family. The Lu family is a top Shinik family in the central star field, and a top power with god-level Shinik masters. Even in the star-studded central star field, it is a very top-notch force. The Lu family, in an incomparably luxurious villa. The decoration of the villa is extraordinarily luxurious, all kinds of precious treasures are bright, and there are also many spiritual treasures, which emit powerful spiritual energy fluctuations around the villa. Hoo! In a room in the center of the villa, inside a lavender shield, there are two continuously burning flames. One of the flames seems to have life, and it is constantly devouring the other flame. The endless flames are constantly surging, as if to completely melt everything. After a while, that powerful flame completely devoured another group of flames, and in an instant, the aura of that powerful flame increased a little. Perfect! I didn't expect that there is such a powerful god-level strange fire in this world, it is so perfect, this flame, look, how charming it is. Those guys from the Black Spirit Society are not useless, and they can get such a good thing. Beside the shield, a man in a black suit watched the flames in the shield frantically. It is indeed powerful, and this flame seems to have a special spirituality, which can devour other flames. You see, it has devoured our holy fire, and it has become more active. On the other side, there was another old man with a cane. Both of them looked at the flame with fiery eyes, as if they wanted to devour the flame directly. Old ancestor, now that the experiment has been successful, you can let this strange fire devour it. This is the only strange fire that we have seen for so many years that can swallow the strange fire. If it swallows our family those god-level strange fires, then this god-rank strange fire is likely to break through the limit of the god level and reach an unprecedented realm. The man in the black suit licked On's lips, then said excitedly, the light in his eyes almost condensed into substance. It turned out that this man in a black suit was the contemporary head of the Lu family, Lu Zhengao. The old man next to him is the old man of the Lu family, Lu Mo. Both of them are top Shinik masters, especially Lu Mo, who has reached the level of god-level Shinik masters and is a strong man standing at the top of the Shinik universe. Chapter 523 The Metamorphosis of Su Ming Xianyan. Lu Mo next to him didn't speak, but continued to stare at the flame that had just swallowed a strange fire in front of him. His eyes were cloudy, as if he was thinking about something. The flames in the shield are still releasing extreme temperatures. Even with the protection of the special protective shield, there are still some terrifying flames gushing out from it, almost melting the surrounding space. It's too risky. Let's test again. Those strange fires involve our family background, so we can't be careless. Lumo took a deep breath, and then said in a deep voice. Those magical fires of the Lu family were all collected by the Lu family through countless years of hard work. Their families are basically shinicists of the fire department, and they can use these top-notch strange fires to explode powerful power. This is also the capital that their family has still stood at the top of the central star field for countless years. Old ancestor, time is running out. I got news from the Shinik Association that those guys in the Eternal Spirit Zone are getting more and more irritable. In less than 3 months, they will plunder our central star field again. This time, it's our Lu family's turn. If we don't have the trump card to suppress everything, no matter how much background we have, we will eventually become floating clouds. Lu Zhenghao took a deep breath, and then said slowly. In less than 3 months, hasn't the last plunder been 300 years? Why? Lu Mo's face became extremely ugly, and his wrinkled face trembled slightly, as if he had heard something very frightening. Things are normal. Old ancestor, I heard from people from the Chinook Association that there seems to be a 6th level threatening polluter in the Eternal Spirit Zone, and the subsequent looting will only become faster and more frequent. Lu Zhenghao continued in a low voice, his tone full of exhaustion. Suspected polluter with a 6th level threat. Lu Mo's pupils shrank violently, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. 10 5th level threatening polluters are already top level existences that are almost impossible to compete with in their Chinook age, 10 6th level. Just thinking about it makes them feel unparalleled despair. For a while, both of them were a little silent, not knowing what to say. I understand, let's cast the magic fire, and hope the result won't disappoint us. After a long while, Lumo sighed and clenched his hand on crutches unconsciously. Lu Zhenghao nodded, and immediately ordered the people of the Lu family to retrieve all the magical fires in their Lu family's treasury. Soon, 7 strange fires containing terrifying hot aura were thrown into the shield. Hoo! After the 7 god-level strange fires were cast, the flames bloomed with a more terrifying aura. The 7 terrifying strange fires around them seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and they kept running away, trying to escape from the shield. However, this shield is made of Ling Ninjayahu's most advanced technology and top-notch materials, even the god-level strange fire still cannot break free from it. Time passed slowly, and the black flame seemed to have turned into a ferocious fire-eating beast, constantly devouring the scorching strange fire around it. As the strange fire continued to devour, the aura of this flame also continued to rise. Sure enough, it's still transforming. It can transform into a realm that our Shinicists have never reached. Lu Zhenghao looked at the black flames that were constantly transforming, and his eyes were burning with raging fire. Lumo on the side was also attracted by the scene, and unconsciously looked at the shield. When this flame transforms into the highest realm, our Lu family can definitely rely on this flame to reach the pinnacle of the psychic age and create a new future. At that time, what is the mere eternal spirit area? By then, we will be the eternity of the psychic age dominate. Lu Zhenghao looked at the constantly changing flames and almost went crazy, as if he saw the own family reach an unprecedented peak. Several hours later, with the passage of time, the other flames in the shield were completely swallowed, completely entering into the black flames. Lu Zhenghao and Lumo had been standing in place, staring intently at the burning fire in the shield in front of them. 8 groups of terrifying strange fires fused together, the temperature in the shield was rising sharply, and there were continuous violent tearing sounds. That incomparably strong shield that contains strange spirituality seems to be a bit unbearable. Hey, Patriarch, this extremely powerful shield won't be unbearable. Seeing the shield that was constantly tearing, Lu Zhenghao became a little uneasy, swallowed his saliva, and then said slowly. Impossible, this extremely powerful shield has once withstood the full impact of a dozen 10 4th level polluters, no problem, this flame cannot. Lumo then said confidently. Crack. It's just that before Lumo finished speaking, cracks like spider webs appeared on the extremely strong shield. Lu Zhenghao, WW. Hoo! With the appearance of cracks and the extremely hot temperature, the luxurious room suddenly ignited endless flames under the scorching flames. Lu Zhenghao and Lumo were both stunned, especially Lumo, who had cracked the solid psychic shield just after he finished speaking. The extreme temperature around them made them all feel a strong sense of oppression. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Lu Zhenghao swallowed his saliva as he looked at the increasingly majestic flames in front of him. They were eager to improve the flame, but they forgot to customize a more powerful shield. It's just that there shouldn't be anything that can accommodate flames of this level. Lumo gritted his teeth tightly, the spiritual energy in his body was constantly flowing, trying to suppress the ever-expanding flame. Boom! As soon as Lumo's psychic energy touched it, it was as if a gunpowder keg was ignited, and a violent roar sounded. Whirring whirring! The black flames burst through the extreme energy shield in an instant, and surged towards the surroundings of the villa area. The terrifying flames surged in the area of the Lu family on the blue moon star like a giant dragon that destroyed everything. In an instant, all the people around exclaimed. The extreme temperature made them feel deep despair. Just a wisp of temperature burned everything around them. Moreover, this fierce flame is still expanding, and it seems to completely ignite the entire planet. It's over, our Lu family may not last for 3 months. Lumo looked at the continuous expansion of the surroundings, and even he could feel the irresistible flames in his heart, and whispered. Lu Zhenghao also showed a look of despair. If he had known earlier, he should have been more cautious. So, my Suming Xianyan is here. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in the ears of the two of them. Chapter 524 The Lu Family's Gratitude. Hoo. The moment that voice sounded, the black flames raging around like a violent dragon became extremely docile at this time. The flame that had expanded to the extreme began to shrink, like a mouse meeting a cat, and immediately put away its scorching heat. In an instant, the temperature in the area of the Lu family that was almost completely burned dropped sharply, and the countless raging fires completely disappeared, only a flame shining with black light kept jumping in the sky. Everyone in the Lu family felt the joy of being alive after the catastrophe, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the bean-sized beads of sweat from their foreheads. Although they didn't know why it happened suddenly, but no matter what, it was good that the terrifying flame was extinguished. The ever-expanding flame just now was so terrifying that everyone in the Lu family thought they were about to fall into the endless lava, the underworld. Master, you are finally here. I was almost strangled to death here. Those people are too damn it, insisting on forcing me to eat so much spiritual fire. At this time, the black flame above the Lu family suddenly spoke. Lu Zhenghao and Lumo both looked confused. This flame could speak. Ha. Then, the surrounding space trembled, and a young man in casual clothes appeared next to the black flame. The black flame quickly flew to Chen Luo's palm, very cute. Forcing you to eat, I think you want to eat it yourself. Chen Luo looked at Suming Xianyan whose aura was constantly expanding, and saw through its small thoughts at a glance. Obviously, this guy came here on purpose to find spiritual fire to eat. However, Chen Luo didn't care, Suming Xianyan's promotion could also help him better. Suming Xianyan, who has devoured many spiritual fires, has already broken through the true immortal 9th stage at this time, and the spirit power of those spiritual fires is still being continuously absorbed by it. Suming Xianyan is constantly climbing towards the true immortal 9th stage day of true immortal. Hey, Master, I didn't delay your affairs, don't worry, I have shared a ray of fire on Wu Xiao, he will be fine. Suming Xian said with a chuckle. Chen Luo frowned. He could feel that Wu Xiao was still alive, but his condition seemed to be not very good. Moreover, I prepared a little surprise for the master. Suming Xianyan continued. You, who are you? Does this strange fire belong to a senior? Lumo looked at the young man who suddenly appeared, and there was an indescribable fear in his eyes. He could feel the terrifying aura on Chen Luo's body, which was stronger than any strong man he had ever seen. It's just that the slight breath that came out made him almost out of breath. The same is true for Lu Zhenghao next to him, and because his strength is not as good as Lumo's, the fear he feels is even more intense. Chen Luo turned around slowly and looked at the two people in front of him. Name, Lumo. Realm, God-level middle-stage Shinicist. Identity, Lan Yuexing, the ancestor of the Lu family. Name Lu Zhengao. Realm, Emperor rank late stage Shinicist. Identity, Lan Yuexing, the head of the Lu family. Chen Luo's probing eyes detected the identities of the two in an instant. That's right, Suming Xianyan is mine. Chen Luo said lightly. These people are also unlucky enough, all the spiritual fires in their collections have been swallowed up by own Suming Xianyan. Suming Xianyan, is this strange fire called Suming Xianyan? Lu Zhengao murmured in a low voice, his eyes still looking scorchingly at the black flame in Chen Luo's palm. I'm sorry, Senior, we bought this Suming Xianyan from the Black Spirit Society. We didn't know that this Suming Xianyan belonged to the owner. Please forgive me, Senior. At this time, Lumo, the patriarch of the Lu family next to him, put his own posture extremely low, and then said in panic, his body trembling constantly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chen Luo's strength was so terrifying that the ancestor of the Lu family didn't have the slightest rebellious intention at all. It's okay, those who don't know are innocent. Chen Luo said lightly. Chen Luo already learned from Suming Xianyan that these people were indeed purchased from the Black Spirit Society, and they didn't know about this matter. Moreover, own Suming Xianyan has received a lot of benefits from the Lu family, so there is no need to haggle with these people. The one who should pay the price is the Black Spirit Society. Senior, thank you Senior for saving your life, Senior's great kindness, our Lu family will never forget it. Lumo then said slowly. Chen Luo raised his brows. This guy was quite sensible, and he even took the initiative to bow his head to apologize and be grateful. However, this guy was right. If Chen Luo hadn't arrived in time, the ever-expanding flames, let alone the Lu family, would have completely burned up the entire Blue Moon Star. If I didn't arrive in time, these two Emperor rank and God rank Shinicists might be able to survive, but the rest of Blue Moon Star didn't have this ability. He will definitely be buried in endless flames. Yes, many. Thank you Senior for saving your life, we are willing to pay 10 trillion Chinook coins, thank you for your life-saving grace. At this time, Lu Zhengao next to him gritted his teeth and looked at Chen sincerely. Lo! Chen Luo's eyes lit up with 10 trillion spiritual energy coins. This Lu family is too sensible, yes. Chinook coins are the universal currency of the Chinook universe, and their purchasing power is quite strong. 10 trillion Chinook coins can already buy quite a few medium-sized planets, even for those top Chinook families. Belonging to a very large fortune. This Lu family is worthy of being the top psychic family, to be able to come up with such a large amount of psychic coins. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Okay, but I don't want Chinook coins. You can exchange them for purple spirit crystals. After 7 days, I will come to Blue Moon Star to pick them up. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, but did not refuse the Lu family's gratitude. After all, 10 trillion Chinook coins is still a lot, just enough to exchange for a lot of purple spirit crystals for self-cultivation and improvement of cultivation base. Yes, Senior. Lu Zhengao and Lumo both agreed. Chen Luo nodded, and then disappeared into Blue Moon Star. He still has more important things to do now. Looking at the empty space in front of them, both Lu Zhengao and Lumo heaved a sigh of relief. Many surrounding buildings were completely burned to ashes, but fortunately, Chen Luo appeared in time, and the Lu family did not suffer much loss. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying hermit powerhouse in our psychic universe. I was the one watching the sky. After a long while, Lumo sighed and said softly. There is complexity, reverence, and a lot of fear in those eyes. It had been a long time since he had experienced this deep sense of fear that penetrated the bone, an existence that almost surpassed his cognition. Old ancestor, tell me, will this senior be a peak powerhouse above the god rank? Lu Zhengao also spoke, looking at the place where Chen Luo disappeared, his eyes still trembled. Chapter 525 Black Spirit Society. It shouldn't be possible. In the thousands of 10,000 years of our psychic universe, no one above the god rank has appeared. This senior Lumo regained his senses and said in a low voice. However, soon, Lumo stopped talking, and there was an unprecedented wave of waves in his heart. He had seen this most powerful Shinicist at the peak of the god rank, but Lumo felt that the feeling given to him by the Shinicist at the peak of the god rank was far inferior to that given to him by Chen Luo. Could it be that this senior is really a supreme Shinicist above the god rank? Lumo's breathing became short of breath, and he clenched his own fist unconsciously. No one wants to break through to the supreme existence above the god level. Although it has not yet appeared, all the peak Shinicists in this universe are working hard towards that step. Black Star, Black Spirit Society. The Black Spirit Society is an extremely powerful organization in the Shinnik universe. They are composed of many evil Shinnik masters who are cruel, bloodthirsty, extreme, and have no bottom line. In the psychic universe, the Black Spirit Society can also be considered a top force, and because of its cruel methods, it is notorious outside the laws of the psychic universe, and it is also the object that many people hate and fear. Black Star is a super planet controlled by the Black Spirit Society. This is the fallen paradise of evil Shinicists. All the entertainment you want can be found here. However, today's Black Star seems to be more lively. Over the bustling city, countless combat airships are soaring, bombarding the city below, and the psychic cannonballs are like shooting stars, covering almost all areas. Tall and prosperous buildings, gorgeous streets, and various buildings were blasted into ruins under the fierce psychic cannonballs. The violent impact almost completely destroyed the city. There were even violent howls and screams. Obviously, there are still many living beings in these cities. What kind of plane are they doing? No one cares about destroying the city casually like this. My woman was still in the city, and they all killed them just like that. Damn, it's Black Spirit Society, I hate the Black Spirit Society. Are the people from the Black Spirit Society crazy? They directly destroy the city openly here. Do they still have the law of psychic power? Is it possible that they don't care about psychic laws at all? Grass. In the fringes of the city, there are many Shinnik masters, their clothes are ragged, and they are extremely embarrassed. They all sensed the imminent terrorist attack and evacuated from it in time. However, there are still more Shinnik masters in the city, who have not yet evacuated, and have been completely bombarded into debris by a large number of Shinnik shells. This is the first time this kind of thing happened. What happened to the Black Spirit Society? Why is it so crazy? A thin Shinicist frowned. He has lived in the Black Star for a very long time, and he is also a senior member of the Black Spirit Society, and he has a good understanding of the Black Spirit Society. Although the Black Spirit Society has no bottom line and is very cruel, it still has some guarantees for the planet it rules. In these cities of Black Star, in addition to catching Shinnik masters for experiments every day, looting resources at will, and killing some people who don't have eyesight, there will be no such large-scale destruction. This is really the first time that the airship is directly dispatched to destroy the city. The other Shinicists around were also quite puzzled. The behavior of the Black Spirit Society this time was really too confusing. I know why. I heard that it was Black Spirit that was robbed from a treasure house in Black Star. All the thousands of purple spirit crystals hidden in that treasure house were stolen. That thief is said to be hiding in our Black Rain City. At this time, a fatty wearing a blue ragged robe wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said out of breath. The treasury was stolen? Who dared to steal Black Star's treasury after taking the guts out of ambition? Yet, dare to snatch the Black Spirit Society, isn't this TM lighting up the lamp in the toilet? F***ck, you're really talented. It's not good to grab anything. If you insist on grabbing the Black Spirit Society, isn't that just asking for trouble? It's simply boring. As soon as that fatty's words came out, many Shinik masters around were completely shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to do anything to the treasure house of the Black Spirit Society. You must know that the Black Spirit Society is a taboo terrorist force in the psychic universe. Only the Black Spirit Society has always robbed other forces, and there is no such thing as the Black Spirit Society being plundered. This kind of thing is really groundbreaking, the first time. At this time, they also somewhat understood why Hailing would be so crazy and directly destroy a city. It turns out that someone is provoking the majesty of their Black Spirit Society. If they don't hit hard, what is the majesty of the Black Spirit Society? Master Huo, what should we do? Those members of the Black Spirit Society are too crazy. If this continues, we will really die here. Among the ruins in Heiyu City, the pale Wu Xiao spoke softly. On Wu Xiao's body, there was also a group of black flames. This black flame wrapped Wu Xiao and formed an armor, covering Wu Xiao's aura. Why don't you panic? These black spirits are nothing more than trash. Give them another 100 years to practice and find Grandpa. The black flame on Wu Xiao's body spoke with confidence. Bang bang bang! The combat airships in the sky were still bombarding continuously, and the violent roar resounded throughout the city. The city that was already in ruins was once again attacked indiscriminately, and countless dust was raised everywhere. Under this terrifying impact, Wu Xiao's spiritual energy was consumed more and more rapidly, and his aura became more sluggish. Master Huo, I don't have much psychic power. If they keep bombarding like this, I won't be able to hold on within 10 minutes. Wu Xiao continued, his face full of fear. This ray of flame is exactly a ray of sub-fire that Suming Xianyan split out. Although it is a sub-fire, it also has very terrifying strength and means. Wu Xiao escaped from the prison of the Black Spirit Society precisely by virtue of this wisp of fire, and robbed their treasure house. Don't panic, Master Huo, I have gone through countless storms, just a Black Spirit Society, just a small problem, just wait a little longer, as long as you wait a little longer, all these guys will have to pay the price. The flame on Wu Xiao's body spoke again rode. Dead mouse, I finally found you. At this moment, a deep and hoarse voice sounded in Wu Xiao's ears. Chapter 526, Ins and Outs. Wu Xiao's pupil shrank, his body stiffened, and his face suddenly became extremely pale. This voice instantly made Wu Xiao's Shinik energy seem to be suppressed, unable to flow anymore. Boom! Then, the ruins around Wu Xiao were completely overturned. With a violent whistling sound, the ruins were blown away, and Wu Xiao, who was wearing a flame armor, was exposed to the barren plain. The surrounding space was distorted, and two men in black robes with cold faces appeared in front of Wu Xiao. Both of them had monstrous Shinik power, which made Wu Xiao feel a terrible sense of oppression. Master Huo, what should I do, what should I do? Wu Xiao asked hurriedly. Now he really has no way out, he can only continue to rely on Su Ming Xianyan. However, Su Ming Xianyan's Ziwo seemed to have lost his spirituality, so he didn't answer Wu Xiao again. Seeing that there was no response, Wu Xiao's face became even paler, and his heart almost sank to the bottom of the valley. Hey? It's just a king rank Shinicist. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that a little king rank Shinicist robbed the treasure house of our Black Spirit Society. A man in black robe said in a hoarse voice, his tone extremely fierce. This black-robed man is Su Kuiyu, the head of the Black Spirit Society, the top Shinicist of the Emperor rank Shinicist. It was he who was in charge of Black Star, so after Black Star's treasure house was taken, Su Kuiyu quickly started searching. Brat, hand over our treasure house, and we can give you a good time, otherwise, you know the methods of our Black Spirit Society, and you will be punished more painfully than death. Another deputy hall master next to him staring at Wu Xiaodao with cold eyes. They didn't expect that it was a mere king rank Shinicist who took away their heavily guarded treasure house, which was a great shame. Wu Xiao looked at the two top experts in front of him, feeling more and more desperate. A strong man of this level gave him such a strong sense of oppression that he had no strength to resist. Master, this guy seems to be the guy with the god-level strange fire we caught before. At this moment, a young man wearing a jacket jumped out of the airship in the sky. The guy with the god-level strange fire before. The deputy hall master narrowed his eyes slightly, staring curiously at Wu Xiao in front of him. Before, members of their Black Spirit Society caught a guy with a lot of elixir in the black market of Silver Wolf Star. That guy not only has a lot of elixir, but also has a god-level strange fire on his body. Chi Huo was sold to the Lu family of Blue Moon Star, and that guy was completely thrown into prison by them. Unexpectedly, because of a moment of carelessness, he was allowed to escape and caused such a big loss. Interesting, although I don't know what means you have, but you have successfully attracted my attention. I will give you a chance, you can join our Black Spirit Star. At this time, Su Kuiyu next to him spoke. Very interesting. He stared at Wu Xiao in front of him. Brat, you're lucky, our hall master has taken a fancy to you, and now you return the things to us, we are a family. The deputy hall master next to him also realized the value of Wu Xiao. This Wu Xiao is just a shinichist of king rank, so he can escape from their prison and steal their treasure house. This method is really amazing. If he can take this Wu Xiao for his own use and let him help He Linghui to plunder everywhere in the future, the harvest he will get will definitely be unimaginable. Why, you don't want to, or do you want to die? Seeing that Wu Xiao didn't answer, Su Kuiyu frowned. If it weren't for Wu Xiao's value, Su Kuiyu didn't want to say a word, and let him experience the cruelest punishment. Death, maybe, it's you who are going to think about this now. At this time, the fear on Wu Xiao's face completely disappeared, and instead became extremely calm. Ha ha ha, I think you've lost your mind, we have to think about this, forget it, we shouldn't spend too much time talking to a waste. The deputy hall master sneered, and the spiritual energy on his body became more and more powerful. Boom! However, as soon as the deputy hall master finished speaking, there was an extremely violent roar from all around. An idea to suppress the world descended from the sky, and the strong sense of oppression instantly completely suppressed all the people of the Black Spirit Society around them. The bodies of the two hall masters were pressed straight into the ground, leaving only two heads on the ground. The battle airship in the sky and other members of the Black Spirit Society were completely reduced to dust under this heavy pressure without any resistance. Immediately, countless rain of blood and dust continued to fly around. This scene is extremely frightening. Who? It's so scary. The faces of the two hall masters of the Black Spirit Society were full of horror, and their bodies froze. The spiritual energy in the body stagnated as if it had encountered a natural enemy. They have never encountered such a scene, and they almost completely lost their ability to think for a while. Master, you are here. Wu Xiao respectfully saluted Chen Luo, who suddenly appeared not far away. Ha ha ha, Wu Xiao, let me just say it, with Master Huo here, there can be no accidents, these black spirits are just trash that can be suppressed casually. Chen Luo flew out a powerful incomparable flames, laughed out loud. At this time, Su Mingxianyan is still constantly transforming, and his aura is approaching the limit of true immortal. The corners of Wu Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, not because of his master's strength. Immediately afterwards, Wu Xiao told Chen Luo everything that happened to him in Silver Wolf Star, and at the same time handed over the plundered treasure house to Chen Luo. It turned out that because he sold a lot of elixir in exchange for purple spirit crystals, he was targeted by the people of the Black Spirit Society. After Su Mingxianyan knew the details of the Black Spirit Society, he wanted to use his tricks and do something big. Wu Xiao cooperated honestly and was finally arrested and thrown into prison. Originally, Su Mingxianyan wanted to plunder the resources in Black Star with Wu Xiao, but just happened to meet someone from the Lu family who came to Black Star. Su Mingxianyan sensed the aura of the spiritual fire from the people of the Lu family, and took the initiative to show up, and asked the Lu family to buy him away, intending to seize the Lu family's spiritual fire. On Wu Xiao's side, after cooperating with Su Ming Xianyan's wisp of fire, he robbed a treasure house of the Black Spirit Society, and then started the road to escape. So that's the case, you guys did a good job. Chen Luo nodded, looking at the thousands of purple spirit crystals in the treasury, he felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Although there were many twists and turns, Su Ming Xianyan absorbed a large amount of spiritual fire, and his strength increased greatly. Wu Xiao was fine, and he harvested a lot of purple spirit crystals, which is a relatively good result. With these purple spirit crystals, own cultivation base should be able to break through to Immortal King second stage, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Chapter 527 Desire to seize the treasure house. Chen Luo's cultivation base has already reached the late stage of the Immortal King first stage due to the fusion of the Destiny Void. As long as he absorbs more than 2,000 purple spirit crystals, he can break through the Immortal King second stage. Now there are more than 4,000 purple spirit crystals here, which can completely allow Chen Luo's cultivation base to break through the Immortal King second stage sky. You dare to attack people from our Black Spirit Society, our president will not let you go. At this time, Su Kuiyu, the Hall Master of the Black Spirit Society on the other side, then said tremblingly, looking at Chen Luo in front of him in horror. The other Hall Master also had a face full of fear, even though his body was wrapped in ruins, it was still difficult to cover up his trembling body. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, there are still you rubbish here. Chen Luo frowned, and then said lightly. Name, Su Kuiyu. Realm, Emperor rank Peak Shinicist. Identity, Master of the Black Spirit Hall. Name, Shen Tao. Realm, Emperor rank Middle Stage Shinicist. Identity, Vice Hall Master of the Black Spirit Society. Chen Luo's probing eyes quickly found out the identities of the two of them completely. Both of them are the Hall Masters of the Black Spirit Society, but the strength of this Black Spirit Society is not bad, but the Hall Master's strength has reached the realm of the Emperor rank Shinicist. Chen Luo was surprised. After spending a lot of time in the psychic universe, Chen Luo has roughly figured it out. The Shinik Masters of Emperor rank have the power equivalent to the Great Emperor of the Ancient Desolate Continent, and the Shinik Masters of the Divine rank are equivalent to the Light Ones of True Immortal. However, due to the limitation of psychic power, spiritual qi is far more powerful than psychic power, therefore, the same rank's Emperor rank Shinicist is no match for the Great Emperor at all. Even, Chen Luo feels that the great emperors of the top talents of the Ancient Desolate Continent can leapfrog to God of War level Shinicists here. However, this refers to the case where there is no external force. Although the psychic power of this universe is not as powerful as spiritual qi, after thousands of 10,000 years of development, the technology has reached its peak. The top battleships and super weapons derived from Shinik energy and technology have terrifying destructive power, and can even easily destroy a planet. Those top battleships and super weapons combined with some methods of Shinik masters can also display abnormal heaven-defying offensives. Although Chen Luo did not have his own in-depth experience, but compared with some data from Chen Luo's previous investigation, Chen Luo had a vague feeling that the power of these super weapons was not even inferior to those top immortal weapons. Garbage, dare to call us garbage, the president of the Shinik Association dare not talk to us like that, now, apologize to us immediately, let us go, I can help you plead in front of our president, otherwise, you will die it's miserable. The vice president of the Black Spirit Society gritted his teeth. Although he was very scared in his heart, the Black Spirit Society seemed to give him a lot of confidence. Even in the current situation, he still had hope in his heart. Hoo! At this time, the black flame beside Chen Luo suddenly exploded with extreme temperature, surging towards the Deputy Hall Master's body. The terrifyingly high temperature completely melted the space, and the scorching heat made the Vice Hall Master's hair stand on end. In a moment, with an extremely violent whistling sound, the deputy hall master who had been extremely stubborn just now was burned to ashes, only the scorching heat and ashes permeated the surroundings. Master Huo's strength is so strong. Wu Xiao beside Chen Luo rubbed his own eyes, watching all this in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Lord Huo's body could easily destroy such a terrifying Black Spirit Society powerhouse, it is really inconceivable. Su Kuiyu, the master of the Black Spirit Hall next to him, was completely stunned, his eyes were full of fear, and he was completely speechless. The extreme temperature around and the scattered ashes made Su Kuiyu feel like a dream, it was too fast, this thing. Shen Tao, whose strength is slightly lower than his own, has disappeared like this, like paper, even more brittle than paper. If the flame is attacking him, then wouldn't he be himself? Thinking of this, Su Kuiyu shuddered deeply. If you want to live a good life, then, what will I ask next, what will you answer? Seeing that Su Ming Xianyan had stunned the head of the Black Spirit Society, Chen Luo said flatly. Su Kuiyu nodded dumbly, his survival instinct made him dare not have any rebellious intentions, he didn't want to end up like Shen Tao. Where are the other treasure houses of your Black Spirit Society? Chen Luo then asked. For these evil organizations, Chen Luo would not be polite to them, and just plundered all their treasure houses. After all, the Black Spirit Society is one of the top evil forces in the Shinnok universe, with a very strong background, and their treasury must have a lot of treasures. Moreover, according to the information obtained by Chen Luo, the Black Spirit Society holds the largest purple spirit crystal market in the entire Shinnok universe except the Shinnok Association. Wu Xiao just plundered one of the treasures, and obtained thousands of purple spirit crystals. If all the treasure houses of the Black Spirit Society were plundered, Chen Luo couldn't imagine how terrifying the number of purple spirit crystals he had would be, which might allow his own cultivation base to rise extremely quickly. You, what do you want to do? Su Kuiyu asked tremblingly, Chen Luo's breath made him feel frightened. And Chen Luo's question made Su Kuiyu even more frightened. Does he want to do something to other treasure houses of the Black Spirit Society? Ha. As soon as Su Kuiyu's voice fell, a flame penetrated directly into the soil, and a hot breath surged, instantly burning his left hand to ashes. Oh, no. After a moment of silence, Su Kuiyu wailed in pain. Next time, ask something that shouldn't be asked, and you understand the consequences. Chen Luo said lightly, with an extremely cold tone. Yes, I said, our Black Spirit Society has a total of 20 treasure houses. Su Kuiyu continued tremblingly, and honestly told Chen Luo everything Chen Luo wanted to know. Soon, Chen Luo learned about all the treasure houses of the Black Spirit Society from Su Kuiyu. It turns out that the Black Spirit Society has a total of 20 treasure houses, Black Star has 3, and the remaining 17 are distributed in other planets in the central star field, all of which are guarded by many top experts of the Black Spirit Society. Moreover, Su Kuiyu gave all the detailed location and guardian information of these treasure houses. Through Su Kuiyu, Chen Luo also had a general understanding of the strength of the Black Spirit Society. Chapter 528 Changes in the Spirit Zone. The Black Spirit Society controls dozens of planets in the central star field, including 2 super planets. There are countless other planets on the edge of the galaxy. According to Su Kuiyu, the Black Spirit Society has at least 3 god-level Shinnok masters, all of whom are extremely powerful. There are also quite a few universe warships and super weapons with extremely terrifying destructive power. It's time for us to work, to receive our treasure house. After collecting the information, Chen Luo then said to Su Ming Xianyan. Now that he knew the information about this treasure house and the strength of the Black Spirit Society, Chen Luo immediately decided to attack the treasure house of the Black Spirit Society. As for the strength of the Black Spirit Society, Chen Luo didn't care, he had already broken through to the Immortal King realm. Chen Luo is still sure to deal with several god-level Shinnok masters. Yes, Master, I can't wait. Su Ming Xianyan then said excitedly. Before, people from the Black Spirit Society chased and killed Wu Xiao and his Ziwo all the way, which made Su Ming Xianyan accumulate a lot of anger in his heart. Now, just let them pay the price they should pay. As for you, you should go to Blue Moon Star first, go to Lu's house, take this to Lu's house. Chen Luo took a moment, then took out a token with his own aura, and handed it to Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao's strength was too low to participate in this kind of plunder, so Chen Luo planned to let him go to the Lu family to help him look after the Lu family. Yes, Master. Wu Xiao took a deep breath and said respectfully. After speaking, Wu Xiao took out a huge airship and drove it to Lu's house on Blue Moon Star. We have to act too. 20 treasure houses will take a lot of time. Chen Luo continued in a low voice. A strange light flashed in his eyes. If Chen Luo had to collect all the 20 treasure houses, it would definitely take some time. Su Ming Xianyan got into Chen Luo's body, and then, a powerful force of space appeared around Chen Luo. The power of space enveloped Chen Luo and Su Kuiyu, who was completely desperate. With a flash of brilliant light, Chen Luo disappeared into the ruins. After everyone left, only the endless ruins and the extreme high temperature remained. 3 days later. Shinik Universe, Eternal Soul. The Eternal Spirit Zone is the largest spiritual zone in the Shinik Universe, blooming with spirit power that almost gushes out the entire universe. From a distance, the Eternal Spirit area looks like a universe garden occupying most of the Shinik Universe, beautiful and majestic. In particular, the endless spirit power and mysterious atmosphere blooming in the Eternal Spirit Zone give people a fatal attraction, and people can't help but indulge and want to get involved. In the countless years, there are many Shinik Universe powerhouses who couldn't resist the fatal attraction when looking around the Eternal Spirit Zone, and threw themselves into the Eternal Spirit Zone, becoming the masters of the Eternal Spirit Zone. Polluter. Among these people, there are many top holy ranks, and even Shinik masters of emperor rank. Therefore, the area of thousands of miles around the Eternal Spirit Zone has become a restricted area, and few people with Shinik universes step into it. What a beautiful Eternal Spirit Zone, but unfortunately, it is a poppy that our era is destined not to be able to embrace. On the edge of the Eternal Soul Zone, a tall old man in a white suit sighed. The Eternal Spirit Zone ahead is like a poppy flower, blooming with an extremely terrifying attraction. The eyes of the old man in the suit were firmly attracted, his eyes became blurred, the spiritual energy in his body kept surging, and his body unconsciously moved forward. However, before he could take any action, a mark of white light appeared on the forehead of the old man in the suit. The mark of white light flashed, and the body of the old man in the suit froze in place, with a look of horror on his face, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hiss! This Eternal Spirit Zone is indeed rumored to have great terror. After a while, the old man in the suit took a deep breath and couldn't help sighing. Old Jian, what's the matter? Let me just say, the fatal attraction of this Eternal Spirit Zone cannot be resisted by you with powerful mental energy. The middle-aged man came to the old man in the suit and said slowly. I am watching the sky from a well. If I didn't have the Forbidden Spirit Rune, I am afraid that I would also become a member of the polluters of the Eternal Spirit Zone. The old man in the suit took a deep breath and said, his face was full of fear. The old man in the suit is Qian Shansong, a spiritual teacher from the top Shinik family in the Central Star Field, and he has never been to the Eternal Spirit Zone. Not long ago, after breaking through to the Emperor rank psychiatrist, he wanted to come to the edge of the Eternal Spirit Zone to experience it, and use his powerful mental energy to resist the attraction of this spirit zone. It's just that, unexpectedly, she still couldn't resist, and fell completely before she knew it. If he hadn't prepared the Forbidden Spirit Rune that can isolate spirit power in advance, he would have completely fallen into the Eternal Spirit Zone. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. He is the guardian of the Eternal Spirit Zone, Sun Kairyui. He has guarded the edge of the Eternal Spirit Zone for many years. He has seen many people who want to resist with their own abilities, but without exception, they all fail. The attraction of the Eternal Spirit Zone is too terrifying. Except for the Shinik Masters of the God rank and the top Emperor rank Shinik Masters, the rest are completely irresistible. There have been countless cases to prove this point. You guards are really amazing. You can still keep your heart while guarding such a terrifying area. Qian Shansong continued to look at the middle-aged man with respect. It was only a slight sinking just now, but he felt as if he had fallen into the underworld forever, and he could only be relieved by stepping into the spiritual zone. At that time, he wished to abandon everything and completely throw himself into the embrace of the restricted area. Mental energy, which he is proud of, is really too small in the face of this attraction. Now that he saw this eternal spirit zone, he truly realized the real terror, which was not something he could resist. Keep my heart, do I still have my heart? The guardian Sun Kaiyue murmured in a low voice, and unconsciously touched the heart of On with his palm, where the heartbeat had already ceased. Kaiyue, what's the matter with you? Qian Shansong asked, noticing that Sun Kaiyue's mood seemed to be a little off. Boom! At this time, there was a sudden violent roar, and a powerful wave of inspiration erupted in the eternal spirit zone not far away. As if there were endless spirit power bursting out from it, the space on the edge of the entire eternal spirit zone was constantly twisting, tearing, and colliding. Both Qian Shansong and Sun Kaiyue felt an unprecedented palpitation, and their faces became extremely pale. What happened? What happened? Why is there such a change in the eternal spirit zone? Qian Shansong looked at the eternal spirit zone, which had become a little violent, with a look of fear on his face. Chapter 529 God Extinguishing Rank Shinicist. Sun Kaiyue stared fixedly at the eternal spirit zone in front of him, his face became ugly. Spiritual disaster is about to break out early. Sun Kaiyue said in a deep voice. The spiritual energy in his body crazily resisted the terrifying pressure around him. How is it possible? It's only been 2,000 years since the start of the Shinik Age, so how could the spiritual disaster break out again? Qian Shansong asked in disbelief, his body trembling unceasingly. The spiritual disaster is a catastrophe that will erupt every 10,000 years in the psychic age, and it is a disaster that will sweep the entire psychic universe. However, it is usually opened at the end of the Shinik era. The current Shinik age has only been opened for more than 2,000 years, that is to say, it is only a few thousand years since the last spiritual disaster erupted. Originally, a spiritual disaster once in 100,000 years broke out now, and Qian Shansong couldn't help but be shocked and questioned. However, thinking of Sun Kaiyue's identity, Qian Shansong felt a little more flustered. Perhaps, as he said, a spiritual disaster is really about to erupt. I can't believe it either, but the current situation is beyond what I can handle. Sun Kaiyue looked at the ever-expanding spirit power and countless evil faces in the eternal spirit zone in front of him, and pressed a red siren next to him. Meanwhile, Shinik Universe, Dark Star. The Dark Star is a super planet controlled by the Black Spirit Society, and there are many top powerhouses of the Black Spirit Society here. Your Excellency is going too far, and plundered all the treasures of our Black Spirit Society. In one of the ruins of the Dark Star, the president of the Black Spirit Society and the three top vice presidents looked gloomy and cold, and powerful spiritual energy surged around them. Opposite them, Chen Luo stood there expressionless, looking at the many strong men indifferently. The four top powerhouses surrounded Chen Luo with horns, blocking all his escape routes. On the edge of the ruins, there are more evil shinicists from the Black Spirit Society. In the sky, there are also a large number of battle mechas, star warships, and super weapons. These top weapons were all pointed directly at Chen Luo, exuding frightening spiritual fluctuations. Name, Zhou Heihei. Realm, Divine Rank Late Stage Shinicist. Identity, President of the Black Spirit Society. Name, Zhang Yongchang. Realm, God-level middle-stage Shinicist. Identity, Vice President of the Black Spirit Society. Name, Zongxue Wen. Realm, God-level middle-stage Shinicist. Identity, Vice President of the Black Spirit Society. Name, Zhu Dongbei. Realm, God-level middle-stage Shinicist. Identity, Vice President of the Black Spirit Society. 1 late stage, 3 middle stages. Chen Luo raised his brows, without any trace of fear in his eyes. The strength of these people, in his opinion, is nothing more than that. Especially, these days, Chen Luo has absorbed a large amount of purple spirit crystal, and the cultivation base has already reached the Immortal King's 2nd stage day. Moreover, at this moment, in Chen Luo's body, there are still a large number of purple spirit crystals that have turned into pure power, improving Chen Luo's cultivation base. Under the burning of a large number of purple spirit crystals, Chen Luo's cultivation base was climbing at a terrifying speed every moment. Is it too much just to rob 20 of your treasure houses? Isn't it too much for how many evil things you have done over the years? Chen Luo said lightly, looking at the president of the Black Spirit Society in front of him with fearlessness. In the past few days, Chen Luo used his powerful immortal means to easily plunder all the treasure house of their Black Spirit Society. Now, the number of purple spirit crystals in Chen Luo is more than 100,000. However, when plundering the last treasury in the Dark Star, people from the Black Spirit Society squatted to guard it. Chen Luo was not surprised either. After all, he was heading for the treasure house. Anyone from the Black Spirit Society would guard him in the treasure house if he had any brains. Chen Luo was already ready for a head-on battle with the Black Spirit Society. Evil thing? Humph, is that an evil thing? Those trash, why do I need to discuss things with them? I can do whatever I want. The president of the Black Spirit Society sneered, scoffing at Chen Luo's words. As the president of the Black Spirit Society, Zhou Hibai is of course aware of the nature of his organization, which is an evil force. But, so what, he can be free and easy, as long as he has enough interests, why should he care about other people's lives? You're right, but you rubbish are not rubbish to me. Chen Luo raised his head slowly and said calmly. You are looking for death, dare to say that we are trash, we will send you on your way. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Zhou Hibai not far away suddenly became furious, and said with a gloomy expression. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, the Shinik energy on Zhou Hibai's body spread like a tide towards the surroundings. Several other vice presidents and others around also launched their own spiritual power. They had already experienced some of Chen Luo's methods before and knew how powerful he was, so they didn't hold back and unleashed all their Shinik power. At the same time, they put on the top battle armor in an instant. I originally wanted to recruit you, but you are too arrogant, so I can only send you on your way. Promise me that you will not provoke us in your next life. The other senior vice presidents of the Black Spirit Society said coldly. In an instant, there seemed to be several terrifying mech monsters attacking Chen Luo. Interesting, the combination of a Shinicist and a battle mech, let me see how strong the world's top combat power is. Chen Luo said softly, and then launched his own spirit power, and Chen Luo's aura was constantly flowing at this moment of expansion. In a moment, Chen Luo collided with these great god-level Shinik masters who had fused battle mechs. Boom! With the sound of a fierce collision, the surrounding battle mechs that looked extremely powerful were easily destroyed like tofu. Several vice presidents and their battle mechs were instantly blasted into residue and minced meat by Chen Luo's fists. In an instant, countless shattered materials and flesh and blood energy were continuously scattered around. Zhou Hibai's mecha was also completely shattered, but there seemed to be some powerful protection on his body that helped him block the fatal damage. That's it. Looking at the several battle mechas in front of him that were easily destroyed by Own, Chen Luo's face was filled with disappointment. Unexpectedly, these so-called strongest battle mechs are so vulnerable in front of their own fists. Moreover, in order to better experience these battle matches, Chen Luo has not exploded with all his strength, but only used less than 10% of his strength. However, these battle matches couldn't even withstand 10% of Chen Luo's strength, which made Chen Luo extremely disappointed. You, what the hell are you? What kind of monster are you? Not far away, Zhou Bibai, who was lucky enough to survive, was completely terrified, and looked at Chen Luo in front of him in great horror. Chapter 530 Burning the Dark Star. The scene just now really exceeded Zhou Heihei's cognition, which made Zhou Heihei feel that his own worldview had been subverted. The god-level middle-stage Shinicist who put on the top battle armor of the spiritual age couldn't even resist the punch of the young man in front of him. Those three people can become the vice presidents of the Black Spirit Society. Naturally they have their own advantages, and their psychic powers are already extremely powerful. Although it is only a god-level middle-stage Shinicist, but with its own potential and top-notch battle mech, it can be said that it is already the pinnacle of the Shinic universe. However, it was this kind of peak existence that was killed by Chen Luo with a single punch. Still, killing three with one punch made Zhou Hebai feel like he was dreaming. "I'm not some monster, I'm just here to kill you trash," Chen Luo said lightly. Seeing how weak these guys were, Chen Luo had no intention of continuing to test. Even 10% of his strength can't stop him, it's completely worthless. Kill them all, I don't believe it, I can't kill this monster." Zhou Hebai then yelled heart-piercingly, fear made him completely out of control, and now he just wants to go all out kill Chen Luo. As soon as Zhou Heihei's voice fell, all kinds of interstellar warships, combat mechas, and many super weapons in the sky launched a fierce offensive towards Chen Luo of the Dark Star. This kind of thing may be a threat to others, but it has no value in front of me. Looking at the terrorist attack around him, Chen Luo shook his head slightly. Boom! In a short while, many cutting-edge technologies in the sky emitted various super beams, lasers, and artillery, covering all areas around Chen Luo. However, the space around Chen Luo was distorted for a while, and in an instant, countless space vortices appeared beside Chen Luo. Those terrifying impacts that almost destroyed everything were easily swallowed by these space vortices. Chen Luo was completely unharmed. Not far away, Zhou Hebai looked at the scene in front of him, and the fear on his face became more intense. "Here, are you a polluter?" Suddenly, Zhou Bibai saw the power of the space avenue around Chen Luo, and suddenly raised his head and said, "This kind of power is very similar to the power of a polluter. Zhou Bibai has seen top polluters before. I know that some polluters have powerful space power and various strange powers." Boom! Chen Luo's eyes were indifferent, he raised his right hand lightly, and an extremely domineering force surged towards Zhou Heihei. In just a moment, this extremely domineering power surged Zhou Bibai instantly. Under Chen Luo's unparalleled power, Zhou Bibai was completely annihilated and turned into pieces of flesh and blood. "The president is dead, my god, what kind of monster is this? A polluter must be a polluter. Except for polluters, such a terrifying existence cannot exist. Kill this monster, otherwise, we will all die." In other areas of the Dark Star, many members of the Black Spirit Society captured the tragic death of Zhou Hebai and others, and their expressions became terrified. Then, all the armed forces of the entire Dark Star launched an offensive to destroy everything towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo just unfolded the power of his own space avenue, and easily swallowed all the violent attacks around him. "Master, do you want me to burn all the people on this planet?" At this time, Su Ming Xianyan flew out of Chen Luo's body and said softly, "Wait a minute, I'll check this planet first to see if it should be destroyed." Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then said slowly. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo unfolded the power of own destiny void body. Immediately, a majestic force of destiny surged towards the surroundings, and the fate of all life on this planet slowly emerged in Chen Luo's mind. Killing, bloodshed, war, looting, humiliation, brutality. All the people on this planet are evil shinicists of the Black Spirit Society, and their fate is filled with endless blood and evil. Soon, Chen Luo felt that his own mind was covered by endless crimes. Those dirty pictures and many things, made Chen Luo's heart burst into anger. None of the shinicists on this planet are good, they are all villains who have done countless bad things. These people are damned. After a while, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with unusually thick blood. Master, then I will burn the entire planet. Su Ming Xianyan continued excitedly. The current Su Ming Xianyan has reached the true immortal 9th stage, and the flames are so powerful that they are terrifying. It has not fully expanded its own flame yet, and now, Su Ming Xianyan will not let this opportunity pass by. Okay, then burn it, burn your flame to your heart's content. Chen Luo said softly. Yes, Master, leave it to me. Su Ming Xianyan said in a deep voice. Hoo. After finishing speaking, Su Ming Xianyan erupted endless flames and sprayed towards the surroundings. Countless cities, forests, and all places in the Dark Star appeared to burn everything. Everyone in Dark Star felt something was wrong at this moment, and the rising temperature made them feel endless panic. It seems that even their Shinic energy will be completely ignited. The warships, airships, and super weapons in the sky and in various areas also couldn't bear the scorching temperature and began to emit sharp warning sounds. Many people tried to use conventional fire-fighting methods to extinguish these flames. However, without exception, they all failed. Su Ming Xianyan has already reached the true immortal 9th stage day, it cannot be extinguished by ordinary means at all. Soon, as the flames continued to cover, a large number of evil shinicists let out tragic wails and screams, and were burned to ashes. The whole planet is filled with endless heat and the breath of death. In order to prevent these people from escaping, Chen Luo thoughtfully placed a powerful spiritual pressure on the outside of the Dark Star, so that the Shinic masters of the Black Spirit Society would have no chance of escaping. This should be fine, these people can all stay here. In the starry sky outside the Dark Star, Chen Luo looked at the Dark Star in front of him that had become a fireball, and murmured in a low voice. In the vast starry sky, the huge Dark Star has been completely ignited, like a big sun, releasing extreme flames and high temperature. In the space of the Dark Star, many top warships tried to rush out of the Dark Star, but the terrifying spiritual pressure blocked them and cut off their only way of life. Master, I did a good job. After a while, Su Ming Xianyan flew out from the Dark Star, excitedly said. Chapter 531, 200,000 Purple Spirit Crystals. Now, the entire Dark Star has been completely ignited. Even without Su Ming Xianyan's body, the Dark Star is already doomed to be completely incinerated. Well, yes, let's go. Chen Luo nodded and continued. Now, the Dark Star is doomed to be destroyed, and all the treasure house of the Black Spirit Society has been seized, so there is no need to stay here. Yes, Master. Su Ming Xianyan then said excitedly, this fire really made him completely addicted. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo left Dark Star with Su Ming Xianyan, and went to the place of Lu's house on Blue Moon Star. Half an hour later, Chen Luo arrived at Blue Moon Star's Lu family. Everyone in the Lu family has already prepared purple spirit crystals worth 10 trillion Chinook coins. Senior, here are 100,000 purple spirit crystals, Senior please accept them. Lumo, the patriarch of the Lu family, took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Chen Luo. On the side, Wu Xiao also stood respectfully aside. When Wu Xiao was outside just now, he had already reported the situation of the Lu family to Chen Luo, and he was indeed trying his best to collect the purple spirit crystal. Well, yes, then I'll accept it. Chen Luo said lightly, and then accepted the interspatial ring handed over by Lumo. After unfolding his own soul power, Chen Luo immediately saw that in this interspatial ring, there are a large number of purple spirit crystals, the number has already reached as many as 100,000. It really deserves to be a top Shinik family, Chen Luo sighed in his heart. I have worked so hard to rob 20 treasure houses of the Black Spirit Society, and only have hundreds of thousands of purple spirit crystals. The Lu family casually took out 100,000 purple spirit crystals worth 10 trillion. This background is truly unfathomable. In this case, he would have more than 200,000 purple spirit crystals. If he absorbed all of them, Chen Luo's heart would feel hot. Although the number of purple spirit crystals needed to break through becomes more and more terrifying as you go to the back, there are more than 200,000 purple spirit crystals. Chen Luo feels that realm can still be improved a lot. If the members of the Lu family knew what Chen Luo was thinking, they would probably vomit blood in anger. They spent a huge price on these 100,000 purple spirit crystals. They had to sell almost 80% of their property to get them together. Chen Luo just got them together casually. Senior, there have been a lot of changes in the Eternal Spirit Zone recently. Seniors, please be careful when traveling in the universe. According to the information we have received, it is very likely that spiritual disasters will erupt again. At this time, Lumo continued to respectfully tell Chen Luo, and told Chen Luo the information he had found. A spiritual disaster is about to break out. Chen Luo frowned, but he didn't expect Lumo to tell him this information. Chen Luo knew about spiritual disasters, and spiritual disasters were disasters caused by the eruption of spiritual qi in this psychic universe every 10,000 years. At that time, the spirit power of all the spiritual areas in the entire universe will continue to skyrocket, and the polluters in the spiritual areas will appear from the spiritual areas to plunder everything in the spiritual universe. Yes, Senior, I got this news from the Psychic Association. Now, the Psychic Association and the Psychiatrist Association have entered the 10th level of alert. This news is probably true. Lumo continued said slowly, with complicated eyes. I see. It seems that there is going to be another big turmoil in the universe. Chen Luo took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Every outbreak of spiritual disaster is the darkest moment of the psychic universe. Bloody slaughter and destruction will become the main theme of the psychic universe. Yeah, I don't know, can we get through this time safely? Lumo sighed. Chen Luo didn't speak anymore. Although the spiritual disaster was very terrifying, it was a disaster of this universe after all. Chen Luo didn't have much belonging to this universe, and he didn't have much feeling for that terrifying spiritual disaster. Can't empathize. Moreover, Chen Luo himself cultivates spirit power and will not be affected by spiritual qi. Therefore, Chen Luo didn't have too many thoughts in his heart, but just felt a little pity for this universe. Although this civilization has experienced more than 10,000 years, it is still too weak. He was about to find his way back, Chen Luo thought to himself. What I practice is spirit power, but I don't belong to polluters, nor do I belong to Shinik masters, this era doesn't belong to me. However, the own strength must be raised first, the strength of the polluters in the spiritual disaster is very terrifying. Before finding a way to leave this world, Chen Luo wanted to improve his own strength as much as possible. In this way, you will have stronger confidence when facing some dangers in the future. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo obtained some other information from Lumo. Chen Luo bid farewell to the Lu family, took Wu Xiao and left the Lu family, preparing for closed-door training to absorb purple spirit crystal to improve his own strength. Old ancestor, why don't you discuss it with the senior and invite him to resist the spiritual disaster with us? After Chen Luo and the others left, Lu Zhenghao asked puzzled. They spent so many resources and provided Chen Luo with 100,000 purple spirit crystals. Now, it's so light, without mentioning a word, it's really hard for Lu Zhenghao to understand. Moreover, after receiving the news that the spiritual disaster was about to break out, the two discussed and considered, and wanted to invite Chen Luo together, but the ancestor didn't even speak at all. Zhenghao, it's better that you don't know about some things. Lumo looked at the back of Chen Luo's leaving. Gao Xian finally let go of his heart slowly. Outside the blue moon star, Chen Luo and Wu Xiao galloped in the starry sky. Master, the ancestor of the Lu family may have seen through the identity of the master, why didn't the master simply? Wu Xiao asked in the starry sky with a puzzled expression. Wu Xiao stayed in Lanyuexing for a few days, so he was quite clear about some things about the Lu family. Just now, the patriarch of the Lu family obviously had some concerns. He was tense all the time, he was cautious in front of Chen Luo, and even felt extremely fearful. In this situation, it is obvious that Chen Luo is aware of the identity of the spirit power repair practitioner. He is a smart man, he knows what can be done and what can't be done. Chen Luo said lightly. The Lu family gave him so many resources, of course, Chen Luo would not do terrible things to the Lu family because of some possible hidden dangers. After all, Chen Luo is not a devil, and Chen Luo doesn't care about those hidden dangers. After seeing the strength of the top god-level shenicists of the Black Spirit Society, Chen Luo didn't have any worries. Own strength, in this universe, is completely invincible to those shenicists, and there is no need for any fear. Chapter 532 Spread. If someone wants to attack him, just crush them all, without any worries. Now, Chen Luo only needs to absorb the purple spirit crystal to improve his strength, and then find the way back to the Ancient Desolate Continent. Wu Xiao nodded. Chen Luo could destroy even the extremely powerful Black Spirit Society at will, and there was no need to worry about other forces. Moreover, now that the spiritual disaster is about to break out, those top forces of the Shinik Association have no time to deal with other things. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo and Wu Xiao continued to gallop forward. Central Star Field, Black God Star. Black God Star is a super planet controlled by the Black Spirit Society. It is located in the eastern region of the Central Star Field. It is rich in resources, and its technology and spiritual power have reached the top. Since the Black Spirit Society has been completely destroyed, this planet has also been controlled by Chen Luo, and it has completely become Chen Luo's personal planet. All the forces in the Black God Star are completely controlled by Chen Luo. Aren't you and the others at Black God Star? After returning to Black God Star, Chen Luo asked a man in a black robe suspiciously. The man's name was Zig Wang, and he was one of the Star Masters of the original Black God Star, a Shinik Master of the God rank. Chen Luo checked his fate and found that unlike other members of the Black Spirit Society, he was not contaminated with too many sins. Therefore, Chen Luo asked that purple light to help him temporarily manage the Black God Star. After completely controlling the Black God Star, Chen Luo asked Mu Luli, Xue Xin Tong and the others to rush from Chen Guang Star to the Black God Star. However, Chen Luo didn't find their aura on Black God Star. Logically speaking, they should have arrived early for a powerful starship with a space jump. Master, Miss Mu and Miss Xue have found the force behind the attempt to arrest Miss Lin not long ago, and they are now going to that force to help Miss Lin take revenge. Zig Wang then said respectfully, telling Mu Luli and the others their whereabouts. Chen Luo. The force that tried to arrest Siyu not long ago? What kind of force? Chen Luo's eyes flashed a cold look. Although Chen Luo was merging the Fate Void body in closed-door training at that time, after merging the Fate Void body, Chen Luo knew about it from Xue Xin Tong. After that, people also searched for clues, but there has been no result. Unexpectedly, these little girls found that power by themselves. The Master is the Nine Saints Alliance of the Central Star region. Miss Lin's father was originally a leader of the Nine Saints Alliance. That leader died not long ago, and all the other bloodline descendants of that leader died. Miss Lin is left with bloodline. Another lord's son discovered Miss Lin's existence by using the bloodline spirit technique. He wanted to capture Miss Lin and use Miss Lin's identity to compete for the inheritance and power left by Lin Siyu's father. Zig Wang then said slowly, telling Chen Luo the whole thing. Nine Saints Alliance, fight for inheritance. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't expect it to be because of this. The Nine Saints Alliance is a top force in the Central Starfield, founded by the 9th Great Saint-level Shinicist. After countless years of development, it is already a top force in the Central Starfield of the Shinik universe. Although it is called the Nine Saints Alliance, its strength has already surpassed the power of the Holy Order, and it is said that there are still many Emperor-rank Shinicists. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiyu still has such an identity. The Nine Saints Alliance has 9 leaders. Their strength may not be the top, but they have a very large power in the Nine Saints Alliance. This is what they decided when they created this power. For the resources and power of a leader, it's no wonder that the so-called son of another leader would use such methods. I see, you should watch carefully, don't let them have any danger, forget it, just send out all the people to protect the 3 of them, and don't worry about other things. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. Although both Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong have already broken through to the Great Emperor, the other party is, after all, a top power that has been entrenched for a long time, so maybe they have some trump cards. Chen Luo decided to give them a little respect and let all the forces under his control participate in it. Although the Black Spirit Society has been destroyed, except for the Dark Star, most of the other top powerhouses are under the control of Chen Luo. These remaining strong men are used to escort a few people, and there is no problem at all. As for Chen Luo himself, his strength has already reached the pinnacle of this universe, and he doesn't need any protection. Yes, Master. Ziguang said respectfully. After finishing speaking, Ziguang led many top experts to protect Mu Luli and others according to Chen Luo's order. Chen Luo entered the void of the Dark Star, preparing to conduct closed-door training in the void and absorb more than 200,000 purple spirit crystals. In the void of the Dark Star, there are chaotic spatial turbulence everywhere. Chen Luo sat cross-legged in the void, completely unaffected. Then, Chen Luo took out a large amount of purple spirit crystal, and began to quickly absorb the majestic power in the purple spirit crystal. Many purple spirit crystals hovered around Chen Luo, and the incomparably rich power surged towards Chen Luo like a tide. With the help of many purple spirit crystals, Chen Luo's cultivation base climbed extremely fast. Moreover, with the passage of time, the indestructible Dao fruits, Yin and Yang Dao fruits, Samsara Dao fruits, and Destiny Dao fruits in Chen Luo's body are constantly changing towards the original Dao fruit. Chen Luo's aura is becoming more and more mysterious and elusive, changing towards the trend that sacred can't see directly. Time passed so slowly. Soon, the news that the Black Spirit would be destroyed slowly spread to the entire psychic universe. All the people who knew the news were extremely astonished and could not believe it. After all, that is the Black Spirit Society. It has been raging in the psychic universe for countless years. However, it has not been able to fulfill its wish. Due to its intricate forces, even the Psychic Association has nothing to do with it. After that, with the collection of evidence from various parties, the fact that the Black Spirit will be destroyed was finally widely verified. Damn the Black Spirit Society, it's good to destroy these cancerous forces, they should have been eliminated long ago. Yeah, these evil bastards are finally gone. Weevu, Father, your revenge is finally avenged, and your spirit in heaven can rest in peace. After the news was confirmed, the entire Shinik universe fell into a carnival. Countless people were excited and joyful, weeping bitterly, celebrating with gongs and drums. After all, the Black Spirit Society is a haze entangled in the hearts of countless people, which cannot be dispelled for a long time, and the world will suffer from the Black Spirit Society for a long time. Now that such a malignant force is gone, how can it not be exciting and exciting? In addition to the news that the Black Spirit will be wiped out, the news that the spiritual disaster is about to break out again has also gradually spread in the universe, causing fear and haze to appear in countless people's hearts again. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 533 Cause of Death. It has only been more than 2,000 years since the last spiritual disaster ended. The nightmare and tragedy of the last spiritual disaster still linger in the hearts of many people. It's just that the spiritual disaster that originally broke out in 100,000 years has now broken out again in just over 2,000 years. The news of the impending spiritual disaster dilutes the joy that the Black Spirit will bring to them. Many people have no time to take care of other things, and began to prepare for the outbreak of the spiritual disaster with all their strength. 7 days later, the Nine Saints Alliance. The Nine Saints Alliance is located in the western region of the central star field, where there are 2 super planets, 7 large planets, and countless small planets. The surrounding stars are shining brightly, making this area beautiful and dreamy. In the starry sky, there are many airships and various starships flying in the starry sky, creating countless streamers. I was just about to find someone to bring you back, you stinky girl, but I didn't expect you to come to my door. In the starry sky, a young man in a white shirt and black glasses pushed the frame of On and sneered. This young man is Yi Fang, the 4th son of the 5 leaders of the Nine Saints Alliance. Yi Fang's talent is amazing, and he is highly favored by the 5 lords. Therefore, although he is only the 4th son, he is already the default 5 lord of the future Nine Saints Alliance, and has a very important position in the Nine Saints Alliance. Surrounding Yi Fang, there are also a large number of top Shinik masters from the Nine Saints Alliance. They stand beside Yi Fang respectfully, with an extremely powerful aura surging around them. The constantly surging breath almost completely distorted the surrounding space. And brought me 2 such beautiful goddesses. For the sake of those 2 beauties, after taking over your father's resources and power, I will give you a chance to live. Yi Fang licked On's lips, then looked at Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong who were opposite Lin Xiu. Tisk tisk, I really don't know who gave you the courage to speak like that in front of me. Before Lin Xiu could speak, Mu Luli next to him said, looking at Yi Fang and the others with cold eyes. It took them a lot of time to follow the clues and find the person behind the scenes, and rushed here impatiently. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the area of the Nine Saints Alliance, he met Yi Fang. You, ha ha ha, let me tell you, here, this young master is the sky, even if you have a great background, you can only submit obediently here. Yi Fang seemed to have heard something funny, and hurriedly laughed, the voice was extremely sharp. Oh, is that so? Mr. Yi is really majestic. Xue Xingtong said lightly. Beauty, as long as you are obedient, I. The fire in Yi Fang's eyes became more and more obvious, as if he wanted to eat Mu Luli and others completely. Boom! However, before Yi Fang finished speaking, Xue Xingtong beside Lin Xiu raised his right hand. Immediately, a terrifying aura emerged from Xue Xingtong's body. This aura carried the aura of suppressing the starry sky and universe, and severely suppressed Yi Fang and the others. Bang bang bang! There was a violent collision sound, and many top powerhouses around Yi Fang were instantly torn into pieces by this terrifying air mechanism, and countless flesh and blood fragments and inspirations flew around. Yi Fang's face and body were immediately stained red by countless blood. Fear permeated his whole body at this moment, and the huge fear made Yi Fang's brain completely pumped, and he lost the ability to think. You, who are you guys? At this moment, Yi Fang finally felt that something was wrong, forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, and asked tremblingly. He couldn't understand why this goddess-like figure beside Lin Xiu had such terrifying strength. Isn't Lin Xiu just a fringe galaxy, a member of an ordinary Shinik team? Why is there such a terrifying powerhouse around him? Why, exactly why? Yi Fang desperately wants to know all this. Who is it? Aren't you looking for our little junior sister? Mu Luli then said quietly, her eyes were full of disdain. I admit it. This time it's my problem. I won't dare to think of Ms. Lin again. Please forgive me this time. Yi Fang then gritted his teeth, feeling fear in his heart. Hate. At this time, he had already decided that when he got to a safe place, he must let his father take action, arrest these people, torture and flog them severely, and make them pay a heavy price. What happened to my father's death? I need to know the truth of everything. At this time, Lin Xiyu spoke, and stared straight at Yi Fang, who was in a complicated and fearful state. Leader Lin, he entered a relic of the spiritual Qi era not long ago. He died in the relic, and has nothing to do with us. As soon as Lin Xiyu's words came out, Yi Fang's expression suddenly changed. Then respectfully said, "You are lying." Lin Xiyu raised his head slowly, there seemed to be endless fate in his eyes, and he saw through Yi Fang's words at a glance, he was lying. This is the primary means of the God of Destiny, and you can use the God of Destiny to check whether others are lying. Yi Fang was sweating profusely, and fear grew stronger in his heart. Boom! As soon as Lin Xiyu finished speaking, Mu Loli at the side released an extremely hot phoenix flame. The terrifying flames kept surging around Yi Fang, almost melting the surrounding space completely. This is Mu Loli's natal fire, which contains extremely high temperature. After Mu Loli broke through to the Great Emperor realm, it also reached a terrifying level, and it can burn everything. No, do not want. The scorching flames invaded Yi Fang's side in an instant, completely burning Yi Fang's hands into ashes, and severe pain filled Yi Fang's whole body. Think about it now, do you want to continue to lie to us? Mu Loli said slowly, her eyes were icy cold. Yi Fang's body trembled unceasingly. The scorching flames and the bloody killing just now completely broke Yi Fang's psychological defense. I said, Leader Lin found the treasure in the ruins of the spiritual Qi era, and then he was plotted against by my father and several other leaders, and was killed. It was said. Chapter 534 Seeds. It turned out that not long ago, a relic of the spiritual Qi era was discovered in a remote area of the spiritual universe. The Shinik Association sent a lot of people to explore, not only the Shinik Association, but other top Shinicist forces also participated in it, wanting to obtain treasures in the ruins. There are also many leaders of the Nine Saints Alliance who have personally entered it. My father was murdered by the other leaders of the Nine Saints Alliance because he got the treasure. Lin Xiyu's heart sank, and a burst of anger surged in his heart. Through previous investigations, Lin Xiyu knew that On's father had a reason for putting himself on the edge. Although the Nine Saints Alliance is extremely powerful, its factional struggles are also extremely fierce. It was during the factional struggles that Lin Xiyu's mother lost her life. For Lin Xiyu's safety, Lin Xiyu's father put Lin Xiyu in Chenguang Galaxy, and concealed his existence, wanting him to live an ordinary life safely. So, my mother and father were all killed by this damn Nine Saints Alliance. Lin Xiyu murmured in his heart, and the anger in his heart became more and more intense. Junior sister, since the Nine Saints Alliance acts like this, let him completely disappear in the spiritual world. Mu Loli saw the anger in Lin Xiyu's heart, and then whispered. Is it possible? Lin Xiyu looked at Mu Loli in confusion, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The Nine Saints Alliance is a top power, with the superpower of Emperor rank Shinik Masters. Of course. Xue Xingtong on the side also nodded. Xiyu, you are our little junior sister, what is a mere Nine Sacred Alliance? Mu Loli continued. The mere Nine Saints Alliance. Lin Xiyu hesitated in his heart, isn't Master On just a holy Shinik master? Our strength is far more terrifying than you think. The master said that in this world, we don't need to have any worries and fears. Our master is invincible. Mu Loli continued, you can do whatever you want, do something. Hearing what Mu Loli and Xue Xingtong said, Lin Xiyu's heart warmed up. Who dares to commit murder on the territory of our Nine Saints Alliance? At this moment, a deep and extremely deep voice sounded. In the starry sky not far away, a group of Shinik masters wearing the uniform of the Nine Saints Alliance flew over. These people are filled with extremely powerful Shinik energy, obviously they are quite powerful Topshnik masters. The leader was a man wearing a black mask, and on his chest was a badge representing the leader of the Nine Saints Alliance. "Three lords, save me, these people want to harm our Nine Sacred Alliance." Yi Fang shouted desperately when he saw the person coming, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. "Oh, nephew Yi Fang, it's you." The three lords saw Yi Fang, and said lightly, as if they didn't care about Yi Fang's life or death. Hearing the words of the three lords, Yi Fang's heart sank, and he felt a chill in his heart. Hoo! At this time, Mu Luli next to him once again activated the majestic flames, directly burning Yi Fang completely into ashes. "Although I hate Yi Fang, you killed my nephew just like that in front of me. I'm very shameless, okay?" The three alliance leaders looked coldly at Mu Luli, who was not far away, and waited. "People! Old man, my father's death must be related to you." Lin Xiyu also spoke at this time, and the God of Destiny turned. With the operation of the God of Destiny, Lin Xiyu suddenly discovered that his own bloodline was deeply involved in his fate line. This fate line was black. Obviously, he participated in the death of On's mother or father. "Father? I don't know what you're talking about." The three alliance leaders shook their heads, "But you must die here today." After finishing speaking, the three lords ordered many subordinates around him to do it, preparing to kill Mu Luli and others completely. Boom! However, before they could make a move, there was a violent wave of spiritual energy around them. With an extremely terrifying impact force, this wave of spiritual energy rushed towards the location of the three alliance masters. With an incomparably overbearing impact, all the shinicists around the three lords were wiped out, and the three lords were also seriously injured, and their aura became languid. The surrounding space was distorted, and purple light in a black robe appeared beside Lin Xiyu and others. You are the purple light of the Black Spirit Society, why did you attack me?" The three lords seemed to recognize Ziguang's identity, and asked tremblingly. The three lords also had a lot of transactions with the Black Spirit Society, and they knew Ziguang's identity as a god-level shinicist of the Black Spirit Society. It's just that he didn't understand why Ziguang wanted to do something to him now. "Miss Lin, how to deal with this person?" Ziguang ignored the words of the three alliance leaders, but looked at Lin Xiyu next to him with extremely respectful eyes. "Kill it, as well as the other people in the Nine Saints Alliance who participated in the death of my father and mother, there is no need for them to live." Lin Xiyu slowly raised his head, his eyes of fate kept turning, looking for the thread of fate related to his parents. At this time, Lin Xiyu's eyes became extremely firm. She has already awakened, and there is no need to pursue too much truth. She has the power of a master. As long as these people are all solved, as for other things, it is not the current self that needs to be considered. Now I have something more to care about. Yes, Ms. Lin, as you wish. Ziguang continued, with infinite fluctuations of spiritual energy that almost wiped out everything. Soon, with the help of Ziguang's powerful power and the God of Destiny, all those who participated in the death of Lin Xiyu's father and mother in the Nine Saints Alliance were killed. The entire Nine Saints Alliance was also completely reshuffled, and a large number of top powerhouses fell. The remaining forces and various resources of the Nine Saints Alliance were also completely integrated by Mu Luli and others. Started to help Chen Luo find the purple spirit crystal with all his strength. The upheaval of the Nine Saints Alliance did not cause any fluctuations in the Shinik universe, and no one even cared about it. Because the spiritual disaster is about to break out, everyone is busy dealing with the spiritual disaster and has no time to take care of other things. However, the entire psychic universe is full of haze because of the imminent eruption of spiritual disasters, and even many places that were originally peaceful have become turbulent. Because the spiritual disaster is about to break out, many originally hidden evils and sins are slowly breaking out at this moment. The entire psychic universe is in a turbulent situation. Is this the treasure that father obtained from the remains of the spiritual Qi era? In a palace of the Nine Saints Alliance, a seed was sleeping in Lin Ziyu's palm. Chapter 535 Immortal King 5th Stage Day. This seed was obtained by Ziguang from the second leader of the Nine Saints Alliance. According to the second leader, it was because of this seed that they united with several leaders to kill Lin Ziyu's father. Looking at the seed in front of him, Lin Ziyu felt a little absurd. Just because of a seed? A seed of unknown origin, killing his own companions? Lin Ziyu tried to use spiritual power to see the seed, but it didn't work. Even Lin Ziyu couldn't see through the seed with the power of the God of Destiny. It seems that we can only use violence to try. Lin Ziyu murmured in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ziyu used his own spiritual power to destroy the seed, but the seed was extremely strong, and Lin Ziyu's spiritual power could not harm the seed at all. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ziyu found Ziguang again. As a result, even the purple light of a god-level Shinicist could not cause any damage to the seed. Although this seed looks ordinary, it has a very strong background and can withstand any impact. Could it be that this seed is really a rare treasure? Lin Ziyu looked at the seeds in front of him and thought to himself. Although it is still unclear what this seed is, Lin Ziyu has a faint feeling that this seed is very important. How about, give this seed to master? Lin Ziyu suddenly had this idea in his heart. After 3 months. In the void crack of Black God Star. The void cracks are filled with endless purple spirit crystal energy, and the majestic energy of the world fills this void crack and wreaks havoc, almost tearing the space apart completely. In the crack of the void, Chen Luo sat cross-legged in the crack of the void, his aura rising steadily. After several months of practice, there are already 5 sources of chaos source power around the source of chaos in Chen Luo's body. The power of the 4 sources means that Chen Luo's cultivation base has reached the Immortal King 5th Stage Day. The improvement of cultivation base is becoming more and more difficult, and, more importantly, the purple spirit crystal has absorbed too much, and the effect is getting weaker and weaker. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes were full of sighs. In the past few months, Chen Luo absorbed nearly 400,000 purple spirit crystals. In addition to the more than 200,000 purple spirit crystals in the Black Spirit Society and the Lu family, Chen Luo's other forces in the Shinik universe are also helping Chen Luo collect purple spirit crystals. The number of purple spirit crystals needed to improve Chen Luo's cultivation base has also become more and more exaggerated. Originally, thousands of purple spirit crystals would be able to improve Chen Luo's cultivation base considerably. However, after breaking through to the Immortal King 5th stage, it suddenly became very difficult to increase the difficulty, and the speed was much slower. After breaking through the 5th stage day, Chen Luo absorbed 100,000 purple spirit crystals. He has not yet broken through to the middle stage of the Immortal King 5th stage day, and is only the early stage realm of the Immortal King 5th stage day. Moreover, due to absorbing too much purple spirit crystal, Chen Luo's cultivation base has developed resistance to the energy of the purple spirit crystal, and a lot of energy is wasted, with no effect at all. Even with the underworld forge. Now, it is already very difficult to rely on purple spirit crystal to transform at a high speed. Perhaps, I need to find another way. Chen Luo took a deep breath and murmured in his heart. However, this closed-door training has gained a lot. Not only did the cultivation base reach the Immortal King 5th stage, but also, own Dao fruit. In Chen Luo's body, the Yin and Yang Dao fruit, the Immortal Dao fruit, the Samsara Dao fruit, the Fate Dao fruit, and the 4 top Dao fruits have all turned into the original Dao fruit at this moment. The 5 original Dao fruits slowly rotated in Chen Luo's body, as if they contained the power to suppress the world. After all the 5 Dao fruits have been transformed into the original Dao fruit, Chen Luo can already use the 5 original powers: Chaos, Yin and Yang, Immortality, Samsara, Destiny. These original powers are extremely powerful top-level original powers. Even if you master one, you can cross the Immortal King realm. Chen Luo felt that even the top Immortal King of the Immortal King 9th stage could defeat or even kill the 5 top original powers. But, for now, let's find a way to go back to the Ancient Desolate Continent. Chen Luo suppressed the thoughts in his heart. I don't know if Luo Li and the others have found any solution. During the closed-door training, Chen Luo also told Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong to look for clues to leave this spiritual age. Just go out and have a look. Now closed-door training has little improvement on Cultivation Base, so there is no need to continue. Then, Chen Luo slowly restrained his power that was about to destroy everything, and left the void crack of the Black God Star. Black God Star. The Black Spirit Society has been completely extinct and disappeared in the history of the Shinnok Age. Under the governance of the forces controlled by Chen Luo, this planet has become a very peaceful super-planet in the current psychic universe. Moreover, due to the excellent location of the Black God Star, it is very far away from the Eternal Spiritual Area and several other large spiritual areas. Therefore, the super-planet of Black God Star has gradually become bustling, and many other people from the psychic universe have come to settle here. Even though the cost of living on the Black God planet has reached a very high, almost sky-high price, many people still flock to it and are willing to pay the sky-high price to live. Black God Star, in a heavily guarded research institute. In the research institute, there are many researchers and top knowledgeable scholars gathered here. In this research institute, there is also a large amount of literature, as well as the technological crystallization of various top forces. In an office of the research institute, Mu Luli was carefully flipping through a heavy classic. Mu Luli wore a capable single ponytail, wearing a brown sweater and a grey skirt, and her slender long legs were extremely slender and charming. The glasses with gold wire frame gave him a kind of intellectual beauty. Senior Sister Mu, do you have any clues about our way home? Xue Xingtong, who was wearing a white shirt and a black hip-wrapping skirt, pushed open the office door and came to Mu Luli's side. Look at my distressed appearance, does it look like I found it? Mu Luli's delicate face turned bitter gourd-colored, and said weakly. In the past few months, Mu Luli has been soaking in the research institute, devoting herself wholeheartedly to the process of finding clues, but there have been no clues. Senior Sister Mu, it seems that you need to relax. Xue Xingtong smiled slightly, hugged Mu Luli's slender waist, and blew into her ear. Chapter 536, Thinking. The breath exhaled by Xue Xingtong made Mu Luli's body tremble slightly, her body seemed to soften completely, and she fell into Xue Xingtong's arms. Junior Sister Xue, don't be too naughty. Mu Luli blushed, and looked at Xue Xingtong with winking eyes. Naughty, I'm here to help you relax, you've worked so hard these days. Xue Xingtong said with a playful smile, feeling Mu Luli's smooth and delicate skin. Mu Luli closed her eyes slightly, and her breathing gradually became unsteady. Thinking of the scenes that might appear later, she couldn't help but have some expectations in her heart. Soon, the clothes of the two slowly faded, and the atmosphere in the office gradually became more charming. Are you really going to be here? Mu Luli's eyelashes trembled slightly, her mood was very restless. Of course, this is our territory, and my junior sisters won't bother me. Xue Xingtong then said softly. Stab. After finishing speaking, Xue Xingtong slightly exerted force with his right hand, tearing Mu Luli's last line of defense. Mu Luli nodded, suppressing the anxiety in her heart. Xue Xingtong then began to slowly help Mu Luli relax her body. Luo Li, how did you find the clues? At this moment, a clear voice sounded in the office. Mu Luli's eyes widened, her body froze, the voice. Xue Xingtong also couldn't believe it, and then his eyes became even more excited. It's Master. You. The space in the office was distorted, and Chen Luo's figure appeared in the office. Looking at the two people who were so ridiculous in front of them, the corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, these two little girls. Master, senior sister Mu has been a little tired recently, I'll help her relax. Xue Xingtong stared at Chen Luo and said. Chen Luo nodded, expressing his understanding. Then relax first. Chen Luo replied. Master, you've been doing closed-door training for so long, you're probably very tired, I can also help you relax. Just as Chen Luo was about to leave, he heard Xue Xingtong's expectant voice. Then, Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong, who were naked, quickly came to Chen Luo's side, one left and one right, and hugged Chen Luo's arm tightly. The softness of the two caused a ripple in Chen Luo's heart. These two little girls must be severely punished, otherwise, they will not be able to deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors in the future. A few hours later, Chen Luo and two apprentices came out of the office. The two were originally eccentric, lively, and lovely, but now they are both drooping their heads, and they are extremely well behaved. Master, I investigated this psychic universe, thousands of 10,000 years of history, and many classics, but I didn't find any other people like us who came from the ancient desolate continent, not even a few clues. Mu Luli hugged Chen Luo's arm obediently, and then said. I took Zigwang to many other top forces to search for information, but I didn't get anything. Xue Xingtong also spoke at this time, with a somewhat frustrated tone. Mu Luli searched for clues through various classics in the research institute, while Xue Xingtong went to various forces to search for various information by means of own means. However, there are no clues on either side. It's okay, just look for it slowly. Chen Luo stroked the hair of the two of them, and then said slowly. The two nodded. Right now, there is no other way but to continue to search slowly. Chen Luo had a faint feeling in his heart, maybe, he was looking in the wrong direction. Perhaps, I should change my thinking and start from another area of this era, the polluters. The polluters and the spirit zone exist throughout this era of spiritual energy, and their existence is closely related to this era of spiritual energy. Moreover, due to their particularity, these polluters may know more information than other shenicists in this age of shenics. According to some information that Chen Luo knows, those polluters whose threat level has reached 11 second level, or even 10 third level, can maintain their own sanity most of the time. From those top polluters, maybe there can be some kind of breakthrough, Chen Luo secretly guessed in his heart. Master, this disciple pays respects to Master. At this time, Lin Xiyu, who was wearing a white t-shirt, came to Chen Luo's side and saluted respectfully. Chen Luo nodded, looking softly at the girl in front of her. At this time, Lin Xiyu has already reached the shenicist 9th level, only one step away from the king rank shenicist. This talent is really strong and scary. In just a few months, he has gone from the 5th level of shenics to the 9th level of the current shenic master. If this speed of practice spreads out, many people will be stunned. Due to the special nature of psychic powers, it is more difficult for shenicists to upgrade realm than spiritual qi. Lin Xiyu's breakthrough speed is already terrifying. Although it was due to the large amount of resources, Lin Xiyu's talent was also unparalleled. After practicing the Destiny Wheel Sutra, Lin Xiyu's Destiny God Eye has fully demonstrated its potential, making Lin Xiyu's potential reach a very terrifying level. Although he was not as good as Chen Luo, he surpassed most of the immortal talents. It's a pity, even Lin Xiyu couldn't absorb spiritual qi, Chen Luo couldn't help but sighed in his heart. If Lin Xiyu's talent cooperates with spiritual qi in cultivation, the cultivation speed will climb to a very terrifying level again. However, it is a pity that Lin Xiyu, like everyone in this era, cannot absorb spiritual qi. After absorbing it, he also has the risk of becoming a polluter. Therefore, Chen Luo did not let Lin Xiyu absorb spiritual qi practice, but even so, Lin Xiyu also showed an extremely powerful talent. Master, I got a seed not long ago, and I want to give this seed to Master. Lin Xiyu then took out the extremely strong seed and handed it to Chen Luo. You have a heart. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then took the seed from Lin Xiyu's hand. Master, this seed is very miraculous. It was obtained from the remains of the spiritual Qi era. Although it looks ordinary, it can't be destroyed by Ziguang Elder using God-level Shinic power. Lin Xiyu then gave Chen Luo explain the properties of this seed. Oh? This seed is so miraculous. Chen Luo frowned, and then carefully looked at the seed in front of him. When Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong heard Lin Xiyu's words, they also moved to Chen Luo's side and looked at the seed together. This seed is about the size of an ordinary soybean, and it looks extremely simple. The skin on the surface is completely dry, and it has a rotten smell. Chapter 537, The Spiritual Disaster Ends. Chen Luo discovered that on the surface of the seed, there were some mysterious lines that seemed to have been erased. These Dao patterns were already worn out, but they contained extremely powerful mysteries, which made Chen Luo, who had already reached Immortal King 5th stage days, feel a little palpitation. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was also unable to detect any abnormalities in this seed, but Chen Luo had a faint feeling that this seed seemed to have a little fetter with his own and Lin Xiyu's fate, which was the induction from the void body of fate. Could it be that this seed is really an incredible treasure? Chen Luo thought in his heart. I also don't see what this seed does. However, this seed should be an important treasure. Xiyu, you should keep it for yourself. This seed may be useful to you in the future. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then slowed down. Slowly. Although this seed seemed to be a treasure, Chen Luo did not lack any treasures at all. This treasure might also be useful to Lin Xiyu, so of course Chen Luo would not accept it casually. Master, just accept it, this is my disciple's wish. Lin Xiyu bit her red lips slightly, and looked at Chen Luo firmly. Chen Luo changed her destiny. Now she has no relatives or friends. She already regards Chen Luo as the most important person. She wants to give Chen Luo the best things. Okay, then I'll accept it. Chen Luo thought for a moment before accepting the seed. Seeing that Chen Luo accepted the own seed, Lin Xiyu smiled happily. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo gave some advice on Lin Xiyu's practice. Although Chen Luo has never practiced psychic powers, but as a strong man in the Immortal King 5th stage, his knowledge and background are here. He can understand the magic, Master Wanfa, and Lin Xiyu, who is only a 9th level Shinic master, has no problems with his advice. Strange, why Lin Xiyu's practice return has not been triggered. Suddenly Chen Luo seemed to realize something. Lin Xiyu's practice did not bring Chen Luo any return of cultivation effect. Perhaps it was because of the difference between Shinic energy and spiritual qi. Chen Luo hesitated in his heart, and quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart, no longer entangled with this issue. Next, let's look for information on the top polluters in the spiritual zone, and see if we can get some useful clues from those polluters. After some pointers, Chen Luo then said to Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong. Yes, Master. Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong nodded and agreed to Chen Luo's order. Master, it's not good, a spiritual disaster has completely erupted. At this time, Ziguang suddenly came to Chen Luo's side from not far away, and said in panic. Shinic Universe, Eternal Soul. At this time in the Eternal Spirit Zone, the spirit power riots are completely out of control. At this time, large expanses of spiritual qi continuously surged out of the spiritual area like a tranquil garden. The majestic and turbulent spiritual qi almost swallowed the entire universe, and countless polluters flew out from the Eternal Spirit Zone, plundering and slaughtering all life around. Not only the Eternal Spirit Zone, but other spiritual zones in the entire Shinic universe were also rioting, and countless spiritual qi spewed out from it. A large number of polluters flew out from those spiritual areas, almost completely destroying the entire Shinic universe. In a short period of time, most of the territory of the entire Shinic universe fell into a very chaotic situation, and the struggle between the polluters and the Shinic masters broke out in various areas of the Shinic universe. The Shinic Association, the Psychic Association, and many top Shinnicist forces have used various methods to contain the polluters that are constantly raging around. However, the battle at the forefront is still in the Eternal Spirit Zone, the largest spiritual zone. In the spiritual disasters of the past, the most tragic battlefields were all near the Eternal Spirit Zone. This is the Shura field, which can be called a meat grinder. This spiritual disaster is no exception. The main battlefield is still in the Eternal Spirit Zone. Moreover, after many times of spiritual disasters, the psychic universe has also accumulated a lot of means to deal with spiritual disasters. Various powerful psychic weapons, as well as top super weapons, battleships, and special materials are all necessary for spiritual chi. Has a deadly threat. Therefore, although the battle is extremely fierce, it will not reach the point of being completely crushed at all. In the era of spiritual energy, from the beginning without any ability to resist, to struggling to support, then to being able to resist for a short time, to now being able to persist for a long time. It has already made a lot of progress, and the progress of the psychic age is also progressing slowly under the oppression of the polluters and these spiritual disasters. On the edge of the Eternal Spirit Zone, fierce battles are erupting between many top Shinicists and the extremely threatening polluters. The majestic spiritual chi and violent Shinnic impact wantonly destroyed everything around. GGG, I didn't expect that you wastes have improved a lot. Is this interesting? One-sided crushing has no value. On the edge of the Eternal Spirit Zone, a man with a stalwart figure and boundless strength surged around him laughed, his eyes were full of cruelty. This man is Meng Xing, a polluter whose menacing degree has reached 10th level. The spirit power on his body is already so strong that even this psychic age can't bear it, and the surrounding space is constantly collapsing. Meng Xing was the most powerful polluter that appeared after the eruption of the spirit. Beside him, there are many polluters with the same terrifying spiritual chi, 3 10th level polluters, and 9 10th level polluters. They stood together, and the aura around them almost suppressed the entire universe, making people feel an unparalleled sense of oppression. On the other side of the Eternal Spirit Zone, Zhao Guangchuan, the president of the Shinnic Association, also brought many top Shinnic masters to confront Meng Xing and others. Both sides did not act hastily, but quietly watched the brutal struggle around them. Around the Eternal Spirit Zone, countless spiritual chi and psychics collided with each other, and the tragic wailing, fierce collision, and sharp roar filled every corner of the surrounding area. Sooner or later, we will completely wipe out you monsters and restore peace to our universe. Zhao Guangchuan said lightly, his tone extremely firm. The other Shinicists around Zhao Guangchuan also shared the same hatred, showing anger on their faces. After the age of Shinnic energy began, many Shinnic masters fought endlessly against the spirit zones and polluters. The hatred between the two sides has already penetrated the bloodline of the bone, deeply imprinted in their genes. This is a blood feud that can never be solved. As long as they see the polluters, fear and hatred will always emerge from the bottom of their hearts. Ha ha ha! Monsters? You said we are monsters? It's so funny. Thousands of 10,000 years have passed, you trash, you still don't understand, who is the monster? After hearing Zhao Guangquan's words, Meng Xing said with a sneer on his face, and his tone was extremely cold. Chapter 538 Strange. You, what do you mean? As soon as Meng Xing's words came out, Zhao Guangquan's heart skipped a beat, as if his heart had been beaten hard by something. He always felt as if he had grasped some key points, but these key points were extremely vague, so vague that even if Zhao Guangchuan was a god-level Shinicist, and his mental energy had reached its limit, he still couldn't connect all of them successfully. It's nothing, I have nothing to say to you trash, enjoy it, this may be your last carnival. Meng Xing continued to sarcastically, his face becoming extremely cold. After finishing speaking, an incomparably gorgeous spirit power erupted from Meng Xing's body. This spirit power seemed to have a special rhythm, and it directly swallowed Meng Xing and many polluters around him, and disappeared in the Eternal Spirit Zone. Fringe Battlefield. How did they run away? Don't they plan to fight? Many top shinicists around Zhao Guangchuan looked at Meng Xingwang who was leaving, their eyes were full of doubts. In the past, every time this Meng Xingwang appeared, he caused countless killings, but now, they left without doing anything, which is really unimaginable. Just now, there was a spiritual energy fluctuation on that guy. At this time, Zhao Guangchuan froze all over, his eyes were full of disbelief, and there was a huge wave in his heart. Reminiscent of Meng Xingguang's words just now in his previous investigations, a terrible thought emerged in Zhao Guangquan's heart. Could it be? Time passed slowly, and the chaos caused by the outbreak of the spiritual disaster had swept the entire Shinik universe. Blood and fire battles can be seen everywhere, and every day, a large number of polluters, Shinik masters, and ordinary people in the spiritual age lose their lives in this spiritual disaster and turn into universe dust. The atmosphere of the entire psychic universe is also becoming more and more bloody. No matter where it is, there is an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. 1 month after the spiritual disaster completely broke out. Just 1 month of spiritual calamity caused the entire psychic universe to be riddled with holes, and the number of living creatures was reduced by 70%. Moreover, a large number of creatures lost their lives in this spiritual disaster every day. It's just that, as people in the psychic universe adapt to the spiritual disaster, the speed of the sharp decline in life is already much weaker. The Shinik universe, in the starry sky tens of light years away from the Eternal Spirit Zone. A huge super battleship is galloping towards the direction of the Eternal Spirit Zone. Master, this month, the number of purple spirit crystals we have collected has reached nearly 5 million. Nearly 40% of the purple spirit crystals in the entire psychic universe should be in our hands. In the super battleship, Mu Loli reported to Chen Luo what he had gained during this period. In this month, apart from investigating some matters in the spirit area, Chen Luo and others also earned a lot of purple spirit crystals. Chen Luo used many of his own treasures and materials to transform the Black God Star and a large area of surrounding planets into a safe zone. A top-notch Immortal King level magic circle was arranged around it, and even 10 third level or even 10 fourth level polluters could not break through that defense. Chen Luo estimated that there should be no one in the entire psychic universe that could break through its defenses. As for the 10 fifth level, or even 10 sixth level polluters, Chen Luo has not checked the relevant information, so he does not know their specific strength. However, Chen Luo also used the original power of own many Dao fruits to bless. Even a polluter comparable to the Immortal King might not be able to break through. Relying on this safe zone, coupled with the propaganda of other forces under its control, soon, many people settled in this safe zone. Chen Luo took advantage of these and earned millions of purple spirit crystals in just 1 month. That's right, with these purple spirit crystals, I should be able to continue to improve my strength. Looking at the purple spirit crystals piled up like mountains in the interspatial ring, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Although the improvement effect of purple spirit crystals on Chen Luo's cultivation base is gradually weakening, but the number of purple spirit crystals cannot stand up. The energy contained in millions of purple spirit crystals is a very terrifying order of magnitude, which can once again push Chen Luo's cultivation base to another level. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo launched his own the underworld melting furnace, continuously absorbing a large number of purple spirit crystals in the interspatial ring. Master, we will reach the Eternal Spirit Zone after one more leap, shall we just go in like this? The super battleship's main control room, dressed in a white shirt, was extremely glamorous. Xue Xingtong then said to Chen Luo. Go straight in. Chen Luo said lightly. Before deciding to enter the Eternal Spirit Zone, Chen Luo had already explored in other spirit zones. The spirit power in these spirit areas will not have any impact on Chen Luo and others, just like the ordinary spirit power of Ancient Desolate Continent. Yes, Master. Xue Xingtong replied. Immediately afterwards, Xuexing Tong controlled the super battleship and carried out the leap. Following a burst of extremely violent spiritual energy fluctuations, the super battleship was wrapped in countless spiritual energy and disappeared into the starry sky. Ha ha ha! When the super battleship reappeared, it had already appeared in the outer area of the Eternal Spirit Zone. At this time, the outer periphery of the Eternal Spirit Zone is full of decayed flesh and blood, as well as countless unknown fragments, dust, inspirations, and the endless starry sky is filled with countless flesh and blood garbage, battleships, and weapon fragments. The air is filled with the power of continuously surging blood, as if it has become Ashura the underworld. This spiritual disaster is really terrifying, causing so many murders. Mu Luli murmured while looking at the boundless flesh and blood of the underworld around her. Since the outbreak of the spiritual disaster, Mu Luli has seen such an area more than once, and such scenes are spread all over the various areas of the psychic universe. This is a catastrophe for the entire Shinic universe. Xuexing Tong and Lin Xiyu on the side also nodded, and the whole universe almost turned into the boundless the underworld. They have also killed some polluters, but the number of polluters is too many, all over every area. Moreover, no matter how many people are killed, new polluters will appear in the spiritual area, just like endless. It's really scary, but these polluters are still a little strange. Looking at the many horrific scenes around, Chen Luo whispered. Strange? Mu Luli asked doubtfully, tilting her head. According to what I have learned this month, the pollution in these spiritual zones is extremely powerful, so strong that even the polluters in the eternal spiritual zone don't need to take action. Other polluters in the spiritual zone can easily destroy the entire spiritual power. All Shinicists in the universe are wiped out. However, these polluters did not do this. Even if a spiritual disaster broke out, these polluters did not wipe out all the Shinic masters, but left many lives behind, leaving many seeds for the Shinic age. Chen Luo then spoke slowly, telling what he found strange. Chapter 539 Entering the Eternal Spirit Zone. Perhaps these polluters want to devour flesh and blood, so they leave seeds for the spiritual age to be harvested again and again. Mu Luli pondered for a moment and then continued. Yes, if they want more flesh and blood, this is the best way. Xuexing Tong also nodded, agreeing with this point of view. Harvesting one crop in this way and leaving another crop for future harvest is the best explanation. If they want flesh and blood, then what's going on with the flesh and blood we see? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, besides, I checked and found that only low-level polluters will eat flesh and blood. The polluters after the threat level reaches level 10, do not eat flesh and blood, spiritual qi is enough to satisfy themselves. Mu Luli and Xuexing Tong looked at each other. Yes, in this universe now, there is rotten flesh and blood everywhere. Those polluters did not devour the flesh and blood, even during the battle. They only destroyed the Shinic masters and did not devour the flesh and blood. They seemed to simply want to kill. Master, you are saying that these polluters in the spiritual area have other agendas. At this time, Lin Xiyu said, his eyes of destiny suddenly turned around, as if he had grasped some key. Yes, I feel that the existence of polluters is more like a spur, spurring the spiritual energy era to continue to progress and move towards a stronger state. Chen Luo continued, telling his own guess. Promote the progress of the spiritual age. Mu Luli blinked, her eyes filled with confusion. Could such killing be a kind of encouragement? That's outrageous. Xuexing Tong also couldn't believe it. These polluters still had such strange ideas. Of course, this is just my guess, it may not be true. Maybe, we will have the answer after we enter the Eternal Spirit Zone. Chen Luo then whispered. Although Chen Luo couldn't be sure that his guesses were true, he felt that his guesses were very close to the truth. The existence of these polluters is to promote the progress of the psychic age. Every time a spiritual disaster breaks out, the polluters do not destroy everything. Instead, they consciously do not destroy the classics on psychic research. In fact, the various relics that appear in this universe are all related to the spiritual zone. It is better to say that they are relics than gifts from the spiritual zone. It would be difficult for other people in this era to discover this. After all, the authorities are obsessed with hatred and killings that have long obscured all reason. It implies that Chen Luo is different. He has never been from this era from the beginning. He can observe all this from the perspective of a bystander. Moreover, Chen Luo used the power of the destiny fruit of the destiny void body to explore this universe. Everything in this universe seems to have been distorted. It does not look like an era of normal development at all, but more like an era that was artificially fabricated. These shenicists are pawns. Even those polluters are pawns. Not long after, the super battleship passed through the endless flesh and blood periphery and arrived at the entrance to the Eternal Spirit Zone. This is an area very close to the Eternal Spiritual Zone, and spiritual qi has completely spewed out. Due to the continuous surge of large amounts of spiritual qi, Lin Xiyu felt his body trembling slightly. The spirit power that had penetrated into Lin Xiyu's body seemed to be destroying Lin Xiyu's body. Wow! Chen Luo noticed Lin Xiyu's abnormal state, and quickly urged the power of own destiny to pour into Lin Xiyu's body. After receiving the help of Chen Luo's original power, Lin Xiyu's body returned to normal, and there was no more abnormality. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Mu Luli asked worriedly while supporting Lin Xiyu, who was still a little weak. Xue Xingtong also looked at Lin Xiyu with concern, her eyes full of worry. "It's okay, I'm fine now, thank you, master." Lin Xiyu turned pale and thanked Chen Luo softly. "Actually, you don't need to enter the Eternal Spirit Zone with us." Chen Luo sighed and continued. "People of this era are completely unable to absorb spiritual qi. What is more terrifying than spiritual qi is the spiritual zone. The special laws of heaven and earth in the spiritual zone will cause extremely powerful suppression to the people of this era, and even cause irreversible consequences. Only the top god-level shenicists can temporarily suppress these laws, but it is only a short-term suppression. Being close to a spiritual zone for a long time, especially a super-large spiritual zone like the Eternal Spirit Zone, is a nightmare for countless shenicists. Just a slight approach will cause powerful and irreversible damage to the shenicist. "Master, I want to accompany you." Lin Xiyu bit her red lips, lowered her head and said, with a little reluctance in her eyes. Lin Xiyu had a faint feeling that after Master and the others entered the Eternal Spirit Zone, they would never come back again. This might be the last part of the journey that he could accompany them. "Put this on." Chen Luo took out the Tianyan Taoist robe that had transformed into a top-grade fairy weapon, and handed it to Lin Xiyu. This Tianyan Dao Yi is the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon that Chen Luo obtained by killing Xiao Fan before. It is of excellent quality and has extremely strong defense. Even in this world, it has extraordinary power. Moreover, after being rendered by Chen Luo's original power, it has reached the level of a top-grade fairy weapon, and even has the potential to become an immortal king weapon. However, Chen Luo's cultivation base has already reached the immortal king realm, so it doesn't have much effect on Chen Luo. Now, it is just used to protect Lin Xiyu. "Yes, thank you, master." Lin Xiyu said softly, took Chen Luo's Tianyan Taoist robe, and put it on directly. Thinking that this Tianyan Taoist robe was worn by the master, and it still has the body temperature of the master, Lin Xiyu's heart unconsciously rippled. After putting on the Tianyan Taoist robe that had transformed into a top-grade fairy weapon, Lin Xiyu felt that there was an extra layer of frivolous strength on own. This force is extremely powerful, it can isolate the surrounding spirit power, and it contains a very terrifying defensive power. Lin Xiyu felt that even a god-level shenicist could not break through this defense. "Thank you, master." After realizing the strength of this Tianyan Dai, Lin Xiyu once again saluted respectfully and thanked him. Swish swish swish. At this time, the super battleship exploded with a violent impact, and plunged into the Eternal Spirit Zone. Chapter 540 Spirit Zone Rules. After the super battleship escaped into the Eternal Spirit Zone, a large area of spirit power surged around it. The majestic and rich spiritual chi formed a huge and incomparable spiritual pressure, which suppressed the Shinnik energy and various energies of the super battleship, and the entire super battleship fell crazily as if out of control. Sure enough, as the rumors say, other psychic powers and energies other than spiritual chi will lose their effect after entering the Eternal Spirit Zone. Chen Luo looked at the super battleship where all energies had failed, and said in a low voice. Chen Luo had heard about this before, and had tested it in other spiritual zones, but the suppression of other spiritual zones was not as powerful as that of the Eternal Spiritual Zone. In some spiritual zones, artifacts from the Shinnik age can exist. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo left the super battleship with his 3 apprentices, and brought the super battleship into the interspatial ring. Below the crowd, there are many various warships, airships, and wrecks of super aircrafts. Many of these wreckages are almost piled up into several hills. Obviously, people in the age of spiritual energy have never given up on the idea of exploring the spiritual zone, and have been making various attempts. But unfortunately, they all failed. In addition to the large rubbish heaps that are almost piled up as hills, there are also many spiritual plants, and these spiritual plants exude a strong spirit power of heaven and earth. The rich spirit power of heaven and earth made the breath of Chen Luo and the others make the speed of the spirit power of Chen Luo and others even faster. In the environment of this spirit area, the loss of spiritual qi of Mu Luli and Shui Xingtong also completely stopped. Even without the purple spirit crystal, their spirit power is slowly recovering. Lin Xiyu carefully looked at the environment of the surrounding spirit zone. The Eternal Spirit Zone has always been a shadow that can never be erased from the hearts of people in their spiritual age. Lin Xiyu was also very curious about this Eternal Spirit area that they had never successfully explored in the spiritual age. Let's go and see what's in this Eternal Spirit Zone. Chen Luo then said to the girls. Several people nodded, and then galloped towards the inside of the Eternal Spirit Zone. The Eternal Spirit region is huge, and most of the territory is empty and lonely. However, even those empty areas are also filled with extremely rich spiritual qi. In various places, Chen Luo and others also discovered many low-level spirit beasts and so-called polluters. However, the strange thing is that these polluters didn't have any abnormalities in the spiritual zone. They were completely like ordinary practitioners, not crazy, cruel, and bloodthirsty, which formed a sharp contrast with the cruel and bloodthirsty polluters outside. Could it be that being in the Eternal Spirit Zone can curb the crazy and violent nature in their bodies? Looking at the extremely calm low-level polluters around, Lin Xiyu felt that the 3 views of own had been refreshed. No, only top-level polluters can maintain their own sanity. Why are these low-level polluters so ordinary and normal? Perhaps, these people are not polluters at all, but orthodox spiritual qi repair practitioners like us. Chen Luo looked at the person in front of him who was almost indistinguishable from their ancient desolate continent, and said. Chen Luo could clearly feel that these people's bodies were incomparably compatible with spiritual qi, and there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in their bodies. Moreover, the soul power is also extremely pure, without any abnormality. It is obviously the same as himself, and he can practice spirit power normally. These people are orthodox spiritual qi practitioners. Lin Xiyu stared blankly at the surrounding people exuding slight fluctuations in spiritual qi, feeling in a daze. Chen Luo and others did not hide their identity, but informed Lin Xiyu. Lin Xiyu also knew that Chen Luo and others were not from this world, and that they practiced spirit power. However, Lin Xiyu couldn't accept that there was a spiritual qi practitioner like her master and sister in the Eternal Spirit Zone. If so, then their entire era, thousands of 10,000 years of struggle, what is it? It seems that we are looking for the right direction. In this Eternal Spirit Zone, we can really find our way back. Chen Luo said slowly. Since there are orthodox spiritual qi practitioners in this spiritual zone, those top spiritual qi practitioners must know something else, at least more than the Shinik masters outside. Then, everyone ignored these low-level practitioners and galloped towards the deeper part of the eternal spiritual area. Hey, there are wild polluters escaping. After a while, a surprised voice sounded in the ears of Chen Luo and the others. Not far away, a practitioner wearing a white robe, with a strong world spirit power surging from his body, appeared in front of Chen Luo. Name, Su Xuanyi. Realm Quasi-Emperor 8th Stage. Identity, Elder of the Eternal Spirit District, Lingji Xian Zone. On the Quasi-Emperor 8th Stage Day, the Elder of the Extreme Spirit Immortal Sect, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Is there a practice sect in this Eternal Spirit Zone? Fellow Daoist, these aliens are not allowed to be brought into our spiritual zone. You have violated the rules of the spiritual zone. Su Xuanyi saw Chen Luo and others and could tell at a glance that Chen Luo and others, except Lin Xiyu, were all orthodox spirituals. Qi repair practitioner. Only that Lin Xiyu, who has Shinik fluctuations on his body, is obviously a Shinik master. Alien? Spiritual zone rules. Chen Luo was puzzled for a while, and had no idea what this guy was talking about. However, Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry. He didn't know, the guy in front of him knew it, just get the information from him. I'm not very familiar with this eternal spiritual zone. Can you tell me about this eternal spiritual zone? Chen Luo then said, looking at Su Xuanyi in front of him calmly. Not familiar? You are not from our eternal spiritual zone. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Su Xuanyi seemed to realize something, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Of course you tell me about this eternal spirit zone, don't you understand? Chen Luo's eyes flashed a stern look. Suddenly, a burst of terrifying spiritual qi surged towards Su Xuanyi's body. Boom! Su Xuanyi's body was immediately suppressed severely on the ground, unable to move at all. The majestic spiritual qi, like the divine pillar of the universe that suppresses the world, filled Su Xuanyi with endless despair and fear. Moreover, the spirit power in his body seemed to be blocked by an inexplicable force, and it couldn't be stimulated at all. I said. At this time, how could Su Xuanyi not understand that he had met a top cultivator, one that was extremely powerful? He had never seen such a terrifying strong man, and he had no choice. Then let's talk about the rules of this spirit zone first. Chen Luo then said lightly. Chapter 541, Failure. Mu Luli, Lin Xiyu, and Xuexing Tong who were on the side also looked at Su Xuanyi directly, wanting to know what the rules of this spiritual zone are. Former, senior, the rules of the spirit zone are the rules that everyone in the eternal spirit zone must abide by, set by the ancestors of the three great immortal sects, the Purple Illusion Immortal Sect, the Lingji Immortal Sect, and the Tianheng Immortal Sect. The first rule of claiming is that no aliens, that is, those Shinik masters are allowed to enter our eternal spirit zone. Second, all elder disciples of Xianzong are not allowed to leave the eternal spirit area. Third, elder, a disciple of Xianzong, must go back to Xianzong every year to accept the baptism of the spiritual tide. These three rules are iron rules that all of us in the eternal spirit zone must abide by. Once we violate them, we will be sanctioned by Xianzong and be killed directly. Su Xuanyi whispered, and told Chen Luo the rules of the spirit zone. These three rules. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, whether he didn't want the disciples in the spirit zone to get in touch with the Shinik master, or there was something else hidden. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo asked Su Xuanyi some other things about the eternal spirit zone again. The entire eternal spirit zone is under the rule of the three great immortal sects, and there are many top practitioners. These practitioners have been indoctrinated since childhood to be loyal to Xianmen, and they are not allowed to refute Xianzong. Xianzong is the supreme everything. They don't know much about the outside world, it's just what the senior officials of Xianzong said. The outside world is very dangerous, there are many aliens, these aliens are all existences who have abandoned the immortal way, and are doomed to perish. Thousands of 10,000 years, it is not that deviant practitioners have appeared, but they are often completely wiped out before they start their actions. After hearing Su Xuanyi's words, Chen Luo and the others had more doubts in their hearts. Why are they instilling this kind of thought in the practitioners in the spiritual area while eliminating the spiritual age outside? Chen Luo then asked more about this eternal spirit zone, but this Su Xuanyi was completely unclear, and did not give Chen Luo much other valid information. Perhaps, I should find a more top existence from the immortal sect. This Su Xuanyi little Karami doesn't know too much at all, Chen Luo thought in his heart. How is the strength of the three great immortal sects? What is the strongest cultivation base? Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then asked. Now that he decided to find a stronger guy, Chen Luo of course wanted to find out the strength of the three great immortal sects. Senior, we don't know about other immortal sects. I only know the situation of our immortal sect. The strength of our Lingji immortal sect is extremely powerful. There are at least tens of thousands of great emperor powerhouses in the sect, and even those who have stepped into the immortal realm there are hundreds of true immortal powerhouses, and there are even more than a dozen supreme elders who have stepped into the supreme realm. The strongest is the ancestor of our Lingji immortal sect. A long time ago, he was already the peak powerhouse of the immortal king late-stage realm, and now he is even stronger to such an extent. Su Xuanyi then answered Chen Luo's question honestly, not daring to lie. More than a dozen immortal kings, and a suspected immortal king late-stage ancestor. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking in his heart. Chen Luo, the strong man under the immortal king, didn't care. After breaking through the immortal king 5th stage, coupled with Chen Luo's terrifying background, Chen Luo's strength had already reached a very strong point. Even if it is immortal king, the top immortal king of immortal king 9th stage, Chen Luo is sure to fight. If it's just an ordinary late-stage immortal king, there's no need to be afraid at all, just push it horizontally. Chen Luo murmured in his heart, with the firm light shining in his eyes. Let's go, lead the way, and go see your Lingji immortal sect. Chen Luo then said to Su Xuanyi. In the eternal spirit zone, there is an almost eternal spirit power. Most of the territory is shrouded in rich spirit power, and there are various spiritual plants, making this eternal spirit zone like an immortal realm on earth. In the depths of the eternal spiritual zone, the spiritual chi here is almost solidified, with bright immortal light flowing everywhere. There are also countless pavilions and pavilions, with fairy mountains and strange peaks towering and spiritual clouds shrouded in mist, making it look like a fairyland holy land. In the eternal spiritual zone, there is a towering peak. The strong wind is constantly raging on the peak, causing brilliant spiritual inspiration. On the strange peak, an old man wearing a white Taoist robe, with benign eyebrows and kind eyes, is sitting cross-legged on the top of the strange peak, absorbing the surging spirit power of heaven and earth around him. With the continuous influx of spirit power from heaven and earth, the old man's aura became more and more ethereal and agile, seeming to be integrated with the world. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Boom! After a while, following a burst of domineering ideas, a brand new mark appeared on the old man's forehead. This mark was extremely sacred and seemed to contain a very powerful mysterious power. Ha ha ha, it worked, I finally succeeded, I knew it. After the mark was generated, the corners of the old man's mouth couldn't help but rise, as if he was very happy. Ha ha ha. However, the mark took only 2 breaths to take shape, and seemed to dissipate slowly, with countless inspirations spurting out in all directions. The corners of the old man's mouth that had just been raised became stiff, and his face became extremely gloomy. Failed again, damn it, why is this? I have clearly succeeded in condensing the immortal imprint, why did the immortal imprint dissipate again, why, this is why, can it be that the method of spiritual chi really cannot be stepped on into that step? The old man then roared crazily, and the whole sky seemed to be filled with an unprecedented haze because of the old man's angry voice. Second junior brother, the path to spiritual qi has long been cut off. Why do you insist on it? Only by inventing a new way can you take that step. What you are doing now is just walking on the wrong path. How can you succeed? At this moment, a low and hoarse voice sounded in the ears of the old man in white robe. Then, the surrounding space distorted, and an old man wearing a moon-patterned robe appeared on the top of Kifeng Mountain. I succeeded just now, as you can see, I have condensed the immortal imprint, I have not failed, as long as I find a way to maintain that imprint, I can step into that taboo realm. The old man in white robe looked at the old man in moon-pattern robe who suddenly appeared, and then whispered. Saying this, the eyes of the old man in white robes were once again ignited with fierce flames, and he seemed to have abundant and incomparable confidence. Hearing the words of the old man in white robe, the old man in moon-pattern robe was stunned. He seemed to be shocked by the words of the old man in white robe. I seem to understand a little bit, why your talent is not outstanding, but the master wants to accept you as his direct disciple. After a moment of silence, the old man in the moon-patterned robe continued with a complicated expression. P.S. Take a day off tomorrow. Chapter 542 Big Wish. Senior brother, I am different from you. From the beginning to the end, I only have this path. The old man in white robe continued slowly, with a firm tone. The old man in the moon-patterned robe looked at the old man in the white robe in front of him, sighed softly, and said nothing more about this matter. I came to you this time to ask for your help. The old man in the moon-patterned robe continued. Help? I cultivated the immortal way of the spiritual qi era, so it shouldn't be helpful with your new method, right? The old man in white robe then asked doubtfully. The old man in white robe is the ancestor of Lingji Immortal Sect, Zhu's Hija. Their spiritual qi immortal sect is also one of the three major immortal sects, and is the only sect where all members practice orthodox spiritual qi. The old man in the moon-patterned robe next to him is the ancestor of the Zhuan Immortal Sect. Li Yungang is also the elder brother of the ancestor of the Lingji Immortal Sect. The two of them and Lu Gu, the ancestor of the Tianheng Immortal Sect, come from the same sect and are of the same lineage. Top powerhouse. However, although several people belong to the same lineage, their exploration directions are different. Because, since the last great era, the path behind the giants has been completely cut off. The ancestors of the three major sects are all trying to explore the Forbidden Road. The Lingji Immortal Sect is following the path of immortality, while the other two sects are exploring new methods. Apart from the top executives, there is almost no overlap between the several major sects. Second junior brother, it's not about the new law. Not long ago, I opened the number 1 ruins again. Those aliens actually found the remains of a quasi-immortal emperor in the number 1 ruins. However, the bones were destroyed by a large number of immortals. We are surrounded by formations and terrifying spiritual machines, and we need the help of your Lingji Immortal Sect and Tianheng Immortal Sect. Li Yungang, the ancestor of the Zhuan Immortal Sect, then said slowly. The skeleton of the quasi-immortal emperor? Such a forbidden object was found in the number 1 ruins. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the ancestor of the Lingji Immortal Sect. The quasi-immortal emperor is the pinnacle of the forbidden realm above the giants. Since the end of this era and the revival of spiritual qi, many peak powerhouses have discovered that the road to break through from the top immortal king to the quasi-immortal emperor has been completely blocked. Even if one has comprehended and accumulated knowledge and reached its peak, it is still unable to break through to a higher realm and reach the supreme realm. Therefore, there are 3 major immortal sects with different paths. If we can get the bones of the quasi-immortal emperor and the aura of the quasi-immortal emperor inside, it may be helpful for us to break through. The ancestor of the Zhuan Immortal Sect continued slowly, with a flash in his eyes. The color of fanaticism. Maybe. The ancestor of the Lingji Immortal Sect murmured in a low voice, with a fiery look in his eyes. The quasi-immortal emperor is the realm that all the ancestors of their 3 major immortal sects dream of. However, even after so many years of research and practice, there is no substantial breakthrough, and it can only stay at the peak of Immortal King. Did the third junior brother agree? The patriarch of Lingji Xianzong then asked. Although the three major immortal sects all come from the same lineage, they do not necessarily get along with each other. Their third junior brother, Zhao Heng, the ancestor of the Tianheng immortal sect, does not have a harmonious relationship with them. Every time they get together, it's all point of view, it's very unpleasant. Because the three people have different ideas. He agreed. Zhu Yong'ang, the patriarch of the Purple Illusion Immortal Sect, replied. That's right, it's the skeleton of the quasi-immortal emperor, and the third brother has no reason to disagree. Zhu Zhija, the patriarch of the Lingji Xianzong, continued. Although the philosophies are different, the belief in wanting to break through is the same. This kind of thing will definitely be agreed. However, third junior brother. Zhu Zhija continued slowly, his tone was a little hesitant, but he quickly suppressed it and didn't say anything more. The two also tacitly stopped discussing this matter, but agreed on a time to explore the number 1 ruins together. Second junior brother, I heard that third junior brother. Li Yong'ang continued hesitantly, with a hesitant expression on his face. What's wrong with him? Zhu Zhija looked puzzled. You should know that not long ago, he captured the president of the Psychic Association with the strongest psychic attainments in the previous era into Tianheng Xianzong. Li Yong'ang took a deep breath and continued. Zhu Zhija nodded. He had heard a little bit about it. A few months ago, Zhao Heng launched a spiritual disaster 10,000 years ahead of schedule to forcibly plunder the spiritual fruits of this era. Moreover, he has captured many top powerhouses of the Shinik era, including the president of the Shinik Association. Although there are 3 major spirit zone rules, these spirit zone rules are all set by them, so naturally there is no need to limit yourself. The president of the Shinik Association witnessed the complete destruction of the own Shinik Association, and his close relatives and friends. Everything he cared about was completely destroyed by Zhao Heng's people. He has experienced the most painful despair, his beliefs have collapsed countless times, and he has been reunited countless times. Finally, in his soul, there seems to be the existence of immortal power. A faint light flashed in Li Yong'ang's eyes, and then said slowly. The power of immortal appeared in those alien souls, this is impossible. The ancestor of Lingji Xianzong said quickly, his eyes were full of disbelief. The power of immortal is the most critical thing for a quasi-immortal emperor to break through. Whether it is the immortal mark he condensed by means of immortality, or the power of immortal obtained by other means, they are all things that must be obtained in the step of breaking through. In the era of Shinik energy, the most powerful people who have appeared at this stage are only Shinik masters at the peak of the gods, but they are only the powerhouses who are comparable to immortals and the peak of true immortal. From the realm of the quasi-immortal emperor, there is a gap between heaven and earth. How could a mere Shinicist at the peak of the god rank have the immortal power of quasi-immortal emperor power? This is completely impossible. It is highly probable that it is true. You should know that the third junior brother has invested a lot of resources in the top beings of the psychic era in the past few psychic epochs. Although their Shinik energy has not made a breakthrough, it belongs to them at this time. In this era, when all thoughts are lost, unprecedented potential is most likely to explode. Li Yong'ang, the patriarch of the Purple Fantasy Immortal Sect, continued. Lingji Immortal Sect Zhu Zhija didn't refute any more. He knew that senior brother On would not say such a thing without absolute certainty. In other words, their little juniors are really closer to that realm than they are. No matter who it is, as long as they can step into that realm, our universe has been silent for too long, and it's time for another real taboo powerhouse to appear. The ancestor of Lingji Xianzong then said slowly, with a tone uncompromising. The ancestor of the Purple Illusion Immortal Sect nodded. Now that one of the 3 of them really hopes to take that step, it can be regarded as fulfilling their common wish. Chapter 540 300 Phantom Spiritual Body. The two then continued to talk at the top of Kifeng, talking about many things about the quasi-immortal emperor realm. After a conversation, both of them felt a lot happier and a little more determined about the future. Immediately afterwards, after the two again confirmed the matters related to exploring the number 1 ruins together, the ancestor of the Zhuan immortal sect left the top of Kifeng mountain. Third junior brother has already made a breakthrough? Then I can't fall behind. The ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect looked at the departing figure of his senior brother and murmured in a low voice. Then, the ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect continued to practice on the top of Kifeng mountain, looking for a way to take that step. Ancestor, something big happened. A strange cultivator from the immortal way broke into our sect. A few hours later, a sudden urgent voice came. A disciple of the Lingji immortal sect arrived at the top of Kifeng mountain in a panic. A strange cultivator of the immortal way. The ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect shrank his pupils, and there was a look of surprise on his face. Lingjixian sect, library. The library of the Reiji immortal sect is an extremely tightly guarded place. It is guarded by cultivators with top immortal realms everywhere. There are even 2 immortal king realms supreme giants stationed here, protecting everything in the library. On weekdays, many disciples of Lingji Xianzong come here to learn various immortal supernatural power and martial arts, and improve their own strength, which is quite lively. However, the current library is extremely quiet, so quiet that you can almost hear the sound of breathing. Outside the library, many disciples of the Lingji immortal sect elder fainted outside the library, as if they were completely asleep, with only weak breathing and no abnormal movement. The entire library is shrouded in inexplicable power, filled with bursts of mysterious spiritual qi. Many disciples of the Lingji immortal sect outside discovered the strange behavior of the library and hurriedly came to check. However, as soon as they approached the library, they were enveloped by this inexplicable power and completely fainted without any consciousness. Not only the low-level disciples, even the elders of the great emperor true immortal realm were like this, they completely fainted as soon as they approached. Gradually, the number of sleepers accumulated by library is increasing. Master, I didn't expect that this Lingji immortal sect is older than the spiritual era outside. In the library, Mu Luli looked at the classics in his hand and said with a surprised look on his face. In the library, Chen Luo, Shuexing Tong, and Lin Ziyu were also checking various classics in the library. Yes, there is a big secret in this eternal spirit zone. Chen Luo flipped through the books in his hand that recorded the history of the Lingji immortal sect, and then said slowly. It is recorded in the classics that Lingji Xianzong is a sect that existed before the era of Shinik energy. In the last great era of spiritual qi, when spiritual qi was glorious, it was a terrifying immortal force. When spiritual qi was extinct and in the age of end of Dharma, it was silent in the spiritual zone. After that, when spiritual qi revived again, it took advantage of the wind and became one of the top immortal sects in the eternal spirit zone, until now. It is recorded above that the Lingji Xianzong has been practicing hidden in the spiritual zone, and has not participated in any external psychic age, spiritual disasters, and other things. Lin Ziyu next to him looked at the classics in the library, and was attracted by the information on these classics. She didn't expect that there would be such a fairy power in the eternal spirit zone, which was regarded as the place of the devil by people in their psychic age, and it was inconceivable that they hadn't discovered it in their psychic age. However, thinking of the weirdness of this spiritual zone, Lin Ziyu was relieved. If it weren't for Master On, I wouldn't be able to discover these things. It's just that there are no passages to other worlds recorded in these classics. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already searched all the classics in the library, but he didn't find any passages. The presence. It seems that we still have to start with the top ancestors, Chen Luo thought to himself. Although there are a lot of classics in the library, there is nothing Chen Luo wants. There are quite a few top-notch immortal cultivation technique supernatural power on it, all of which are quite miraculous. It's just that Chen Luo doesn't care about these things. After all, he has reached his cultivation base. Except for the top method of Dao Luo's immortal body, other methods have no effect. With Chen Luo's casual strike, he is the supreme principle of heaven and earth, the leader of all ways. Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong are different. They unceremoniously copied all the top-level supernatural power and various martial arts secrets. The same is true for Lin Xiyu, who rubbed a lot of classic supernatural power. Although she can't use it now, she feels that if these things are written down, they will be of great use in the future. Master, this supernatural power is interesting. Look, this supernatural power can transform hundreds of spiritual bodies. At this moment, Xue Xingtong seemed to have discovered something interesting, and hurriedly said to Chen Luo. Turn into 1,000 illusions? And this supernatural power? Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Yes, Master, look, this supernatural power is said to be created by the ancestor of the Purple Illusion Immortal Sect from the remnants of a top supernatural power 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Xue Xingtong continued, putting the supernatural power was passed directly to Chen Luo. Chen Luo took over the jade slip that portrayed 100 fantasy spirit body supernatural power, and began to examine it. After some inspection, I found that it was indeed the case. This 100 phantom spiritual body is quite magical. It was founded by the ancestor of the Purple Illusion Immortal Sect. He learned something from the remnants of the top supernatural power 1 Qi Hua Sanqing and created this top supernatural power. This special method can condense the spirit body, and more than one spirit body can be condensed. If the original power is enough, more spirit bodies can be condensed. These spiritual bodies have half the strength of the original body, and they can last for a long time. As long as they do not perish, they can always exist. It is quite a wonderful method of spiritual body. Yes, this ancestor of the Ziwan Immortal Sect is really a talent, he can actually create such a method. Looking at the magical records in Jade Slip, Chen Luo muttered in his heart. Chen Luo has also seen a lot of spiritual body methods, but most of them have strong restrictions, and they can only have a small part of the body's strength, and the maintenance time is very short, which is very tasteless. This 100 illusionary spiritual body is definitely the top one that Chen Luo has encountered among the spiritual body methods, and it may not be much different from the legendary 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Chen Luo continued to check the supernatural power, and found that the ancestor of the Purple Illusion Immortal Sect was very ambitious, and seemed to want to use this secret technique to strengthen his own realm and attack the taboo realm. Who dares to trespass on my Lingji Xian zone? Just as Chen Luo continued to check the top supernatural power, a low and hoarse voice sounded in Chen Luo's ears. Chapter 544, The Patriarch of the Lingji Immortal Sect. Then, an old man wearing a white Taoist robe, with kind eyebrows and kind eyes and a fairy-like demeanor, passed through the inexplicable force outside the library and came to Lu Chen. Name Zhu's Hija. Realm Immortal King 9th Stage. Identity, the Eternal Spirit District, the ancestor of the Lingji Immortal Sect. Chen Luo looked at the old man in front of him calmly, and his probing eyes instantly detected the information about the old man in front of him. The ancestor of the Lingji Immortal Sect, Chen Luo frowned slightly. He did not expect that there would be such a terrifying strong man in this eternal spiritual zone. Immortal King 9th Stage days, even in chiming immortal world, he is considered a super strong. However, Chen Luo didn't have too much fear. Now Chen Luo's cultivation base has also reached Immortal King 5th Stage. Destiny Ethereal Body, 3 top immortal physiques, many top supernatural powers, secret techniques and Immortal King weapons, can completely face the invincible Immortal King of the Immortal King 9th Stage Day. Who is the fellow deist, and what is the purpose of coming to our Lingji Xian zone? The ancestor of Lingji Xian zone felt the extremely dangerous aura on Chen Luo, and then said slowly, with a slightly dignified expression on his face. He hadn't felt such a dangerous feeling for a long time, and the person in front of him must be an extremely powerful peak powerhouse. Moreover, he couldn't see through Chen Luo at all. There seemed to be a fog covering Chen Luo's body, even his immortal King Peak Cultivation Base still couldn't perceive it. In addition, Chen Luo didn't seem to have harmed his disciples of the Lingji Xianzong, so the patriarch of the Lingji Xianzong didn't want to tear himself apart with Chen Luo for the time being. As for the other women beside Chen Luo, they were completely ignored by him. I want to investigate something. Chen Luo said lightly. Investigate something? The ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect frowned. Such a strange peak powerhouse came to our Lingji Xianzong to investigate the matter. However, in our eternal spirit region, it seems that no other peak powerhouse has been born in the past 10,000 years, this. Are you from other universes? Suddenly, the patriarch of Lingji Xianzong seemed to think of something, and then looked straight at Chen Luo Dao. Other universes? In that case, it counts. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said. Although this psychic universe is slightly similar to Chen Luo's world in the Desolate Continent, the laws of the universe are completely different. It is another universe without any problem. It's really a strong man from other universes. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the ancestor of Lingji Xianzong, and then a burst of fiery color appeared in his eyes. What? Did cultivators from other universes come to Shinik universes before? Chen Luo saw that the ancestor Lingji didn't seem to have any intention of conflicting with him, so he started talking with him, hoping to get clues to leave this universe. The ancestor of Lingji Xianzong also seemed to be quite curious about the universe where Chen Luo was. The two then started talking in the library. No, it's just that my master once said that the spiritual universe is not the only realm, there is also Yawai, which also has a vast territory. The ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect continued, his eyes full of joy. It is the color of remembrance. I don't know what kind of person your master is, but he has broken through that taboo. Chen Luo continued to ask. This ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect is already an immortal king 9th stage, so his master might be a real Gongshen good fortune who has broken through such taboo realms. No, if we break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm, we won't have to be trapped in the cage of this eternal spiritual zone. The ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect showed a bitter smile, shook his head and said, my master is in spiritual at the beginning of key recovery, forcibly impacting the quasi-immortal emperor's realm is already a return to the universe. Cage. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he caught this keyword all at once. Yes, although this eternal spiritual zone is rich in spiritual qi and is very suitable for immortal cultivation, it is essentially a cage, trapping us here. Only by breaking through the quasi-immortal emperor can we have a way to change all this. The ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect continued slowly. People outside the spiritual zone suffered from the leakage of spirit power, but the cultivators in the spiritual zone were trapped in the spiritual zone. Chen Luo suddenly had more doubts in his heart. This universe is not simple. The two continued to chat, or exchange various spells, comprehension of immortality, etc. It was also the first time for Chen Luo to feel the kind of immortal world cultivation, the communication between fellow practitioners, and he learned a lot. The same is true for the ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect. Chen Luo has also reached the pinnacle of understanding of various things due to the return of the heaven-defying cultivation effect, coupled with his frequent drinking of enlightenment tea. The conversation between the two was unusually harmonious, the conversation was very happy, and the atmosphere was quite magical. Although Lin Xiu, Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong on the side couldn't understand some of the insights they said about the avenue, they still had some inexplicable insights in their minds, as if their souls had undergone some transformation. Chen, fellow Daoist, if you are looking for a way out of this universe, you will be disappointed. We have spent thousands of 10,000 years exploring every corner of the psychic universe. There is no way to leave this universe. Methods. Several hours later, the patriarch of Lingji Xianzong said slowly after knowing the reason for Chen Luo's visit. There is no way to leave. Chen Luo frowned, he didn't expect Patriarch Lingji to give such an answer. Chen Luo did not suspect that the ancestor of Lingji was deceiving him. During the discussion just now, Chen Luo knew that the ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect was a man who was devoted to the Tao and would not deceive others. Moreover, there is no need to lie to yourself about this matter. Chen Luo's destiny void body can faintly perceive the kindness emanating from it. Perhaps after breaking through the taboo, Chen fellow Daoist can forcefully leave this universe. Seeing that Chen Luo was silent, the ancestor Lingji continued to comfort him. The patriarch of the Lingji Xianzong already regarded Chen Luo as an invincible powerhouse of Immortal King 9th stage just like himself. I understand, thank you Zhu fellow Daoist. Chen Luo then said slowly. Since there is no passage here, Chen Luo plans to think of other ways. As for what he said about breaking through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm, Chen Luo is only at the 5th level of the Immortal King, and is still far away from that quasi-immortal emperor realm. Furthermore, according to Chen Luo's check in the library, this universe seems to prohibit the birth of the immortal emperor, and Chen Luo is not absolutely sure that he can break through here. If fellow Chen Daoist has no place to stay, he can temporarily practice in our Lingji immortal sect. The ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect continued, looking at Chen Luo in front of him expectantly. Chapter 545 Gathering. In this eternal spiritual zone, it has been a long time since the new top immortal king has appeared. They, the immortal sect masters, have stood at the top for a long time and have been alone for too long. Nowadays, a new top immortal king has finally appeared. Of course the ancestor of the Jilingxian sect wants to keep him in the Jilingxian sect. Moreover, Chen Luo's knowledge and cultivation base are first class, and discussing Taoism with Chen Luo will be of great benefit to him. Therefore, the ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect invited Chen Luo to stay in the Lingji immortal sect. Let me go explore other places in the eternal spiritual district. Chen Luo shook his head and rejected the invitation from the Lingji immortal sect. There are many secrets in this eternal spiritual area, and Chen Luo wants to explore more. However, I can discuss it with fellow Zhu Daoist for a few more days. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and then continued. Discussing Tao with the ancestor of Lingji immortal sect, Chen Luo also has many benefits, and has a promoting effect on his own Taoism. The ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect heard this and showed a satisfied smile. Immediately afterwards, the two continued to discuss Tao in the library, and countless voices of Tao burst out in the library and rippled around. Chen Luo also woke up the sleeping Lingji immortal sect disciples around him and expressed his goodwill. The Lingji immortal sect also told Chen Luo all the things Chen Luo wanted to know. The two of them had a great time, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Although Mu Luli and others were confused when they heard it, they still gained a lot of insights, and the foundation of the Dao seemed to be much stronger. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed suddenly. Afterwards, Chen Luo finished his discussion and then said goodbye to the ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect. After the two exchanged tokens of contact, Chen Luo left the Lingji immortal sect with Malo Li and others. It would be great if fellow Daoist Chen could stay in our Lingji immortal sect, but it's a pity. The patriarch of Lingji Xianzong looked at the direction Chen Luo was leaving, and murmured in his heart. During the past few days of discussions on Taoism, some of Chen Luo's ideas and Taoist insights had a great impact on the ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect, and he also gained a deeper understanding of the path to becoming the immortal emperor. If Chen Luo is willing to exchange Taoism with him for a long time, it will definitely increase his chances of breaking through that step. However, Chen Luo is not an ordinary person, he is just like him, and has the strength of the immortal king at the peak. Naturally, the ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect has no choice. Master, the ancestor of the Lingji Xianzong is really weird. In a spiritually dense mountain forest in the eternal spirit zone, Mu Luli spoke. On the occasion of parting, the ancestor of Lingji Xianzong gave gifts to these disciples of Chen Luo in order to express his own goodwill. They are all top true immortal level treasures, quite precious. Zhu fellow Daoist is really good. Chen Luo nodded and said. The patriarch of Lingji Xianzong is devoted to Dao with all his heart and soul, and his Dao heart is very firm for the quasi-immortal emperor realm. When Chen Luo talked about Dao with him, he felt it. Not only him, but the whole sect was relatively pure. In Chen Luo's view, it was a true cultivating sect. Master, do we still have to go to the other two great immortal sects? At this time, Xuexing Tong asked again. Originally, a few people planned to go to all the major immortal sects, but now, they have already been to the Lingji immortal sect, leaving only the Tianheng immortal sect and the Purple Illusion immortal sect. No need, let's take a look at the Eternal Spirit Zone first. Chen Luo looked into the depths of the Eternal Spirit Zone and said slowly. From the mouth of the ancestor of Lingji Xianzong, Chen Luo already knew that the other two immortal sects didn't have anything of value, so Chen Luo didn't plan to go. On the contrary, in the depths of the Eternal Spirit Zone, there may be some unexpected harvest from those ancient relics. The location of the three great immortal sects is in the central area of the Eternal Spirit Zone, where the spiritual qi is rich but not violent. It is very suitable for cultivation, and it is a natural holy place for cultivation. In the depths of the Eternal Spirit Zone, there are various relics, all of which are left over from the previous spiritual qi era. However, in the depths of the Eternal Spirit Zone, the spirit power is so violent that even ordinary true immortal cultivators cannot freely shuttle through it, which is quite a dangerous place. There used to be quite a few true immortal cultivators who wanted to explore it, but they never appeared again. Chen Luo's destiny void body faintly sensed that there seemed to be something attracting him in the depths of the spiritual zone, so Chen Luo planned to explore the depths of the spiritual zone. The girls nodded, and under the leadership of Chen Luo, they galloped towards the depths of the Eternal Spirit Zone. Chen Luo multitasked, while absorbing a large amount of purple spirit crystals to improve his own cultivation base, while taking out that powerful secret technique 100 illusionary spirit body to start insight. A group of people galloped towards the depths. 7 days later, the Eternal Spirit Zone, the Purple Illusion Immortal Sect. In a valley surrounded by spiritual qi in the Purple Fantasy Immortal Sect. Ancestor Lingji, Ancestor Ziwan, and Ancestor Tianheng, the ancestors of the three great immortal sects gathered together to drink spirit tea in the valley. The three exchanged information and chatted in the valley. Since everyone has arrived, there is no need to delay, let's set off and go to ruins no one. After some discussion, an old man in grey robe said slowly, with a fiery look in his eyes. The grey-robed old man was none other than Su Zhengheng, the patriarch of the Tianheng immortal sect, and also the younger brother of the other two. Behind the ancestor of Tianheng Xianzong, there is also an old man in green clothes wrapped in countless Dao patterns. Between the brows of the old man in Xingyi, bursts of bright streamers shone. Well, it's a long night and dreams, let's go. The patriarch of Lingji Xianzong then nodded in agreement. Now that everything is ready, it is time to go to ruins number 1 to find the skeleton of the quasi-immortal emperor. Junior brother, who is this guy? Do you want to take this guy with you? Suddenly, the ancestor of the Purple Fantasy Immortal Sect looked at the old man in Xingyi behind Tianheng ancestor and said. The old man behind Tianheng patriarch was covered in countless Dao patterns, his eyes were dull, and seemed to be controlled by some force. Hey, this is the foundation of my enlightenment, of course I have to bring it. The ancestor Tianheng grinned and continued. Junior brother, this could not be the president of the Shinik Association in the Shinik era. Lingji patriarch said uncertainly. In the old man's body, he felt a faint wave of Shinik energy, as well as traces of immortal power. That's right, it's that talented son of the age. I plan to use the quasi-immortal emperor's aura and the immortal psychic power in his body to help me condense the immortal mark after I get the quasi-immortal emperor's skeleton. The ancestor Tianheng spoke slowly, and had no intention of concealing his own behavior. They have been friends for so many years, and they are brothers in the same school, all for that step. Although the way is different, there is not much barrier between them. Chapter 546, Skeleton. If there is one more person, we have to assign another person to protect him, which may greatly affect our exploration this time. Ancestor Lingji frowned slightly, and stared straight at the controlled Chinook leader in front of him. In the deep ruins of the Eternal Spirit Zone, there is a very violent spirit power of heaven and earth. Cultivators under the Immortal King will receive a strong impact when entering it. The president of this Chinook association is nothing more than a god-level Chinicist, a cultivator equivalent to the true immortal realm. Moreover, he is controlled by the methods of Patriarch Tianheng, so more effort is needed to protect him. Having one more person with low realm can easily affect exploration. It doesn't matter, I have already placed the top Immortal King level Taoist patterns on his body, so we don't need to use other means to protect him. Ancestor Tianheng then said calmly. As soon as Patriarch Tianheng said these words, the other two ancestors said nothing. Then, several people once again checked the preparations for exploring the ruins, and then went to the depths of the Eternal Spirit Zone, where the number 1 ruins are located. Eternal Spirit Area, Deep. The depths of the Eternal Spiritual Zone are filled with extremely terrifying spiritual chi storms. The intense spiritual chi storms almost tear apart everything around them. In a ruins that exudes the atmosphere of decay and vicissitudes of life, Chen Luo and others are exploring the ruins. Mu Luli, Xue Xin Tong, and Lin Ziyu were all protected by the power of Chen Luo's original Dao fruit, blocking the terrifying spiritual chi storm around them. I didn't expect that there is an origin of immortal light in the ruins of this spiritual area. After a while, Chen Luo arrived at a valley in the ruins where the spiritual chi storm was extremely strong. The valley is shining with moving luster, and the colorful auras appear unusually sacred in the valley. There are a lot of ruins around, as well as broken walls, various vegetation damaged by the spirit power storm. Master, this place should be an ancient sect's dojo. Xue Xin Tong next to her said while looking at the surrounding scene. Chen Luo nodded. This valley did look like the ruins of an ancient sect. The surrounding ruins, statues, many Dao patterns, and ruined walls all prove this point. Let's absorb the origin immortal light here. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and then continued. Origin immortal light is a very precious spiritual object and cannot be stored. Therefore, immediate absorption is the best choice. It just so happens that Chen Luo needs to improve his own cultivation base now. The number of origin immortal lights here is more than what was encountered before in Morning Star. Chen Luo feels that after absorbing a large number of origin immortal lights here, the cultivation base will definitely be improved a lot. The women nodded, and then began to absorb the origin immortal light here with all their strength. Origin immortal light is a supreme spiritual object that contains the power of origin, and it is also of great benefit to Lin Ziyu. Chen Luo was also sitting cross-legged in the center of the valley. The underworld furnace was operating almost to the extreme. The power of the origin immortal light was quickly absorbed by Chen Luo. At the same time, the purple spirit crystals collected by Chen Luo were quickly turned into pure energy of heaven and earth, which was absorbed by Chen Luo. Chen Luo's cultivation base is constantly attacking towards the Immortal King's 6th stage. Time passes so slowly. 3 days later, deep in the Eternal Spirit Zone. Ruins number 1. Ruin number 1 is the oldest ruin deep in the Eternal Spirit Zone, containing extremely violent spirit power. Around ruins number 1, there are many powerful spirit beasts. They feed on spiritual qi, absorb essence of the sun and moon to strengthen themselves, and their strength is quite strong. There are even many spirit beasts that have surpassed the category of true immortal, exuding extremely terrifying auras that almost tear apart everything around them. On the edge of ruin number 1, 3 tall figures were slowly flying towards an area exuding majestic spiritual pressure. The 3 of them were Ancestor Lingji, Ancestor Tianheng, and Ancestor Ziwan. Patriarch Tianheng held a chain in his hand, and the end of the chain was dragging Zhao Guangchuan, the president of the Psychic Association. The group of people moved quickly through the violent ruins of spiritual qi. Along the way, everyone encountered a lot of obstacles, including the extremely terrifying spirit beast, the completely dead death area, and the weird environment. After spending several days and going through many dangers, they finally arrived at their destination. In the northeastern area of Ruin Number 1, the spirit power storm here is even more violent, surrounded by palaces that have been completely destroyed and turned into ruins. The trees, mountains, streams, and palaces were all in chaos, filled with an unparalleled aura of destruction, as if they had countless vicissitudes of time. There is also a large area of formations that contain the power of the source. These formations are layered on top of each other, as if blocking this area, and seem to be protecting this territory. Ancestor Lingji and others were looking straight at the area in front of them, with strange streams of light flashing in their eyes. Sure enough, there is a quasi-immortal emperor's skeleton in this ruins. My god, it's still such a complete skeleton. Suddenly, the Zhuan ancestor said, his breathing became short of breath. I saw that in the deepest part of this area, on the throne of a ruined palace, there was a skeleton shining with golden divine light on the throne. There is a rune on the golden skeleton that fits the principles of heaven and earth, and it shines with a golden streamer, making it look extremely sacred. The flowing light, even through many magic circles, still made Patriarch Lingji and others feel deep heart palpitations, as if they were oppressed by some ancient beast, and their bodies felt stiff. Although this feeling was uncomfortable, the faces of Lingji Patriarch and the others showed no displeasure, but were extremely excited, as if they were looking at some extremely precious treasure. Apparently, the skeleton that made them all feel palpitating was the quasi-immortal emperor skeleton they had dreamed of. Such a strong quasi-immortal emperor's aura is worthy of being a quasi-immortal emperor. This skeleton has been immersed here for thousands of 10,000 years, thousands of 10,000 years of immortal. I have also traveled a very long distance. Feeling the overbearing and rich aura released by the bones in the depths, the ancestor Lingji couldn't help but sigh. A quasi-immortal emperor is a peak powerhouse who has stepped into the taboo realm, a forbidden existence who has mastered the power of immortal, and an invincible existence that has jumped out of time. However, the immortal of the quasi-immortal emperor is not the real eternal immortal. After the fall, its bones will also slowly perish. However, this time takes a very long time, hundreds of 10,000 years or even thousands of 10,000 years will rot. Breath. And the current skeleton, which has gone through thousands of 10,000 years without any signs of decay, is obviously preparing for the immortal emperor realm to have a deep good fortune. Chapter 547 7th Stage. Ancestor Zhuan and Ancestor Tianheng did not speak anymore, but looked straight at the skeleton of the immortal emperor in the distance, as if they wanted to see through the Taoyuan contained on it. However, their cultivation base is still inferior after all, so even if they pour all their attention into it, they still cannot see through those extremely mysterious Dao patterns. After half an hour, they finally gave up without any results. Let's break the surrounding formation first. We still have a lot to do. Ancestor Tianheng sighed and then said. Ancestor Zhuan and Ancestor Lingji nodded. Due to the existence of the quasi-immortal emperor's spirit, these originally ordinary immortal king-level magic circles have become extremely dangerous. If they are contaminated by the aura of the quasi-immortal emperor, even their invincible ancestors from the immortal king 9th stage will be greatly damaged if they are not careful. Immediately afterwards, without wasting any more time, everyone began to take out many treasures and began to slowly crack the surrounding magic circle. Zhao Guangchuan, the president of the Psychic Association, was still standing quietly behind everyone like a puppet. However, as the aura of the quasi-immortal emperor circulated around him, Zhao Guangquan's originally dull eyes seemed to have a hint of agility, and the forbidden spiritual energy in his body seemed to be exaggerated by inexplicable power, changing towards the unknown realm. A month later, in another ruins deep in the eternal spirit zone. The ruins of the mountains and forests are filled with violent spirit power, and colorful origin immortal lights are releasing bright streams of light. In the center of the mountain forest, Chen Luo was continuously absorbing the surrounding immortal light, and his breath was constantly changing. For more than a month, Chen Luo has been searching for the origin of the immortal light in the depths of the spiritual zone. This relic is the third relic with the origin of the immortal light that he has found. After absorbing a large amount of origin immortal light and purple spirit crystal, Chen Luo's cultivation base has now reached the peak realm of the Immortal King 6th stage, and is only one step away from the Immortal King 7th stage. In Chen Luo's body, the 5 original Tao fruits released terrifying original power, nourishing Chen Luo's body. Not far away, Mu Luli and others had absorbed enough of the origin immortal light. The cultivation base had reached the limit of the Great Emperor. The body could no longer bear the origin immortal light and could no longer absorb it. As long as they polish it a little more, Mu Luli and Shuexingtong will be ready to break through to the true immortal realm. Both Mu Luli and Shuexingtong were constantly running their own cultivation technique, polishing the spirit power that had surged in their bodies in a short period of time. Lin Siyu's cultivation base has reached the level of a saint-level Shenicist. Moreover, due to the heaven-defying physique of the Divine Eye of Destiny, Lin Siyu's control over his cultivation base is also more terrifying, and his potential is huge, comparable to that of Mu Luo Lai He. Snow Star Pupil absorbs more of the Origin's immortal light without being affected by anything. Beside everyone, Suming Immortal Flame is like Chen Luo, constantly absorbing the surrounding immortal light. When the realm of the Void Immortal Flame was in the Lu family of Blue Moon Star, he reached the true immortal 9th stage because he absorbed a lot of immortal spiritual fire. Now, after these ruins have absorbed a large amount of origin immortal light, they have reached the limit of true immortal 9th stage, and there is a possibility of breakthrough at any time. Boom! A few hours later, the aura of Suming Immortal Flame reached its peak, and a terrifying thunder disaster appeared in the sky. Suming Xianyan's eyes lit up, and then he fled far away, reaching a place further on the edge of transcend tribulation. Time passed slowly, and soon, the Void Immortal Flame survived the Immortal King's thunder tribulation and became an Immortal King-level spiritual fire. The overbearing flame seemed to burn the entire world. 2 days later, Mu Luli and Shuexingtong also finished polishing, and true immortal thunder tribulation appeared. Both of them had quite powerful talents, and with many treasures given by Chen Luo, they easily survived the true immortal thunder tribulation. The few people who broke through did not waste time and continued to absorb the surrounding immortal light to improve their own strength. Soon, Lin Siyu's cultivation base also climbed rapidly, to the middle stage of the holy stage, to the late stage of the holy stage. In a short period of time, there is a tendency to break through to Emperor rank Shinik Masters. Junior sister's talent is so strong. Mu Luli couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Lin Siyu, whose aura was rising. Yes, this talent is terrifyingly powerful, even scarier than those talented talents. Shuexingtong nodded and agreed. In a short period of time, he has climbed all the way up from being a Shenicist who has not yet reached the level of a Shenicist, and is now about to become an Emperor rank Shenicist. This speed of training is really shocking. Although there is a reason for the origin of immortal light, Lin Siyu's talent is the most critical. If it were not for his powerful talent, even if there were enough opportunities, it would not be possible for him to transform so quickly. Boom! 2 days later, a domineering spiritual energy suddenly emerged from Chen Luo's body, and terrifying energy spurted out in all directions. The rich source power is almost going to tear the entire mountain forest apart. Finally a breakthrough, Immortal King 7th stage. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, with bright golden light shining in his eyes, looking extremely sacred. It has only been a little over a month, from the Immortal King 5th stage to the Immortal King 7th stage. The speed is really scary. Even when Chen Luo thought about it, he felt a bit dreamlike. However, the resources it consumed were also very terrifying. Millions of purple spirit crystals were squandered, and there were also a large number of origin immortal lights. The consumption was also appalling. It's a pity. There shouldn't be too many origin immortal lights in this spiritual zone. It's impossible to make such a quick breakthrough again. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something and sighed. These ruins with the origin of immortal light were all found by Chen Luo using the power of the void body of destiny. But now, Chen Luo no longer senses such a strong source of immortal light. Apparently, it has completely disappeared. Soon, Chen Luo suppressed his thoughts. He was quite satisfied with being able to break through to the Immortal King's 7th stage. Boom! At this moment, a majestic spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the area where Lin Ziyu was. The majestic imperial power swept over him, and Lin Ziyu broke through the limit of the holy level and reached the realm of Emperor Rank Shinik Master. The Shinicist and the Cultivator belong to different systems, and there are obvious differences between the two. The psychic power of the Shinicist is not as strong as spirit power, but it has a huge benefit. That is, when breaking through realm, there is no thunder tribulation. No matter whether it is a saint-level Shinik Master, an Emperor rank Shinik Master, or even a God-level Shinik Master, there is no thunder catastrophe. A breakthrough is a breakthrough, and there will be no crisis. Master, I feel the traces of fate. Lin Ziyu, who had broken through the Emperor rank Shinik Master, suddenly opened his eyes and said slowly. Chapter 548 Dim. Lin Ziyu's whole body was filled with breath fluctuations belonging to the Emperor rank Shinicist, and the God of Destiny flashed with unusually mysterious Dao patterns. At this time, Lin Ziyu looked straight at the southeast area, as if there was something firmly attracting Lin Ziyu's God of Destiny. Traces of fate. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked in the direction Lin Ziyu said in doubt. Soon, Chen Luo also sensed that there seemed to be something strangely fluctuating in the southeast area, and Chen Luo's destiny void body also resonated slightly. Mu Luli and the others also looked at the area over there with puzzled faces, but they couldn't sense any abnormalities at all. Let's go and have a look. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. Although he didn't know what was there, Chen Luo felt that there might be something there that would be of great help to him. Moreover, now Chen Luo's cultivation base has reached the Immortal King's 7th stage day, with the 5 original Dao fruits in his body, his strength has reached a very terrifying level. If he meets the ancestor of the Lingji Immortal Sect again, Chen Luo is sure to defeat him easily. Not to mention, with plenty of supernatural power in it, there's no danger of it. Ruins number 1, an area full of tyrannical ideas and immortal origins. The ancestors of Lingji are still using powerful supernatural power and various treasures to decipher many magic circles around them. After more than a month of pushing with all their strength, several people have already reached the depths of the area, and there is only less than 1,000 feet away from the skeleton of the quasi-immortal emperor. The ancestors at the level of several peak immortal kings felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. The intense oppressive feeling made their bodies tremble continuously, but none of them showed any signs of fear. Instead, there was a frenzy on their faces. While deciphering the formation, their eyes still did not forget to stare closely at the skeleton of a quasi-immortal emperor with a terrifying aura. Hurry up, if this continues, we will be able to get close to the quasi-immortal emperor's skeleton in 3 days. The ancestor Tianheng said tremblingly, not caring about his weakening original power at all. The next few days are the most critical, whether it can be successful or not. Zhuan Patriarch then said slowly, his eyes were extremely firm. It's just that I don't know which quasi-immortal emperor this is. His soul has been destroyed for thousands of 10,000 years, and he still has such a powerful spirit. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't sense any breath of life, I would have thought this skeleton was alive. The ancestor of Lingji Xianzong said. They had also seen the skeleton of a quasi-immortal emperor before, but it was not as powerful as this skeleton, and the spirit of that skeleton had almost dissipated, so it was completely worthless. Moreover, that skeleton is not as old as this one. Then, the few people didn't speak anymore, and continued to decipher the formation wholeheartedly. Outside the area, Zhao Guangqin's body, which was surrounded by countless Dao patterns, seemed to be more affected by this spiritual accumulation, and a brand new sense of agility appeared in his dull eyes. The mysterious Dao pattern on his body is also slowly changing at this moment. Taking a closer look, it seems that Zhao Guangqin's body has many auras that are very similar to that skeleton. Me, what happened to me? Wasn't I killed by those polluters? After a while, Zhao Guangquan seemed to regain consciousness, with a dazed expression on his face, and he looked at the scene in front of him with puzzled eyes. Zhao Guangquan joined the battlefield when the spiritual disaster broke out to a very critical point. He only remembered that he was beheaded by several fourth-level polluters, and after that, he completely lost consciousness. Isn't this the secret realm of the spiritual Qi era? Suddenly, Zhao Guangquan seemed to realize something, looking at the scene in front of him in shock. The area in front of them is exactly the secret realm discovered by their psychic universe before, and many top powerhouses of the psychic age have fallen here. Zhao Guangquan then tried to mobilize own spiritual power, but found that own spiritual power seemed to be undergoing brand new changes, and seemed to be breaking through towards an unknown realm. Could it be that I was about to take that step? Zhao Guangqin's breathing became short of breath. He felt that his own body seemed to have encountered an unprecedented transformation, as if some power was transforming himself. This feeling of change is stronger than any previous realm breakthrough. This is definitely a realm above the god rank, but Zhao Guangquan was puzzled, why he was suddenly breaking through towards the realm of a god rank Shinnicist, since he obviously had no clue. Soon, Zhao Guangqin's body completely transformed, and there was a strange power in his body. Zhao Guangquan only felt that his own strength had increased by more than hundreds of times. Even polluters with 10 fifth-level threats can be easily crushed by themselves. However, Zhao Guangquan felt a little uneasy in his heart. This kind of power is certainly powerful, but it came from something unclear. Yes, the body formed by combining the new system of this era with the body refining system of the spiritual Qi era is indeed powerful, and it should be enough for me for the time being. At this moment, a deep voice sounded in Zhao Guangqin's mind. No, there is indeed a problem. Zhao Guangqin's heart skipped a beat, and there was a burst of unprecedented fear in his heart. Ha ha ha! A moment later, before Zhao Guangquan could make any response, an extremely overbearing force suddenly irrigated Zhao Guangqin's whole body. The Lingji Patriarch and the others in front were still destroying the magic circle around them, and they didn't realize the changes in Zhao Guangqin's body behind him at all. Do you feel that the skeleton of that quasi-immortal emperor seems to have become a little darker? Suddenly, the ancestor Lingji seemed to sense something, and then whispered. Ancestor Tianheng and Ancestor Ziwan frowned slightly, staring straight ahead at the bones still exuding a splendid aura. The two of them are no longer the most orthodox spiritual Qi era practitioners. They both combined the Shinnik practice method of the Shinnik age and embarked on their own different paths. Therefore, the perception of some breaths is not as good as that of the old Lingji. Ancestral. However, the strength of the two is still quite strong, closer to the realm of quasi-immortal emperor than Lingji Patriarch. Especially Patriarch Tianheng, after capturing Zhao Guangquan, because of the power of immortal appeared in Zhao Guangqin's soul, Patriarch Tianheng felt a lot more comprehension, and felt that he was getting closer to the quasi-immortal emperor. After observing for a while, the two finally found a subtle difference, which was indeed a little darker than before. Second junior brother, could it be that we destroyed the surrounding magic circle, which affected this skeleton and caused the spirit to dissipate a little? Patriarch Zihuan pondered for a moment, then continued. Due to the large-scale destruction of the formation, the ruins of the surrounding ancient and vicissitudes of the environment have become even worse. The skeleton was also most likely darkened for this reason. Chapter 549 Road. Probably not. This skeleton is the skeleton of the quasi-immortal emperor. It is impossible for such a change to occur suddenly because of this formation. Ancestor Lingji continued in a deep voice, denying Ancestor Ziwan's statement. Ancestor Lingji was very sensitive to breath, and he did not sense that the bones of the quasi-immortal emperor were affected by the formation. As soon as Ancestor Lingji spoke out, Ancestor Tianheng and Ancestor Zuan both had a gloomy look on their faces. If it is not a problem with the formation, then is there really something wrong with the skeleton of this quasi-immortal emperor? We'd better investigate carefully. It's about the immortal emperor. You can't be too careful. Ancestor Lingji continued in a deep voice, with a very solemn tone. The other two people nodded and agreed with the words of Ancestor Lingji. Hey, I didn't expect you, a little guy, to have such a strong perception in this land of spiritual void. If you were in the outside world, you might not even be able to take that step and become a quasi-immortal emperor. At this time, a hoarse voice sounded in the ears of the two of them. This voice carried an extremely powerful sense of oppression, causing the bodies of Ancestor Lingji and others to tremble continuously. He is still alive. It's impossible, there's no way there will be a quasi-immortal emperor in this era. Ancestor Lingji said tremblingly, his face becoming extremely ugly. The ancestors Tianheng and Zuan next to them also had frightened expressions on their faces, extremely frightened. Whoosh whoosh. Then, the surrounding space was distorted, and a violent inspiration exploded. Zhao Guangqin's body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, although the Zhao Guangquan in front of them still looked old, he had an extremely majestic aura on him. The aura emanating from him made the ancestors of Lingji and others tremble, and they could hardly look directly at his face. The body couldn't help but kneel down. You are not Zhao Guangquan. Ancestor Tianheng was very familiar with Zhao Guangquan, and he immediately realized that the Zhao Guangquan in front of him had been taken away. Could it be? Several peak ancestors were terrified and looked at the skeleton of the quasi-immortal emperor in the depths. However, the skeleton was still lying there, emitting an inexplicable brilliance. Don't look at it. Emperor Xian is dead. I am just a trace of his remnant soul. However, I would like to thank you for helping me break the sealing circle here, and for giving me a new system in this land of spiritual void. Body. Zhao Guangquan then said calmly, looking at the ancestors in front of him indifferently. The remnant soul, just the remnant soul has such terrifying suppressive power. As soon as Zhao Guangquan said these words, Lingji ancestor and others felt their scalps go numb. Unexpectedly, it was just a trace of the quasi-immortal emperor's soul that took over Zhao Guangqin's body. What shocked them was that just a trace of the remnant soul had such terrifying suppressive power, which was beyond their knowledge. In front of this remnant soul of Emperor Xian, several people felt as if they were facing an ancient god demon. They didn't even have the courage to look directly at him, let alone confront him. No one believed in Dharma phase. The gap between them and the quasi-immortal emperor was so huge. Thousands of 10,000 years of practice had no value at all, and they were easily crushed. Ancestor Tianheng and Zuan felt nothing more sad than death, and felt a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Ancestor Lingji also felt powerless in his heart, but soon became extremely determined again. Only such a powerful taboo realm is worthy of our lifelong pursuit. If the quasi-immortal emperor is no different from me, then wouldn't my struggle for thousands of 10,000 years be more like a joke? Emperor Xian's remnant soul looked at the few people indifferently, seeing the fear and panic in their eyes, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Don't worry, you guys are still valuable to this emperor, and I won't kill you, but you need to do something for me. Emperor Suanhun said calmly. As soon as Xian Emperor Remnant Soul's words came out, the panic on several people's faces was much lessened. No matter what, as long as they can stay alive, as the immortal king giants who have lived for countless years, they clearly know that as long as their lives are still there are infinite possibilities. Immediately afterwards, Emperor Xian's remnant soul began to ask about the origins of several people and other things in this world. Psychic power? It's an interesting power. Is it just for this thing that those old guys spent so much time in the land of spiritual void? After hearing the description of the Shinnik era, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Emperor Xian's remnant soul. Color. I wonder what the senior said about the land of spiritual void? Isn't it called the spiritual universe here? The ancestor of the Lingji immortal sect heard the words of Emperor Xian's remnant soul, and then asked, he has learned from this remnant soul of Emperor Xian. I have heard the word Lingxu land come from my mouth more than once. The ancestors of the Tianheng immortal sect and the Zhuan immortal sect on the side also had curious expressions on their faces. They vaguely felt that this spiritual place contained very important and key information. This has nothing to do with you, you don't need to know. Emperor Suanhun said calmly, without paying any attention to the doubts in their hearts. Several people did not dare to speak anymore. In front of such peak powerhouses, any unnecessary words would be courting death. It is quite risky for the ancestor of Tianji to ask this question. Emperor Xian's remnant soul then continued to ask several people about the world. At the same time, he also extracted the power from several people and explored them one by one. Why is the power in your body so mixed? After some investigation, Emperor Xian's remnant soul discovered that the spirit power in the ancestor Tianheng's body was very strange. It seemed to be integrated with many different powers, numbering in the millions. Although it is very powerful and has extremely high potential, it is also very difficult to integrate these powers. Moreover, the soul of Patriarch Tianheng was also extremely mixed and chaotic, becoming a disordered unity. This state was abnormally magical. Senior, I have merged the souls and psychic powers of many top experts and geniuses in the psychic era. Ancestor Tianheng did not hide his own affairs and continued. The souls and spiritual powers that Patriarch Tianheng fused were all the most powerful and talented people in the various eras of the psychic universe. It can be said that they integrated the Shinnik essence of the entire psychic universe. Do you want to use this method to enter the realm of quasi-immortal emperor? Xian Emperor's remnant soul quickly realized. This fusion of the essence of the current era is the path that Patriarch Tianheng prepared for himself to become a quasi-immortal emperor. Chapter 550 Fighting. Yes, Senior. Patriarch Tianheng replied. This is the path chosen by Patriarch Tianheng. When he realized that spiritual qi practice method could no longer break through the realm of quasi-immortal emperor, Patriarch Tianheng chose this path. Devour thousands of spiritual energies and become your own supreme immortal emperor. His choice of this path has something to do with his own physique. He has the gluttonous bloodline of the ancient god beast in his own body, and he controls the overbearing devouring power. It was with this devouring power that Patriarch Tianheng cultivated all the way to the realm of immortal king. After that, he naturally wanted to use his power to help him break through to the quasi-immortal emperor state. However, for thousands of 10,000 years, he has been devouring the essence of the spiritual age, but he has not been able to finally reach that step. If you can really devour some of the top immortal king warriors from the spiritual age, you might be able to break through. Emperor Xian's remnant soul commented, looking at Patriarch Tianheng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although this method of swallowing is simple and crude, it is indeed very easy to use. However, devouring everything of others also has to endure thousands of collisions and entanglements of body and soul. That kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can bear. You are more terrifying than 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, and the pain is comparable to the pain of burning the soul. After receiving the approval of the Emperor Xian's remnant soul, Patriarch Tianheng unconsciously felt a little more confident in his heart, and he felt a little less afraid of the Emperor Xian's remnant soul in front of him. Emperor Xian's remnant soul then looked at Ancestor Zhuan, who then told him his own path. Although the breakthrough method of Ancestor Zhuan is different from that of Ancestor Tianheng, there are also similarities. Ancestor Zhuan has differentiated many spiritual bodies, practicing the top methods of the spiritual energy age or the spiritual qi age. The intention is to cultivate all these spiritual bodies to the ultimate state, and finally, integrate the whole body into one, and break through the supreme state. What a pity! If you weren't in the land of Lingxu, based on your understanding, there would definitely be a high probability of achieving the position of quasi-immortal emperor. Emperor Xian's remnant soul pondered for a moment, and then said slowly. The ancestor of Lingji was nothing to look at. The orthodox spiritual qi cultivation method had an extremely solid foundation, and his heart was so firm that even Xian Emperor's remnant soul was a little shocked. At this time, Emperor Xian's remnant soul looked at these people without any look of contempt. If not for the restricted environment, the three of them would all be invincible immortal kings who are expected to become immortal emperors. After a conversation, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. You continue to destroy the surrounding magic circles. If you help me retrieve Xian Emperor's bones, I may be able to take you out of this spiritual void. After understanding the situation of several people, Xian Emperor's remnant soul continued to say calmly. Several people nodded and did not refuse. However, Ancestor Lingji and others had a lot of doubts in their hearts as to why the remnant soul of Emperor Xian could not directly take out the skeleton. This remnant soul of Emperor Xian has the power of Emperor Xian, so it should be possible. However, no one said too much. This was not an issue they should be concerned about. Then, several people continued to destroy the surrounding immortal king-level magic circle. With the guidance of Emperor Xian's remnant soul, the progress of the destruction was very rapid. In just half an hour, all the formations were destroyed and they reached the deepest point, where the immortal emperor's bones were located. The skeleton of the quasi-immortal emperor is still releasing extremely strong energy, as if it wants to tear apart everything around it. Ancestor Lingji and others did not dare to approach, so they could only wait in the outside area, bowing their heads. Zhao Guangquan looked at the skeleton in front of him, his eyes full of joy. Whoa whoa whoa! Then, Zhao Guangquan stretched out his right hand, a brilliant flash of inspiration flashed, and the golden skeleton lying in front quickly merged towards Zhao Guangquan's body. However, before getting close to Zhao Guangquan, this golden skeleton released a brand new power and blasted Zhao Guangquan's body directly away. Zhao Guangquan's body suddenly became sluggish, and there were many tiny lines on his body. Seeing such a turn of events, Ancestor Lingji and the others were all nervous and looked at the golden skeleton with wary eyes. I didn't expect that the remnant soul of this golden skeleton would still have such power. Old guy, you've been dead for so many years and you're still guarding me, FK, you deserve it Yuan. Zhao Guangquan, whose breath became sluggish not far away, cursed. Boom! However, before he could finish his words, the skeleton once again erupted with terrifying power, hitting Zhao Guangquan again. With a fierce collision, Zhao Guangquan's body became even more fragile, and Emperor Xian's remnant soul was blasted out of Zhao Guangquan's body, floating dimly in the air. Zhao Guangquan's body fell to the ground, seemingly undergoing strange changes. At the same time, this golden skeleton also became much darker. Ancestor Lingji and others were all confused as to why the skeleton of this quasi-immortal emperor would reject his own remnant soul. You help me destroy this skeleton. After I restore my strength, I will definitely take you away from this place of spiritual void. Emperor Xian's remnant soul then said to Ancestor Lingji and others. Ancestor Lingji and others did not act rashly, the current situation was beyond their understanding. Now that the skeleton has not impacted them, there is no need for them to destroy the skeleton of this quasi-immortal emperor. Moreover, now that the remnant soul of Emperor Xian has no body, it seems that he no longer has enough strength to suppress them. Senior, I have some important things to do, so I won't stay any longer and say goodbye. Ancestor Lingji and others continued to say. After saying that, he unfolded his own original power, left the area directly, and fled towards the distance. Seeing this, Emperor Xian's remnant soul's face became extremely ugly, and his heart felt cold. If he had known it, he would have killed these guys. Emperor Xian's remnant soul felt regretful, but he did not chase him out now. Because, this skeleton has already set its sights on him. Forget it, I don't believe that you can rebel against heaven with only one skeleton left. Emperor Xian's remnant soul said in a cold tone. After saying that, Emperor Xian's remnant soul exploded with its own soul power, and a fierce battle broke out with the skeleton of this quasi-immortal emperor. The terrifying power and inspiration almost completely destroy everything around him. It seems that even the sky has been penetrated. Another direction of ruins number 1. Chen Luo and Lin Ziyu quickly rushed towards the area where the bones of the immortal emperor were located. Because of the few humble disciples of Realm, and the extremely rich and violent spirit power here. Therefore, Chen Luo was unable to use extreme speed and could only move forward slowly. After passing through mountains and forests and many abandoned territories, Chen Luo and others finally arrived at the depths of ruin number 1. Fellow Chen, are you here too? As soon as Chen Luo arrived at the depths of the number 1 ruins, he heard a familiar voice. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave YouTube channel. Thank you.